Hello and good afternoon. Not going to be a super long one today. Only going to do like 4 hours, maybe up to 5. I have to conserve on fuel, so I got to fire up the generator when I'm getting ready to go live and shut it down when I'm done. So um, it's a pain in the butt, but we deal with what we got to deal with, right? Okay, so I want to start off today with hello to everybody, and great conversation there at the beginning when I posted this. Amy says, "So funny, y'all talking about the boob. First time I saw it, that's what I told my husband it looked like. But we all know it's a mustard seed on an appendage, and I had to correct her. I said, no, that's my man boob. I couldn't find a mustard seed, so." That's a joke. Yeah, that's a finger with a mustard seed on it. Yeah, that's right. Welcome in, everybody. I'm glad to see everybody here. I got a couple of things. We're going to start off with a Carrie Cassidy interview. Now, I'm not really big into Carrie Cassidy, but I had quite a few people message me asking me to please play it. I have a few people that I used to listen to that I don't really listen to anymore because of the fact that they've just kind of they've gone off into outer space, and the thing is right now we're trying to stay grounded. You know what I mean? We see everything that's going on and everything, but we don't need to be taken into outer space. I mean, it'd be nice, a nice trip to space would be great, but the idea of it is that it creates quite a confusion when we got all this other stuff going on, and but I'm gonna play it because I was asked to. Patriot Underground. I love. I love the way he does his interviewing. Um, it's like Nino. If there wasn't so much sensationalism put around and the apocalypse is here and everything else, well, it's understanding what the word apocalypse means. Okay, apocalypse means the unveiling of, the lifting of the veil, the removal of the veil. It doesn't mean the end of the fucking world. Okay, that's not what apocalypse means. Okay, so when you look at it, you begin to realize that it's a revelation. Apocalypse is a revelation, the removing and the lifting of the veil from our eyes, allowing us to see all the lies and deception and the bullshit that have been laid out in front of us for so long. Okay, and it's so I kind of stepped back from him. I kind of tuned him out. Same thing with I kind of tuned out Gene Decode. If we're meant to go into outer space, then it's going to be revealed to us that we're meant to go into outer space. Okay, but when you have a Christian-based system that you've lived by, then you understand that there's a firmament there, and the only way you're getting into freaking space is if you can put a submarine up there and not all this other crap, trying to fly planes, through the firmament and everything else. Okay, because you're getting ready to go into water. He separated the waters from the waters below and above. Okay, and when you got all that water out there, what are you going to do in a plane in water? Nothing. You're not going to move. Everything's going to get wet. Nothing's going to go anywhere. So if you can't get a submarine out of the ocean and put it up there into the, through the firmament, then you ain't doing nothing in space. Okay, the only space that there is the space between the ground and the firmament. That's it. Okay. Now, we got a lot of people who believe in alien life and everything else. Now, what I will say is what my personal belief is that if God stopped with the creation of man, okay, then he's probably been pretty flippin' bored for the last 5,000, 6,000 years. Okay. He's probably been really bored. Okay. Who are we to say that God won't create other Earths, other planets, and things like that? You know, um, we'd be foolish to believe that he wouldn't go on creating. We really would. We would be foolish to believe that, because then we're putting limitations on our God. Okay, there was a thing that said, in the Bible, where they were talking about Christ being down here and everything, and it was basically that God would never take human form. Well, wait a minute. God took human form when he came down and met with Abraham. Okay, he met with Abraham face to face, sort of, kind of. Abraham spent more time looking at the ground than looking at him, out of reverence. Okay, so if he did it then, what's to say he can't do it now? Okay, it's like Christ. We talk about that person who knocks on your door that needs help. Okay, well, maybe that's Christ testing you to find out if you're going to do what his simple 2 commandments were. He says, love everybody else the way that I loved you. Okay, pretty simple, pretty flippin' simple. Okay, and then love your God with all your heart, soul, and might. Those were the 2 things that he asked of us. 2 things. Okay, and if we're doing those 2 things, then you want to know what? The 10 things that were written with a finger in stone are already met. We've already met those conditions. Okay, because we're loving each other. Okay, so that means that we're not gonna rob, we're not gonna kill, we're not gonna envy, we're not gonna lust after, we're not gonna commit adultery with, and we're not gonna lie about them. We're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? All of those things. We're not gonna kill anybody. Okay, so those 10 commandments are followed simply by following the 2 commandments that Christ laid in front of us. He made it simple. He made it super simple. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things like, okay, so we could talk about tarot cards and things. Okay. Well, one thing that we were warned about in the Bible was beware the fortune tellers. Okay. You can believe that it is good magic that's helping you to achieve those goals in seeing the future, when in all actuality, no, they're just saving themselves up for a time to cause you great distress. Okay. So I turn off the tarot readers and things. Okay. Because we were warned about the fortune tellers. We were warned about the wizard, warlocks, and the witches. Okay. We were warned about all of it. But we don't listen because our minds are obfuscated by, okay, that was 2,500 years ago that those things were said, so everything must change. No, some things stay the flipping same. Evil stays evil, no matter how you look at it. It stays evil. No matter how much you want to try and make good of it, the Lord said to stay away from it. Now, at the end of all of this, we might find out that this, and that aren't even real. That it was all put in front of us to deceive us and to control us and everything else. But you know what? I'll deal with that when that time comes. In the meantime, the faith base that I have tells me that these people are loony that I shouldn't be considering or putting them on, uh, opening myself up to that, you know, and the thing is when we fall into that pattern, then we fall into the ability to be deceived greater on an even greater scale. Okay. Deception is what NASA stands for. NASA is how that's pronounced. NASA means deception, not just National Aeronautical, whatever, space, and all that stuff. It's we have to be careful. We have to be watchful. We have to be mindful. Mindful is the key word in that. This is where discernment and discretion come into play. Will we allow ourselves to be deceived? Will we allow ourselves to be led into another war? Will we allow ourselves to be led into another religion? Will we allow ourselves to be deceived by evil continuously? Okay. It's prime example, the other day, I played a Michael Jaco, and I told you guys before, I have a very tough time where it comes to him, because I believe that once you're CIA, you're always CIA. There's no coming back from that. You're there for the rest of your life. And no matter how many times you claim that you're disconnected, disassociated, or whatever, I call bullshit, because you're read in on everything. Okay. That never goes away. No different than military officers with specific types of security clearances. Those guys are read in on stuff up until the day that they die. So presidents, former presidents getting intel reports and everything else. I'm sorry, but once you're out of office and you're not running again, you're done. You're done. You don't need any more intel updates. Okay. You don't need any further communication with the CIA, with the FBI, with the NSA, or anything else. You're done. It's that simple. And it's like, so here's a prime example for you. There's a rule in the House that if you are called by subpoena to appear in any criminal trial, it is your obligation as a congressman to step down from your position. Is Nancy Pelosi stepping down? No. She's taking time away from Senate or the Congress in order to go and take care of her, her family stuff. Sorry. And you guys just gave yourselves a raise? For what? For doing absolutely nothing. You don't deserve a raise. And I tell you, it's when this is all over, if things are not in a position to where these guys are getting a minimal paycheck, then the Congress and the Senate need to be shut down completely until the American people come to a consensus as to what their salary should be on a yearly basis. None of this jet setting back and forth and everything else and getting all these perks and privileges and everything else. The guys who signed our Constitution were all senators and congressmen. Okay. And the only per diem that they got was travel per diem. That was it. They got travel per diem. They got nothing else. Okay, they didn't get all these perks and works and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Okay, but when they signed that Constitution, the majority of them signed their own death warrants. Okay, they put their name, their sacred honor, and their fortunes up. Okay, and only 4 of them survived for any period of time after signing that declaration. Okay, and those guys were getting $20 a month, and that was travel per diem, so that they could feed their horse when they were riding it from one place to the other, and possibly have a lodge to stay in while while their horses are being tended and everything else for overnight. Okay, but these guys will spend for one meal what could feed me for a month. $1,000 a plate, paid for with the American taxpayer dollar. I could eat for a whole month. As a matter of fact, not only could I eat for a whole month, but the dogs could eat for a whole month as well. I go through a bag of dog food every 2 days. 44-pound bag of dog food every 2 days. I'm opening a new bag. Okay. It on an average, it costs me 300. I'd say right around 300, about $350 a month to feed 14 full-grown German Shepherds. For me to eat, well, my investment is mostly in ramen noodles, as you guys can tell. But I like to eat other things too. I like to eat chicken. I like to eat hot dogs, hamburgers, all that other good stuff too. But I deal with what I got to deal with, and my dogs come first. I'll feed my dogs before I'll feed myself any day of the week. That's just a fact, and that's the way it goes. It's they didn't ask for this to happen to them. They didn't ask for the economy to go crazy. They had absolutely nothing to do with the economy going crazy. But you notice that Congress and the Senate aren't doing anything about the fiasco that we are all in right now. They're not doing nothing. Okay. You don't see this lame duck sitting in the White House, okay, on the American taxpayer dime, okay, doing a damn thing for our country. Everything is for every other country. Okay. And hang on a second. Let me check this. Messages. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Believe me, I get messages. Hey, get your banner on there, and this and that, and thank you. I forget about it sometimes. But it's like, and personally, I don't like the fact that they're trying to put the American people in the middle of what's going on overseas. We have a great division in the country now it's basically just the kick off the new BLM. That's all it is. It's the new Antifa BLM. That's all this, what we're seeing right now with the Palestinian protests and everything else. That's what we're seeing. It's BLM 2.0. Okay. And it's like, come on, seriously. Do we really, really, really need to be so concerned with things that are going on over there? No, what we need to be doing is taking care of ourselves, taking care of our neighbors, taking care of our communities, and fixing our country. That's it. That's all we need to do. It's for them to deal with their, with their problems. Especially where it comes to one country creating a narrative for another country and instilling a terroristic element, creating that element, funding that element in order to gain control of the whole country. It was the excuse that was necessary in order for them to have more control. More control. And it's like, why? Outdoor Adventures with Ron says resolution just passed to keep the government over. I would shut the government down personally. I would shut it down. But in the point of shutting it down, I'd be shutting off the paychecks. That means nobody in Washington gets paid. Nobody. From the top to the bottom. Every single person that works for the federal government, stop their pay right now. Until they care about the American people, I would shut it all down. Absolutely. Shut it down. And if they want to talk amongst themselves, well, they're going to do it on their own dime. They're not going to do it on our dime anymore. It doesn't make sense to me to pay these people to do nothing. If I wanted to do that, I would still have an operating pot farm. Okay? If I wanted to pay people for not working, I would still have an operating pot farm here. I would say 2 guys out of the over 100 in 7 years that actually came in and did their jobs and went above and beyond that. But 98 of them weren't worth crap. That's no different than what's going on in D.C. right now. We're paying these people to do absolutely nothing. If there is no productivity done, then you should not get a flipping paycheck. We look at what they're doing, trying to build up a privately owned business called the Internal Revenue Service that is not part of the U.S. government. Okay. And, trying to arm and prepare 80,000 people to go out and combat the American people. Okay, first off, if you're from Washington, D.C., you're a foreigner. You're not even an American. You're a foreigner. Washington, D.C. is not part of the United States. It's time to get rid of the foreigners. It's time. It's that simple. It is that simple. But the thing is everybody looks at it and says, this is the most complicated thing in the world to do. It's like, what the heck? What the heck? And then it's like you look at all the things going on, in the news and everything else, and it's like we know that that 99.9% of everything that they put out is BS, that it's all propaganda, and we try to tell everybody that it's propaganda, but no, they just want to keep following that narrative, and in the meantime, watch everything around them be totally destroyed. How do you rebuild a people you rebuild them with the truth. And until somebody gets a hold of the mainstream media by the gonads and said either tell the truth or get off the air, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And more people are going to suffer and be depressed and have their lives altered and affected, in some cases, permanently. For some people, they're never going to bounce back from this. For some businesses are never going to bounce back from this. And these people put everything that they had in order to build their businesses, and they destroyed them. How can you be compensated, when all of our money is going overseas and none of it is staying with the people to care for the people? A lot of promises were made to the state of Hawaii, and nothing went through for them before Lahaina. And there sure as hell has been nothing since Lahaina burned. They've done nothing to help those people. They've helped themselves. Do you want to know how they help themselves? To every boatload of materials brought to help those people. They've helped themselves to all the fundraising money that people put together to give to those people. Okay, that didn't end up going to those people, but went to those same people instead. And then they have the audacity to tell people to fuck off when they come in saying, hey, where is our help? Those are people who are into it for themselves, collecting every penny that they can, and fuck the people. Fuck the people. Let's talk about East Palestine. There is still nothing going on to help those people there. The only person who did anything to help them was Donald Trump. They still haven't had it cleaned up. Their waterways are still affected. Their health is still affected. Where is their guaranteed medical coverage for all the problems that are going to arise from this? Never mind the newborn children and everything that will be affected by it. All these things that they have done. There's just only so far that you can push a man before the man turns and puts a foot in your ass. And it's coming. Yeah, Jody Terry's right. Flint, Michigan still has poisoned water. And Kathleen is right. FEMA never did nothing but take dollars. But they have 1 billion bullets, FEMA does, that Obama ordered. 1 billion rounds of ammunition. Stop trying to French kiss your dad. You're going to get yourself into trouble. All right. So let's go ahead and get into a couple of things here. I was going to start with that interview first, but no, we're gonna go to My Truth social feed. That's where we're going. That's where we're gonna go first. Let's pull this up. Share screen, entire screen, and audio. Bink. We should be good. Is it? Yep. Okay. Here we go. Let's see here. Representative Higgins calls for a complete restructure of the FBI, opposes allocation of site for new headquarters.
Do you accept it? You said you referred it to legal counsel. You referred to one legal counsel. Can you describe that? Is that an office? Have they given you an official report? Can we review that official report? Are you going to stand upon that when we call you again next year and have that counselor in front of us?
Yes, sorry, I didn't understand your question, but yes, we have hundreds of pages that we've posted online about all of the decision-making process, and that includes the review of our legal counsel. So you can go to our website.
In my remaining 30 seconds, I'm trying to drill down here on what you're referring to as your legal counsel. Describe what that is to America.
So there's a office of the general counsel at GSA that has several hundred attorneys in it. I'm not sure how many were involved in the review of this, but the reference that I am making is signed by the general counsel.
Okay.
Yep. You notice lawyers got to be in everything. Everything. Yeah. It's, yeah. House Republicans call for a criminal probe of Michael Cohen for allegedly lying to Congress. Let's see if there's an actual video on this. Is there? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. No, I don't. But let's see here. A pair of senior House Republicans on Tuesday urged Attorney General Merrick Garland to investigate former Trump attorney Michael Cohen after he testified in New York court that he lied to Congress about his work for the former president. Oh, so he admitted in court that he lied to Congress. So that means that these guys are going to turn around and take his testimony and use it against him. Okay. Writing to Garland, House GOP conference chairwoman Elise Stefanik and House Intelligence Committee Chairman Michael Turner asserted that Cohen's recent testimony in the ongoing civil fraud trial brought against Trump by New York Attorney General Letitia James suggested that Cohen committed perjury during a 2019 deposition before the committee. Mr. Cohen admitted that the testimony he gave before the committee in 2019 was knowingly and intentionally false. They wrote in a letter first obtained by NBC News, Congress cannot perform its oversight function if witnesses who appear before its committees do not provide truthful testimony. Perjury and false statements before Congress are crimes that undermine the integrity of the constitutional duty to conduct oversight and inquiries. The letter then cited Cohen's statement before the committee in which he stated, did he ask me to inflate the numbers? Not that I recall. No. James has alleged that Trump manipulated the value of his assets to obtain favorable loan terms and lower insurance premiums. Cohen, during his October 2023 testimony, explicitly stated that he lied under oath during the 2019 deposition. That Mr. Cohen was willing to openly and brazenly state at trial that he lied to Congress on this specific issue is startling. They continued, his willingness to make such a statement alone should necessitate an investigation. Cohen previously served as Trump's personal attorney before the 2016 election. He remains a central figure in an unrelated criminal case against Trump brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. In that matter, Bragg has insisted that a payment Cohen made to Stormy Daniels to remain silent about an alleged affair with Trump constituted an illegal campaign contribution, and that the former president further committed fraud by allegedly disguising the payment as an attorney fee to Cohen. Trump has pled not guilty. Of course he did. Of course he did. Yep. So it's like right there in front of us, you know. Oh boy. Let's see what Steve Bannon has to say. What the heck? I hate it when they post videos that won't play. Nope, back up. I don't know where that came from. Let's see here. Yeah, that just doesn't want to work, does it? It does that sometimes. Let's go back up here and yeah, like I wanted. The operations of the police state are truly disturbing, and they can go after anyone.
Well, it seems that the left is certainly weaponizing government to achieve its ends. As you document in the film, it doesn't end there. Corporations and other aspects of American society have been encapsulated in this as well. What what can an individual do about it? I mean, are there things that you want them to take away from your film that they should think about in their own life, the risk that they may now face?
Yeah, the most important job of a film is to alert people that the situation is different than you think. Even on the Republican side, on the conservative side, there's a lot of complacency. People are sort of like the antelope or the wildebeest; they're grazing kind of placidly. And if I tell them, "Hey guys, there's a predator in the trees," they go, "Oh no, Dinesh, it's just the wind," or "Yeah, there's a predator, but he's not going to land on my back." So there's denialism. There's an effort to look away. We don't really live in the Reagan era anymore. And yet there's probably a sizable chunk of people right of center who are just kind of wishing we did. They're pining for that kind of kinder, gentler America. And as a result, they don't see that we've seen a gangsterization of our politics on the left. Now, you're right. Some of it's in the government, but some of it also is in these kind of roving militias that the left is able to deploy. And these are guys who operate as if they're above the law. I mean, if you looked at those kind of Hamas Palestine activists in the Cannon building, you look at their faces, there's not the slightest hint of fear. Hey, we're going to be rounded up. We're going to find ourselves in solitary confinement. We're going to be locked up for months awaiting trial. We'll be facing serious charges. No, they were like, we know that's never going to happen to us. We are, in that sense, above the law. And that's a good hallmark of a police state.
You tell some incredibly powerful stories and personal accounts in the film. Can you share with us how you selected those individuals who you sought out and interviewed?
I wanted to have two kinds of individuals in the film. The first is whistleblowers, informants, people who had direct and personal knowledge of how this police state started, how it developed, how it's organized, the architecture of it, who's in charge of it. And so that's the reason, for example, I teamed up with Dan Bongino. He's a former NYPD officer, a Secret Service agent. So this is really something he knows a lot about. And we have other, not just FBI whistleblowers, but whistleblowers from the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, HHS, the Health and Human Services Department, the Air Marshals. I mean, it is amazing how many areas of government are penetrated by these sort of police state tactics. The other type of person in the film is ordinary guys kind of going about their life, and they come face to face with what Orwell calls the boot stamping on the human face. And I think that's really important because I want people to realize it's not just about Trump. Yes, he is the primary target. Yes, these 90 plus charges are over the top. That's exact, classic police state thuggery. But it's not just about Trump, and it's not even just about the January 6th protesters. We have a section on January 6th, which I think casts a new light and gives new information about January 6th. But I also want to show that you've got people who are moms, who are involved in their kids' education. You got pro-life activists, you got traditional Catholics, you got people just kind of doing their thing in their America, living out their American dream. And then they realize, wait, why is someone knocking on my door? Is that a battering ram? Why is that a helicopter over my lawn? And I think this can actually happen to anyone.
Yeah, I think that the one of the most powerful aspects of the film, at least in my case, was the opening scene where you depict what an individual, an ordinary American, would be experiencing should the police and FBI and others invade their house and take them into custody for something that they thought was a peaceable action. And so, from that standpoint, it really is dramatic. The story of Mark Houck, others who we've documented here at the Daily Signal, appreciate you giving them the attention that I think that other Americans need to be aware of what they've endured.
Yeah, with Mark Houck, he had some of the dash cam footage and some of the actual footage of the raid at his house. And so we got that. It's in the film. At the same time, he gave us a clinical description of what happened blow by blow. and we hired FBI consultants to recreate it. That's the opening scene. That is actually Mark Houck at the opening scene. And I wanted to do these recreations with so much authenticity that if somebody was watching from the FBI, they would be like, "Whoa, that's exactly how that would have gone down." So the power of a film is that we can discuss the police state. You can tell people about the police state, but without them feeling it and seeing it and experiencing it, it has a certain unreality. People are able to sort of avert their gaze. No, it's not going to happen here. We're so accustomed in America to thinking of a police state as a Stalin overcoat or a Hitler mustache that when a police state appears here in American accents and marching behind the banner of saving democracy and upholding the rule of law and fighting for truth against misinformation, it's a facade that is aimed at suckering people into believing that there isn't a naked brutality behind what's going on, but there is.
Yeah, that's this interview and and the movie Police State. It's probably something that everybody should watch. It's informative, and getting the information that you can from every angle is going to be important. All right, Epic Times OC Daily, House Select Committee on China Chairman Mike Gallagher assured U.S. allies in the Indo-Pacific that Congress has their back in the face of coercive and aggressive behaviors by the Chinese regime. So that's going to be, we were already told China's going to invade Taiwan. Who's this? Oh yeah, dang nabbit. See, that's not just buffering. That's just, for some reason, these guys' videos are not wanting to play. So we'll just go about, let's see. Yeah, I don't really care too much about Biden. Doesn't represent me. Rashida Tlaib's Jewish constituents dismayed at her refusal to condemn Hamas. Yeah. Well, what do you expect? Missouri Attorney General's report exposes Soros-funded prosecutor Kim Gardner over 25,000 cases dismissed, misuse of taxpayer funds, and rights violations. Yeah, it's going to slowly catch up. Major Dem money machine announces new target for 2024. Yeah. We need to get the lobbyists need to go. They need to go bye-bye. Yeah. These wild card candidates can upend the 2024 election. Let's see what they got to say. Multiple third-party candidates could be on the presidential ballot in 2024, potentially siphoning off a large portion of the electorate in another likely close race. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West are running as independents. Former Green Party nominee Jill Stein is running again. West Virginia Democrat Senator Joe Manchin could run with centrist organization. No labels, and a Libertarian Party candidate will likely also be on the ticket in 2024. A long list of potential third-party candidates paired with two unpopular major party frontrunners is a good recipe for increased third-party presidential voting in 2024. Kyle Klondike, a nonpartisan polling analyst and managing editor for Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia's Center for Politics, told the Daily Caller. Honestly, I'm beginning to believe the Daily Caller is beginning to move in a direction that I don't particularly care for. I'm probably going to end up tuning them out here shortly, because there's a lot of rhetoric going on. Candace Owens voiced her opinion in regards to the Palestine-Israeli situation. Ben Shapiro has become an ass about it. I'm sorry, you don't believe in Christ, I don't believe in you. So it's that simple. Make it easy. Police protesters clashed during march intended to stop construction of Cop City Training Center. That's down south again. I believe that's that might be Georgia. Is that where that was? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Atlanta, outside the Atlantic City. Yeah. So it's we're gonna start seeing all this stuff's gonna start picking us up, you know. Um, yeah. Yeah. John Rich, Cat Turd. I have to ask a serious question. Is there anything more American than John Rich, Cat Turd, and the bearded vet crew giving the finger to haters? No, I guess not. Let's see. Killing freedom only took one little prick. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's like none of their videos want to play. None of their videos want to play. That's kind of messed up. Yeah, that one played, no problem. Let's see, we were down here. What's this here? Yeah, can you see it? Make that big. Too bad we can't zoom in on it. Or can I? Can I make it bigger? I might be able to make it bigger. Can you see it? No, no, that didn't work. Troop 666. Yeah. I can't watch any of his stuff anymore either. You know, Aquaman was one of my favorite movies. I thought he did a good job in it, but turns out that he's a little bit more than expected to be. Definitely. Let's see. All right. Well, let's get away from that. Let's get into beginning of our what we have to show today. Let's start off with this interview. Patriot Underground and Kerry Cassidy. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. This is Patriot Underground here. Now, before we start the show, I just want to say a quick word on behalf of Patriot Underground Gold and PatriotUndergroundSilver.com. You folks have heard me talk a lot about rolling over your 401k and your IRA into precious metals. We all know that the dollar is on its way out. De-dollarization is here. The BRICS are spearheading this effort. Now is the time to make these moves, folks. Click the link in the description and my team will contact you and explain how easy it is, and this will be the best financial decision you've ever made. I'm not a financial analyst myself, but quite frankly, you don't have to be to see the direction that things are going in the world. We have a narrow opportunity to protect and secure the wealth that we've earned our entire lives. It's time to de-dollarize yourself and put your savings into precious metals. It's a no-brainer, folks. Click the link in the description, like I said, and you will be happy you did. All right, everybody, enjoy the show. Patriot out. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is November 13th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. As always, hello, everyone. Anybody out there taking the time to listen? Let me just kill the volume on 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface.
Wait a second. I have an echo happening somewhere.
I think it was my volume. I just turned my volume off. That was my bad.
Oh,
So
all right.
should be good to go now. I apologize, folks. So anyways, welcome to Patriot Underground. I'm very happy for this episode. I'm always happy to welcome my good friend, Kerry Cassidy, back to the show. And this time, of course, we get to do it on camera. I think this was the first time that Kerry has seen me, so it'll be a little bit different, but I'm sure it'll still be a really interesting conversation. So for those people out there who basically are new, I mean, you must be new if you don't know who Kerry Cassidy is. But so if you are, I'll just say this. Kerry is a great American patriot. She is a truther. She's a researcher. She's an author. She is the founder and the CEO of Project Camelot, which has been up and running now for 18 plus years. She's done thousands and thousands of whistleblower interviews. She's always at the forefront of all the most recent developments. She's also, in addition to that, a precog, which gives her really unique insights into future events, which she frequently talks about. So Kerry is truly amazing. It's an honor to have you back, Kerry. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. And great to see your face, as we normally don't get to see.
Thank you. And it's great to see yours as always, but nothing new here, right? So, well, you know, Carrie and I were having a conversation the other day, as we typically do before we do a show. And we were talking a little bit about an interview that Juan O'Savin did recently with John Michael Chambers. I believe this was probably about 10 days ago now. I think it was like November 3rd. So this wasn't like something that just happened over the past couple of days. And this was actually a very interesting interview because, first of all, it was very short. And Juan's interviews are not known for being short. And, you know, but in I think about 29 minutes, he packed in a lot of really interesting information that we're going to talk about tonight. And we're going to go into, what is it? I think there's probably 6 or 7 different items that I had on my list here. Let me just take a look here. We're going to talk about Trump's return. They got into that a little bit. The overturning of 2020, the deployment of troops. He made some comments about that. He also talked about the border crisis, specifically having to do with these sleeper cells, because we know all these military age males have been coming into the border, flooding into the border, especially since Biden took office. I think it's something like 8 to 10 million more than we already had. So that's, and it sounds to me like he's kind of shaping that up as what's going to look like or what's going to be the near-death experience. They also talked a little bit about the war in Israel, the financial crash. So there was a lot of information in this interview. I actually shared it on Telegram. I think folks should check it out. So we're going to talk about that and many other subjects as well. So, Carrie, where do you want to begin? I mean, I know that this was an interview that really, you know, you had a lot to say about. So do you want to start with Trump's return and some of the comments that he made having to do with, because, you know, he did say, and by the way, for those people out there, I know a lot of people are very critical of Juan, but I will remind everyone that whether you love him or whether you hate him, he was really the only one that I can correctly remember that said that Biden was going to actually be sworn in at a time when everyone else was pretty much convinced that that wasn't going to happen. He also, you know, he did predict the gut punch, you know, talking about Trump's arrest. That did come to pass. So, you know, regardless of whether you love him or you hate him, Juan certainly is, I believe, and I know Carrie agrees with me, and it probably even more, she would state it even like more significant terms than I would, as being a spokesperson for the White House. I certainly believe that Juan is very, very high up in the ranks, and certainly is, you know, he's doling out intel. So let's talk about this a little bit, Carrie. He did say that he said that Trump, I wrote down the quote here. He said, Trump is on his way back. He's doing fine, and he will be recognized as commander in chief before 2024. So why don't we start there and give us your thoughts, because I know you had kind of broken that down and analyzed that a little bit for your audience, but for the benefit of my audience, why don't we start there and we'll see where we go.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I want to have a caveat here, because it occurred to me after I was posting about this and making a big deal about it, that it could have been that Juan was actually talking in shorthand. I'm just giving him a little leeway just in case, because he was talking to John Chambers, and perhaps just in the course of, you know, he tended to get a little bit, it was really fascinating to me. He started raising his voice, and he started almost not yelling, but almost, you know, speaking louder, purposefully, when he was talking about this sort of litany of things that he was saying going to happen, boom, boom, boom. And this all transpires halfway through the interview. So, you know, the first part is a little more sedate, and then the second part is when he's really more hard hitting than he's been in a long time. And so when he started talking like that, he seemed to be saying 2024, 2024, but he wasn't specifying that it's the election 2024 or 2024, the year. Obviously, we have a month and a half to go for 2024. So it is actually, as far as I know, he has not said that unequivocally anywhere else until now. And this interview took place on November 3rd, I believe. So it's on my Telegram. I actually broke it down. I quoted him or paraphrased him as specifically as I could, and the points he was making. So you can go there and check that out. I did also text it around to people. I sent it to Juan. I said, did you misspeak, or, you know, did you mean January 2024, or were you talking about the election 2024? So I think I did ask him, would he please clarify that on a interview that he's going to be doing. I'm sure he'll be talking to Nino very soon.
Mhm.
So anyway, just wanted to sort of set the scene a little bit before we go off the deep end and think he definitely meant January, because we're a month and a half away from January. If all of these things are going to happen, boom, 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 I, for one, would be very happy, because we're kind of, people like me have been sitting around twiddling our thumbs, in essence, waiting for these things that are basically coming down the pike. And this is like, I guess, what do you call that? A redundancy, but Albert Pike, way back in the 1800s, not Juan, by the way, actually predicted all of this stuff leading up to the instatement of what we know of as the New World Order.
Mhm.
So then I did a recent interview. Can't remember, did we talk about this as well with the Anglo-Saxon mission information?
I don't
And
think we have, no.
Oh, we didn't. Oh, so I could wrap some of that in here, not to bore people, but just to remind them. It's all on my website, so you can go, and I have done a new sort of a forward to the actual document that was sent. So what happened was, we had a whistleblower, this is back in 2010, who in 2005 was a military guy. He was a military, I forget his exact rank, in the British military. He had actually had alien interaction in the British military. He had also been a trusted officer. He was let in on a very top secret, meeting of the Illuminati in 2005. He came forward in 2010 to report to Project Camelot. He reported to me, and at the time, my former partner, Bill Ryan, we were actually split at that point. So we were not working together, hadn't been for a while. And so Bill did an interview with him. So Bill has an interview out there somewhere, but I objected to some degree to the interview, because it left off a great deal of what the man had to say, just by the virtue of not Bill's problem or anything like that. It was just because when you do interviews, you get to certain things and other things go by the wayside or don't get touched on because they're too involved. So if you go to the document that I've got linked on my website, I reposted it, like I say, with a new introduction, explaining that he goes through the years. He actually goes back in time. He talks about how we've been, genetically re-engineered. I think to some degree, he talks about what I call the Anunnaki, what he was calling another race. I'm sorry, my dog. Neil, can you get my dog? She
Is that a squeaky toy?
She just found a squeaky toy.
I'm glad that was a squeaky toy and not the dog. I was a little bit concerned.
No, she has decided she wants to be the star of the show. So sorry for this.
Well, my cat might make an appearance a little bit later.
Okay, can you please take her? Anyway, so what I'm saying here is that okay, my train of thought.
We're talking about Bill's interview with this individual.
Yeah. So just saying that the document is on the front page of my website, Anglo-Saxon Mission, but it is an augmented, it is the actual person before he died, and he is dead. He passed on a while ago. And I had some back channel communication with his relatives and so on. Mm-hmm. So want to say that he was a very good man. He was also an artist, and he was a very, good, loving man at heart. And he became very dismayed, especially during this meeting, to see that they had been planning for years, and we're talking just a laundry list of items that were coming down the pike. And these things were on the list. Okay. COVID, he said China's going to catch a cold, is what they told him, or they told the meeting, and other things among that. So it was going to be a bioweapon released somehow to China or on China and by China. And I believe that actually follows the litany of stuff we have, which is not only did China release the weapon and was involved somehow on Wuhan, of course, their own people, but on Lombardy, Italy, specifically, I believe it was sprayed over New York City, portions of that. I believe there were other what we call hot spots. Okay.
Mhm.
So when this happened, it also came out of Fort Detrick in the United States, and somehow they got working together with the Chinese on this weapon. So the stuff that has been out there, the lies about the release in the Wuhan lab, not lab, marketplace and all that nonsense, this is actually not true. Now, I knew it was not true initially. I knew right away because I have a very good sense of true and false. I'm not saying it always works, but a lot of times it does. And that tells me when something is true or is false right away. I got a lot of pushback from that back in the day, but I don't want to get digress here. So what we're really talking about is what's going on now and what Juan has been promising. Now, he has been promising a near-death experience. I don't think that any of the whistleblower material or stuff of the past used those words, but he has been using those words for the last several years, at least 3, maybe even 4.
Yeah.
And so if something happens, which it certainly looks like it will, and I will say that the inciting incident, at least to the World War III, will be Israel, according to the Anglo-Saxon mission guy, and that it will be Israel attacking Iran. Now, that's what they said. That doesn't mean it's true. I'm just telling you what that material said. I actually think it's very possible that that will trigger a kind of a nuclear response or the threat of a nuclear response from Iran. And that's where we're going to begin. And then you've got 2 superpowers. And a lot of people think Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and that is wrong. Okay, now I know this for a fact because I interviewed numerous times the nuclear scientist Kesh. Do you remember Kesh? Maybe you didn't know
remember
about
that.
him.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, well, I interacted with him quite a bit. We were set to meet with him. We were leaving from Venice, Italy. We'd flown over there to meet with him. He was located nearby on the outskirts, somewhere near Venice, Italy at the time.
Mhm.
And what happened is we were both shot in the streets of Venice. This is what we believe happened, with some kind of weapon that made us both get sick, one right after the other, like within 5 or 10 minutes. By something, we got deathly ill, both of us. Like, I don't want to get too graphic here, but unbelievable. Okay. Super, super sick. Now, my friend at the time, was hit harder than I was. I also tend to bounce back from a lot of stuff. My health is, I have amazing health. So what happens is he was even worse. I checked us out of that hotel right away. It was at 3 a.m, strangely. And I actually had already spotted a more upscale hotel down the street that we had avoided because of the price. But I actually went right there. I brought my partner. We went up to the desk. We had to act like we weren't sick. And this is actually before the days of COVID. Okay, so people weren't suspicious of you. They didn't know whether you were sick or not sick or whatever, luckily. But anyway, we were shot with something, and we were down for we were supposed to catch a train that early the next morning and meet Kesh. It completely derailed our meeting. We weren't able to go at all. We were supposed to catch a flight, so we had no way of changing our flight. We didn't have the money to change our flight back in the day. So all of this ensued and interfered with us meeting with Kesh at the time. But I have talked to Kesh on and off the record. I know that Iran has nuclear weapons, okay? All of this stuff they put out there is not true about these countries, of course. Of course, Israel has nuclear weapons. Everyone knows that. I assume they know that. So I'm just saying the nuclear standoff, I know you're thinking it might be in the United States. I actually think it's going to have to do with Iran and Israel. I could be wrong. It could be a future event. Timing is always very strange when you're trying to predict stuff. So I'm not trying to predict anything. I'm simply telling you that it's on this list of the Anglo-Saxon mission guy, that's the next event that's supposed to happen. Now, one thing about his list, and I went over the list in a prior interview that I did, and excuse me, I'm not remember who I did that with, but
You do a
Anyway,
lot.
it's on my website. You can read everything there. I also did, like I said, a preamble where I list all these things. It looks like the timeline, and this is going back before 2005, even years before that, is still happening. Like they were going to stop it, but it appears they were unable to. But it was delayed massively when Trump came into office and Hillary didn't win. Okay, so that kind of derailed their plans temporarily, but they're back on track now. The Biden show is all run by the same people that were running Hillary, which involves Obama, and the New World Order and that whole group. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So understanding that they're ostensibly running the United States. And I do want to talk about this, even go back and forth with you a bit on this idea of who is really running our country. Is Trump the commander in chief, as we believe and know he is, and even Juan has said unequivocally that he is, and that he is actually still president, but he's president of the republic? How does that work out when you play that out? You see what I'm saying?
Well,
This
one
is
thing
where everyone is completely confused, and where people are actually not just confused, but kind of pissed off by the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I agree. And one thing that did kind of catch my attention, though, is that one said that Biden, I call fake Biden because I can't bring myself to call him anything else, but that fake Biden is recognized basically by the entire military as being the commander in chief. He said in this interview, except for, I think he worded it as like a very thin group, but the group, of course, in Cheyenne Mountain.
And he said the ones that are top power. So right. Yes, in Cheyenne Mountain, that was shut down by Trump before he left office. And then, but in March, so Biden was sworn in January 21st of 2021. Trump was reinstated by the military, or at least by this portion of the military, through voting, that they actually put him back in as commander in chief and never sent the codes or anything else to Biden. Right. Okay. And I've actually seen Trump announce that on a whole. I've told people this many times, but I saw him speak in Minden, Nevada, and he was just rolling on with his normal speech. But for some reason, I really zoned in on this particular part of his speech in which he said he was actually doing a whole litany of which presidents had the codes and which didn't, and how long they kept them. And he basically said, Clinton had them, then lost them. He said Obama had them and lost them, or never had them. And, then he went down to Biden. He said he's never had them. Trump has them. Nobody else has them. Okay. He was unequivocal, at least live in that setting. Okay. So I don't know that he's ever done that anywhere else, because I've never heard anyone else talk about that. But he has actually said that, okay, to the public. Now, they've been quiet since then, and that was actually a few years ago. But nonetheless, it still has a great impact and is true. So you're not going to have a nuclear standoff that involves the United States unless Trump is involved. And if Trump is involved, he's going to have to step forward. You can think of it this way: as a person who is in control of the codes, which would only be the commander in chief. You see how that works? Mm-hmm. And what Jan Halper Hayes has said to the public, it got picked up like lightning, went around the world. It was on a British TV show. And she said, not only does Space Force, and that's what she said, Space Force has all the evidence of the steal, and they do have it on blockchain, by the way, which would have watermarked it, if I understand it. And I've known they've had it, and I've been, begging Juan to come forward with that information, which they won't, because they say, oh, it's going to cause a civil war. I don't think that's true. I also think that the civil war is coming, but it's not just going to come because of that. But I digress again. So to get focused on this is just that Trump has the codes. We have the threat of a nuclear incident. If indeed Juan is correct and he wasn't misspeaking, then if Trump is coming to the fore in the next month and a half, This is huge news. Okay. And I think he trotted that out with John Michael Chambers. I think John, I don't know a lot about Chambers, but I have met him in person. And I know, I want to talk about this. His whole network has just been merged with this Christian right group, and a bunch of journalists have left, especially the most principled ones, saying they're going to water down the truth. So this is really crucial. Like at a crucial moment, this network has now been taken down. Chambers has retired supposedly to Thailand, but then he made a bunch of videos, so I don't know how retired he really is. And basically the bottom line seems to be that something about the interview with Chambers, Juan, JFK Jr., was using as a platform to trigger the dark side. Now, understanding that when the media does anything, and that includes Veterans Today, and I've been following them for years and years and years and know the principles behind it, and they were taken over, by the way, a while ago. The bottom line is that if an agency or a part of government or a secret part of government wants to send a message to the other side, a lot of times they'll put something in the news. They'll tuck it into the news in a way that the general public won't catch on. Mm-hmm. But Juan has done that exact thing because, the White Hats are actually following a lot of the playbook items and the way that the secret society, which we call the Illuminati, has operated all these years, understanding that they knew that they needed to be a secret society in and of themselves, and that a lot of the methods of the dark side, like them or not, were actually effective in keeping them secret. So they play both sides, by the way. So they actually almost took the Illuminati's secret society playbook and followed it for their own, guide on how to be a secret society, where they were so secret that the Illuminati couldn't follow them. Understand? And they are a collection, again, because some people still don't know who the White Hats are, of military, ex-military agents, ex-agents. You never really become an ex-agent, but nonetheless, and people like police officers and so on and so forth. So this is where we really need to focus. We need to look at the situation. We need to see that these things have already come forward, and that in this Anglo-Saxon mission statement, that he got all these points from a meeting he was part of the Illuminati in the city of London. Okay, so this was not anybody lightweight. And I think it was Admiral Hill Norton, or Norton Hill, however you say that, is one of the key figures. He didn't name some of the others, but he kind of hinted about who some of the top others might be. How he died, I don't know exactly. Okay, I don't remember. He might have died of some fast-acting cancer. I'm not sure, but he died several years ago. So just want to say that it is very strange to me. And I think when you're a student of history and not just some, going off your rocker emotionally, what you really want to look at is, has the Illuminati playbook happened, and is it continuing to happen? Because a lot of people want to say, oh, the White Hats are in control, they're winning, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at this coming back to 2005, and you see that their playbook is actually happening. They said Israel would start the World War III. They said it would start in the Middle East. It would be a huge war, which is also what Pike had said back in the day. So we are actually still on that timeline, strangely.
You know what I found interesting too, that one of the things that Juan talked about in reference to this whole purpose of, World War III emanating from Israel, he really put it in a different context. He said, if I remember correctly, it was something like, the real dogfight is America. And that, it's not, the big battle isn't in Israel. It's not Hamas. It's not Hezbollah. He listed off, a whole bunch of different areas. And in essence, he was basically trying to say that this was connected to the deep state's plan to crash the dollar. That
Yes.
basically, we all know that the petrodollar is backed by the U.S. military. And in essence, that we guarantee safe passage for all of this oil, not we, but our military, our government, and that basically is the foundation of our currency. And he kind of likened it to, I mean, he's had some of his own experience over there in crashing the ruble in Russia, which he frequently talks about, and he kind of characterized this conflict that's going on right now as part of this whole plan to get all. I mean, he connected really all of these different dots to get all of our attention, our media attention, our military, of course, all of our troops over there. And meanwhile, the border is just getting flooded. And he said, basically, that's the real attack. They want to get our attention focused on Israel. And in that exact moment, when we're left vulnerable, that we're going to see this mass activation of these sleeper cells. And, for me, I had always kind of, you talked about the near-death experience. I had always kind of equated that with this nuclear standoff. Like that was going to be the real near-death experience. Like we're all going to be, terrified that nukes are going to start flying and this and that. And indeed, that might be part of it. But the way that he talked about this issue at the border and how what's going on overseas is in large part a distraction from that, and that the real attack is coming, that it sounded to me like he was saying that was going to be the real near-death experience. And he didn't really obviously elaborate. Maybe he doesn't know in what form these attacks are going to come. I mean, in my view, they're already starting. They've already started all of these 5th-gen attacks. I certainly think that they've already activated a number of sleeper cells, but we also know that they've got literally millions and millions and millions that have come in just since Biden took over. And so if they were to en masse just start attacking, thousands and thousands of attacks simultaneously, I mean, that would be a true near-death experience. But I almost wonder, I mean, how do you come back from that? I mean, once that cat is out of the bag, and our military forces, presumably are overseas, or they're basically everywhere else but where they should be, protecting our own border. And you've already got a whole bunch of people out there on a sort of a hair trigger. And, to me, that sounds like the recipe for disaster. And I don't see how the military, unless, and I know that this is, sort of a controversial idea, but unless the white hats have massively infiltrated this whole this deep state operation at the border. But what possible response could they have? Because I know Juan has said in the past that in the end, the military would be called in, the military would step in essence, to stop a civil war. But if it gets that far and we have all of these, these random sleeper cells just going off all at once, I just don't really see, I mean, unless I'm missing something here, how that wouldn't, then just completely unravel very quickly into a civil war type of a situation. Because I've always said, once people start picking up their weapons to defend their families, and, I mean, all bets are off. Everything kind of goes out the window at that point. And to me, the white hat plan had always been to prevent a scenario like that from unfolding. So what are your thoughts on that? I mean,
well, let me say this. Okay. See, yes, I understand what you're saying, and I understand how you're following that trail. But according, again, to my information and also to my analysis of what Juan's trying to say. So yes, he did highlight the petrodollar and that it is actually part and parcel. And I did some added research on this now, and I posted it on my Telegram. I don't know if I had time to post it to you, but it is there. So if people want to go see it, but I just want to say that I found an article that was written earlier this year, about February 2023. I think it was this year. And basically talking about the whole role of how Saudi Arabia is withdrawing slightly from the whole backing of the petrodollar, going to encourage other currencies, and also considering joining the BRICS. Now, what this tells you, and it's actually, I wrote it, it's quite a litany. You can see that what the US is actually doing, and it's not Israel by itself. This is key, okay? So what it reveals is not only do we have the Ben Gurion pipeline or canal that they want to build, the pipelines they also want to put through northern Gaza, that this whole package was pre-planned in advance, sad to say, with the help of the United States. Now, I'm assuming not the white hats. However, this is key. The white hats are going along with it. And this is worrying, okay? Because shades of what will become the Trump administration, okay? And what they do and who they back and how much truth will really come out when they're in office, okay? Now, what is happening here is that they are using Israel, they're using Hamas. That whole thing was set up. It was all known in advance. Don't ever believe anyone who tells you differently, because the evidence is so prolific.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it comes from all different sides. And now we are finding out that the U.S. with their ships in the Gulf, and also with they've got like over 5,000 military people on the ground in Israel participating in the genocide of Hamas, okay? Fully cognizant of what the hell they are doing. And the movement, again, they're giving, like, they've got this new thing, they're going to allow 4 hours for them to move south, okay? This is unbelievable, okay, what's going on there. And on top of it, Saudi Arabia, and okay, I talked about the AI and the AI component in the surveillance, that Israel said they were a AI superpower in basically April of this year, before the whole attack happened. That it's absolutely clear that this stuff has been set up, that they even created Hamas at a certain point. And so what we're really talking about is a complete setup that involves these pipelines, that involves giving Israel, it's a shift in power in the Middle East to take away the power that Saudi Arabia and the other Arab countries have, and I guess Russia as well, because Russia's pipeline was attacked, as you know, Nord Stream and all that. So what we're talking about is, and I'm actually contacted Dean Henderson, because he's an American journalist who has written books on this whole oil debacle worldwide. But Juan also said in the same interview, which he said many times and is absolutely true, oil is a renewable resource, just like primary water, by the way, that Deborah Tavares has accented and gone into. So when they try to tell you there's a water shortage, that's false. And so what we're looking at is not a scarcity of oil. And in fact, on the contrary, the United States has a huge bastion of oil reserves.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump was releasing that when he was in office, apparently, getting us off of any dependency in the Middle East. But what's happened again is this reversal into scarcity, or scarcity thinking, in the Middle East, that involves Netanyahu being a puppet, in essence, not in charge, but being used. And this whole shift to let Israel, and Israel, when you talk about Israel, in essence, I don't think Israel would even exist without the help of the United States. And I've been researching this in depth. Okay. So without the backing of this big tiger, this military tiger, even though Israel has a tremendous amount of military power, they have nuclear weapons in Dimona. They're also run by the Anunnaki, and I have witnesses on this, and I can talk about that, but I don't want to beat this drum over and over again, but it's still pertinent.
Mm-hmm.
And the Anunnaki are crucial when you're looking at our financial situation. So again, the petrodollar, the fall of the dollar, the pushing down of the dollar, but it can be reversed. And see, Juan is actually, he's kind of let the playbook out of at least the White Hats to a degree, when he said that actually the dollar is going to go up in the future and be, again, the reserve currency. The only way that would happen is if this attack and this moving of pipelines and digging of the Ben Gurion Canal, focus going to Israel to put them in a power position. They're basically going to take a lot of the power away from even Egypt, that is totally financed by the US and backed, okay? For years and years, the US backed a dictator in Egypt. And I lead tours there. I talk to the locals all the time. I can tell you, that is a totalitarian government for all intents and purposes. And the US backs that, okay? So they do not let those people, and another thing they do in Egypt is put a lot of the prisoners that are supposed to go to Guantanamo, that are a certain kind of prisoner, and I don't know exactly the divisions, they go to prison in Egypt. And Egypt is like their backdoor fallback, Okay, so just saying, a lot of people don't realize that when we're looking at the Middle East, we're looking at a place where the U.S. has their hand in almost every pot in every direction, right?
Mhm.
And if you get back to Lawrence of Arabia, which is a wonderful movie, it does relate to the fact that these, what we call countries, in, back in the day in the Arab world, are not considered countries per se. They are maybe fiefdoms, all right, family bloodline fiefdoms,
Right.
but having to do with the Bedouins, having to do with the kind of style of life they had back then, and so on, which, by the way, included child brides to old men.
Right.
This is their way. Okay, this is not what we would term pedophilia from our point of view. In their world, is perfectly acceptable at a certain, in a certain context. Okay, and so I'm just, kind of, I know I'm spreading out a bit here, but to get back to this situation. So Saudi Arabia, you've got to start focusing on Saudi Arabia, and I think it's called Salman bin Salman, whatever, you know who I mean?
Mhm.
The Saudi Arabian prince who's in charge, by the way. And by the way, this gets back to the Vegas attack
That's right.
in
Yeah.
the United States, that was even said to be a kind of a coup. What happens is he was going to make peace with Israel right before this whole thing started. Well, they can't have that because they wanted to shift the power away from Saudi Arabia, because they can't have this superpower oil country in charge of what would, in essence, take down the dollar. So this, so it's kind of convoluted, and I may not even have all the pieces. Okay, so because we're not party to every deal that's made, every handshake that goes on behind the scenes, but I just want to say the world needs to stop focusing so much on Hamas versus Israel and start realizing how involved the United States is, how this could lead to a nuclear standoff wherever it happens. And I also want to say this about the interesting thing about the whole Hamas terrorist idea. Okay, this actually harks back, believe it or not, to the thinking, harks back to 9/11 and the idea, that one man's terrorist and is another man's freedom fighter. And why would we be put into this scare position, this terror position, that in the United States, yes, we have an open border. Yes, we have people coming in, but the Chinese are more of a threat, actually, as far as I'm concerned, than the Hamas. But you have to look at it a little more, focused, because anytime you have a terrorist group, they're always backed by the state. It's been proven again and again and again. So do not think that it's going to be, oh, we should be so scared of Hamas and they're going to drum up some attacks and attack us all over the United States. No, I don't see that. I see only orchestrated events that have been already going on, which involve things like Ohio, which involve, train spills, which involve Maui, the attack at Space Force, a direct attack on Space Force, revealing that Space Force itself, even in Cheyenne Mountain and NORAD, would be infiltrated. And then we have very weird things going on in our alternative media. And I know I'm jumping subjects here, but I think it's important because I feel like people, they isolate these events, okay? And they don't seem to see the connecting lines. And then we have what is a very well-known alternative channel that was actually making money and rising in popularity. I've been on there several times as a guest, as have others. And James Grunvik has really made a name for himself as a crack journalist. I have to give him some credit here, as well as others. Okay. Josh is another person. There are others. I understand. I didn't see her show, but Alexandra from Forbidden Truths, or whatever her website's called. What I'm saying here is that it's very strange that right in the midst of all of this craziness, a very good, solid, quite large media outlet called AMP, America Media Periscope, has now suddenly had what I think is actually, a forced merger, right? With this Christian network, which is kind of a Christian cable network, if I understand it correctly. And that those people also, at least according to my back channel sources, are probably Zionists, okay, behind the scenes, which lends a whole different light to the situation. It even speaks that maybe this whole operation is a Mossad intervention into the alternative media sector, and coming at a time again when Israel wants good headlines, wants positive, reinforcement for who they are and what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't take that lightly. I know some people do, but I am looking at that very closely. I happen to be in touch with some of the journalists that have been operational in that show in the background, and I can tell you that they are planning to create their own channel. But a lot of people don't realize this, okay? My channel on YouTube was taken down, I think it was 2021, March. Since then, I actually still to this day have people say to me, oh my, you haven't been doing anything. I haven't seen you around. Where are you? Blah, blah, blah. Because they only go to YouTube and they don't pay any attention. They don't even do a Google search. I mean, people are just insane in that way.
Yeah, they
So,
think YouTube's the only platform. A lot of people have
Yeah.
no idea that Rumble even exists.
It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
And so what happens is when you have a tried and true, anything that starts to get a name for itself, don't take that lightly, that they have suddenly been crashed in on, had, what is in essence an anti-attack on them. They have all abandoned ship. Okay, a lot of the good journalists, and I'm talking a lot of journalists, jumped ship right, like exactly when this happened. I think that I'm going to go out on a limb here a little bit, and probably people won't like it, but I'm going to bring it up. One of the owners who actually sold out to this company is Chambers. Now, look at this scenario a little bit. He moves to Thailand, says he's retiring, but suddenly does interviews with various people, even about this takeover, right? And then on top of it, he had health problems for the last couple of years that they really attacked him health-wise. I consider COVID an attack. Okay, I consider that attack of the bioweapon on our population. So he was no exception. How it happened to him, he said he didn't take the jab, I think I heard, but apparently fallout, all of the jumping, well, I call the nanographene oxide jumping from person to person in public places. However that happened, he got very sick, maybe even close to death. Then he moves to Thailand. Then he sells out to this company. What do you see? I see a person who has been attacked and attacked and attacked and has basically become a weak link and allowed them to step in and take over the channel. So this is what we're looking at, okay? I don't think we should take, this is a war. I don't think we should be taking this lightly. I think that we should be paying attention. I think our guard should be up in the media, especially alternative media, because that's where the truth is coming from. And if they start taking us down, especially the tried and true people out here that we've learned to trust, that's going to be crucial.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, I think that it's really encouraging to hear that Grundvig and Reed and these other guys, I have great amount of respect for. I've actually would love to have an opportunity to talk with those guys at some point, but it's very encouraging that they're going to go off and start their own platform. Now, they weren't let go. They made the decision on their own to leave, correct?
Right.
Like instantaneously. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
in fact, they were given very bad packages, offers to stay.
Okay.
Lower pay, less, impact, whatever. I mean, it's not my business and I don't know all the details. Okay. But I do know that they were given what they consider to be very bad offers to stay.
Well, I mean, one thing I can tell you is that alternative media, the truth movement is always going to find a way. I mean, we're always going to find some other platform, build some other platform. I mean, we're fully committed at this point. So if they think that by taking down a platform or two, not to suggest that it's not significant and that's something that we shouldn't pay attention to, but if they think that's going to stop this movement at this point, they're absolutely insane. Now, let me kind of go back a little bit to where we started, talking about this interview that Juan did with Chambers. And I didn't really know that whole angle that you had just described, that he was one of the owners and so that's very interesting. But he did say that Trump, first of all, he said we're in for he said critical, brutal, tough moment ahead, which sounds to me like it's going to be, I mean, if we're talking about the border, if we're talking about all of these sleeper cells, we're talking about, I mean, God only knows what they've got cooked up, but that it seems to me like a lot of people, a lot of innocent people are going to be killed in this scenario that's coming. And so clearly it raises a whole bunch of questions that I think get right down to the heart of what you and I so often talk about, which is why, if you know this is coming, and I mean, in essence, I mean, I guess the way that Juan has described it is that, this has been going on for such a long time and it's got so much momentum that at a certain point, there are no real good options. And he's always talked about, and, to a degree, I believe this is true, that, they have to be very cognizant about how the public is going to react to the white hats coming out. And if they do things too prematurely, then it could be basically play directly into the deep state's hands, because the mainstream media could spin it and they could create all types of chaos, civil war, on and on and on. So I think there's a legitimate argument there. But like I was saying before, I mean, if this is allowed to go forward, my feeling is that because I do have faith in the plan and the white hats, and I think that ultimately we come through this, we come out on the other side of it. But to me, that seems like, if they didn't have some sort of safeguards in place, if they didn't have some way of addressing this issue at the border, because that's, I think, what I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on that. I mean, is there any conceivable way, in your view, that they could actually have a handle on this thing behind the scenes? Or do you think it's because if they don't, it seems to me like a recipe for total disaster and total chaos? And when you've got the military overseas, I mean, certainly we know about Cheyenne Mountain. I mean, I certainly would like to, I was a little bit surprised when I heard Juan characterize basically that the entire military is looking at recognizing Biden as the commander in chief, except for, the people with Q clearance in Cheyenne Mountain. I had always been of the viewpoint that it was a much larger portion. Like Trump said, he had 200 generals behind him when famously when he did that whole speech. So I was a little bit concerned when I heard that, because I've always been of the persuasion, let's just say, or I've been persuaded that the white hats do have hidden military assets all over the country and have been engaging in this covert operation for years now. And clearly the biggest attack vector, I mean, as far as just we the people here in America are concerned, it's the border. That's the biggest threat by far. I mean, certainly there's a whole conversation to be had about nuclear weapons. A lot of people don't even think that they still exist, that they've all basically been deactivated. That's a whole, other, I guess, rabbit hole we could get into. But I mean, as far as the border goes, I think this is something that we can all see. This is something that's very visible. We can see the massive hordes. We already know how many people have come across the border. So is there any conceivable way, in your view, that they could actually have some sort of a plan, some sort of a strategy, whether by infiltration or whether just by having military assets in the right places, to be able to prevent this thing from going completely sideways? Because once this starts, and I mean, let's face it, we're an armed country. I mean, people aren't just going to sit on their hands and not pick up their weapons and defend themselves and address these threats. This will happen. And I hope they understand that, because, people out there, I mean, I know a lot of people, they're not going to hesitate for 1 second when it comes to protecting their families. So, this makes it very, very real. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on from a white hat perspective, what you think. Do you think this is just going to be total chaos and a total free for all? Do you think that they have some sort of a strategy to handle this and prevent it from blowing up?
I think that they do have a strategy. In fact, I can talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
One of the shows I did with Nino, and Nino lives at the border, okay, as you may know. Mm-hmm. And so he is very close to a lot of what's going on down there. And I also know for a fact that Juan has made several trips down to the border. So he's extremely knowledgeable about what's going on down there.
Mhm.
One thing that Nino noticed kind of accidentally, and at the same time I was noticing because I got some intel coming in, is that we don't just have, enemy Chinese and maybe various races that even could pass as Chinese or whatever
Mhm.
coming in through our southern border. But we also have the White Hats, I think, have arranged to bring in and to train in Texas, and there's been evidence of this coming out, leaks, that they've been training a certain group of either Koreans or a mixture of Chinese and Koreans or other even country races from countries. In other words, they look kind of similar and can't necessarily be distinguished on the ground, by the average American, let's say.
I heard about El Salvador in that context too. I mean,
So let me say that I think they're seeding those groups that are sort of like as a stopgap to deal with this various groups that are coming in that are anti-American. They're backing us or supporting us with some pro-American groups that are going to look the part, but they're not going to be against us. And so they will be positioned, I believe, in key areas. Los Angeles, of course, being a definite battleground in this regard. Texas, various cities. So I don't think I don't think the White Hats are sitting on their hands. But on the other hand, I also am not so sure they're gauging the threat quite as well as they could be. In part because I think that, I say this many times, but I believe very clearly that David Adair was correct when he said that Sophia wanted bodies. She didn't want humans involved in building them. And so she, in essence, wanted androids, but androids built, and they could have easily been in Saudi Arabia, android soldiers. So if you look at, and we already know from our discussions with one of my whistleblowers called Pete Peterson, go back and watch those interviews, fascinating, where he was talking even back then, and this is probably 10 years ago, he was talking about we had armies underground of androids that are ready to fight the next war. Back then it was the next war. Now we are so close that I almost wouldn't call it the next war. I think we're merging into the war with off-planet and alien AI races. But be that as it may, because a lot of people don't want to go there. When, again, let's go back. Why does Israel announce to the world that they are an AI superpower? That would be like throwing down the gauntlet to someone like Saudi Arabia, who has Sophia, who has already been building for the last 5 years, bodies that could easily be soldiers. And I believe Israel has probably been building the same thing. They have probably been involved in building android bodies at the same time. And I've also suggested in prior interviews that some of the soldiers who are actually executing Hamas in this genocidal effort could easily be, they wouldn't be just regular humans. They could easily be cyborgs and or, completely controlled android soldiers that we're not party to. And the United States, of course, having their own armies of such. I'm just trying to put this into perspective so that people understand what we're really dealing with here. Now, the White Hats know what I know. All right, so they're not naive. Juan certainly knows what I know. It's interesting, there are a lot of hit things coming out on Juan right now. So someone is trying to shut him up, right? And I think that he has been extremely careful. I've noticed, a pattern in his interviews prior to the one with Chambers, where he actually came forward and he got very, energetic, let's say, over saying the things that were going to happen. I mean, he clearly said, we are going to have troops in the ground, I believe, in America, on American soil, before Trump is recognized as commander in chief. So again,
did he say on American soil?
Sorry?
Did he say on American soil we'd have troops on American soil?
Yes. Well, I believe he was talking about that. I mean, that's how I read it. And now everyone, I have it quoted on my Telegram. You can you can do your own research. You can certainly listen to the interview again and again and start to, see where nuances could come in and where he might have meant something else. But I believe he was basically saying, before Trump gets recognized, we will have American troops. We will have troops on our soil. And I believe that that's going to involve, if not a martial law kind of thing, do you know what I'm saying? Then some kind of pushback against any so-called terror attacks. But they're terror attacks backed by the deep state. These cells, as people call them, they're not just crazies running around with, bombs in their hands.
No.
And they haven't been, even back in the day when there were, I think this goes back to Patty Hearst and the Liberation Army and all this kind of thing. In other words, a lot of this has been going on even in Europe, and in certainly France is very familiar with this already, having had the Charlie Hebdo thing and so on and so forth. When you dig into it, you find a lot of false flags, you find a lot of people that didn't really die, it goes on and on. So if we're going to have some of those incidents, I don't know. I think it's possible. It's very possible, but there will be triggers. I think that we need clarification from Juan on this interview he did with Chambers to know whether he really was saying January, what is in essence 2024, January, the beginning of 2024, whether all of this is going to transpire up to there, or whether we're looking at months and months and months, again, of this drawn out thing, which leads up to an election that may never happen. And I have already come forward saying that I thought it was very possible that in June, I felt that that Trump may actually come forward at that time. I didn't have any idea that he would come forward this quickly. So I'm not certain, the evidence supports that. But of course, I'd be delighted. I mean,
sure, we all would. Yeah, we all would. Yeah.
But I do want to say one thing before we kind of move about.
Sure.
It's very important, I think, for people to understand the white hat thinking here. So you've got these groups, you've got the white hats, you've got the Illuminati, you've got the Mossad, you've got the CIA working together, by the way, and behind the scene,
right.
Part of the New World Order, part of even the Anunnaki push, etc. But you've also got a setup that is going to allow Trump to stand forward, not just as commander in chief, but to save the day in the way that he sort of has of doing so anyway. In other words, he was basically an incredible peacemaker. He was the one who should have won the award, right? Not Obama, who did nothing, right?
That was the biggest joke ever, yeah.
Right. So what we're really looking at an opportunity for Trump to, if Trump was we were to reach a nuclear standoff, however it happens and wherever it happens, right? Whoever's threatened, certainly in the United States is going to be involved one way or another, either defending or aggressing or whatever it is. So when you look at that, if Trump is the peacemaker, this could immediately not only reveal the white hat agenda to some degree, and the fact that he has been here all along holding the codes, not allowing Biden and the Biden show, as I call it, to take hold and have their nuclear, events, which they wanted to have a standoff with Russia that never came to pass. So, you know what I'm saying? In other words, that would put Trump in a position where even his naysayers here in the United States would have to grudgingly acquiesce if he saved the day in terms of a nuclear standoff. So I know it's kind of objectionable to say you're going to have a nuclear standoff and it's going to allow this guy to be a hero, but it's almost like inevitable, because any kind of standoff situation, nuclear or otherwise, Trump is in a position to stop. And I also think people need to get their heads into the leaders of these countries that are already totally cognizant and know, as does Netanyahu, by the way, that Trump is the real leader of our country, and that he is actually behind the scenes, as Jan Halper Hayes has said, not only commander in chief, and Juan has said the same thing, but he is also president. And the 2020 election, if they would just release the information, the evidence, he absolutely won. And so this is where we're going to be. Okay. We're going to be with a standoff of some kind. We're going to be with some kind of nuclear threat, whatever kind of threat. And someone is going to have to step in with a wiser, sort of approach. And it would logically be Trump, because he will have the influence. It doesn't matter whether even though he does have the office, even he has the office or not, because he has the influence based on everything he's done in the past, based on, by the way, something that's not being mentioned much, except by Charlie Freak, I think is called, who I did an interview with a long time ago. And I don't agree with Charlie's assessment. Okay. I don't believe the White Hats are totally in control. I believe they're actually, fighting every day to try to get some control. But I think that this thing, again, it goes back to 2005. It goes back to Pike in the 1800s. Obviously, the White Hats didn't drum up this scenario. It was already well underway when they jumped into the fray. Okay. So for them to be in control is not what's happening. Again, and just want to say, so it positions Trump perfectly to come forward again on the world stage and to save the day, and for the White Hats to reveal once and for all that Biden is not in control, to throw him out using the Law of War manual, which they had the right to do according to the Geneva Convention, going back to what was actually 1 year to the day when Biden was sworn in. Our military was supposed to come forward at that time, depose the entire fake government, and shoot on sight the traitors. That's actually in the Law of War manual. And Juan has talked a lot about the Law of War manual. So this is a Department of Defense document. I read some of it. I'm definitely quoting accurately about that. So this is actually worth looking at, and even stepping back from, and then realizing, now I know the White Hats say they want to wake people up, so that's why they're allowing this stuff to happen. But I think it gets a little deeper than that. I think that they are actually allowing certain things that work to their advantage and other things that aren't. They may be blocking, they may be sending off to the wayside, they may be interfering with what we don't know. There's actions taking place, and some mitigating circumstances that we, again, don't really know exactly what's going on. But I don't think they're sleeping. And I think Trump is a very busy statesman. I think he's extremely, extraordinarily sly and brilliant. And I also think it's very possible that the real Trump spends most of his time in Cheyenne Mountain and not out where it can be, taken shots at.
I totally agree with you. Absolutely. Well, you said that Trump would be in a position to stop this. Do you think that there have been secret alliances that have been made behind, this is talked about a lot between Putin, perhaps even Xi, what
Right.
Jim calls the TPX.
alliance.
Yeah, he
They
calls
call
it the TPX triumvirate, that basically that they've made this agreement that there's not going to be any worldwide world war. Do you buy into that, or do you think that that's still very much, do you think could still go in either direction? Because the way that a lot of people frame it is that, we're unequivocally, we're the decision's already been made by world powers, the ones who are really in control behind the scenes, that we're not going to go in that direction. We're not going to have a nuclear war, which would certainly lend a lot of credence to the theory that much of what we're watching is pantomime. If that's the case, if this had already been in essence sort of mapped out and gamed out behind the scenes, and we're just kind of watching this play out as a movie. But I don't know that you necessarily agree with that. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I object to the idea that it's playing out as a movie, again, in part because you got to know your enemy. And there's no way that the deep state has stood down, okay? And they probably never will. And there were even people that told us back in the day in Camelot, that they would destroy this earth or see it destroyed rather than stand down. You understand that?
Sure.
Rather than lose control. They don't care They don't see death as, the end anyway. They know full well that you're reincarnated so-and-so. But I'm sure they want to keep this game going. So I think that, again, what I was saying in the beginning of this discussion, where Juan appears to be throwing down the gauntlet, at least in the discussion with Chambers, and I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, whether the date that he was pushing, because what happened when he made that statement with Chambers that Trump was going to come forward by 2024, if that was really true and people thought that was true in a month and a half, then a lot of things would have to happen. Boom, 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 right? In the next few weeks, like unbelievable. But when he said that, Hillary came out around the exact same time and said, when Trump comes in office, or if he does, he will be a Hitler dictator. That's what she said unequivocally. Okay. And I don't have the video, but it's out there. So, and I believe that's a fake Hillary. I think she is killed. I think SGAnon has sufficiently backed that statement, but Juan objects. Juan does not agree with that, apparently. So I'm not, far be it to me, to say one way or the other, but I really,
Well, it's interesting. You brought up, you mentioned Jim Halpert. Oh, sorry. I'll let you consider.
No, it's okay. I mean, that I just wanted to say that it's, in other words, you throw down a gauntlet, you're looking for the enemy to have a reaction. You're trying to provoke or poke the tiger, so to speak, right? Or in Juan's case, he's constantly calling the bull, right?
Yeah.
That, that Trump's the Magador, and he's provoking the bull. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. Well, if the bull wasn't the enemy or the opposition, you wouldn't bother to do all that. It's just,
So they have to be a threat of some sort, right?
Right.
You know what? Yeah.
And it's very real. I mean, real people are dying. Let's,
100%.
be real.
100%.
I mean, and I can't even count the number of people who probably are still dying of COVID. So I know some people are out there saying COVID failed. Actually, I think it was a great success. And I think that the real success of COVID is the transhuman agenda that a lot of people won't speak to, which I have talked about over and over again. So, and look, I can't help you if you want to ignore that. Okay. But it's real. So looking at the playing field, it's all how you analyze it. It's all what you allow to come in to your kind of analysis, and analyze the playing field, see the different players, see the different investments. And I talked on another show about this, but interestingly, in the Anglo-Saxon whistleblower guy, he actually goes beyond this time and he looks to the future, and he talks about how they are working on the dark side to create their new world order, which is a totalitarian government to run us. We all know that. We all know that's the real battle, right? But on the other side of that is, whether you like it or not, a unity that could come about as a result of this so-called alliance, even understanding that we eventually have already started to join the galactic community, and that we are going to be fighting the negative alien races and AI races that have been invading our planet now for eons, and that we are going to be throwing them out. Okay. And you can't do that if we are being infiltrated in other countries, if people are working, at each other's throats here on Earth. Earth will have to be united. So a lot of this World War III stuff is all about getting the alliances in place to fight once and for all these invaders from outer space, believe it or not. So this is where we're going. I know you're not on the screen right now, so I don't know if we're done. If you want to come back and have more, or
all right. I just had to run out in the other room for 2 seconds, but I can still hear you. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. I absolutely. I agree with everything you said, and we can certainly talk about the transhuman agenda. We can kind of switch gears a little bit into, topics about AI and such. Most of our conversation, normally actually we kind of do get into AI and the transhuman discussion.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that here for a little bit. We're gonna come back to this a little bit later. I have something that I want to bring up right now, because you know me, I like to stick my nose where my nose don't belong, and I think that you guys are going to appreciate this. Here we go. Let me get.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming at you live! Catching all the apocalypse, folks. Oh yeah!
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I am joined with Snedhead David Snedeker. Man, it's been a while, Dave. You are an avid follower of Q. I can say that on my own program. You're an avid follower of Q. You follow all the posts. You're an expert at this. I'm always honored to have you on my show. You're a great guest. You have a lot of knowledge on this. So I would like to start off with saying thank you for coming on.
Well, thank you, David. It's been too long, my friend, and I appreciate you having me on. You're doing great. You've been crushing it just in terms of, you've been working your ass off, and my hat's off to you.
I would like to just say one thing, folks. If you want to donate to David Snedeker, it's David Snedeker, Snedeker, correct? David Snedeker on Cash App. They have deplatformed him. They have bombed him on Venmo. They have bombed him on PayPal. Please go to Cash App and give this guy what you can. He's a patriot in the fight. He's a digital soldier. Give him some Christmas money. He's I'm not gonna say he's falling on hard times, but it is kind of hard times whenever you get deplatformed and you lose your income on what you were doing. So I urge my audience to help out Dave and give him a boost. It's David Snedeker on Cash App. David Snedeker, Snedeker, and I'll put it. It's a $ and then David Snedeker, $ David Snedeker, and I'll also put it in the description box below. So help out if you can. It would mean a lot to him because he is a soldier. He's been wounded. He's not out. He's not out, but he's been wounded. So let's get started, Dave. Where the hell are we in this war, bro? According to
Well, thank you for that, first of all, and I do appreciate that shout out because this isn't the top of my game where I've been in my life, and there's a big transition happening with me, and I'm coming back to my audience. I was gone for quite a while, a lot of personal stuff going on, but I'm coming back to all the Snedheads. So shout out to all them because I know we share a lot of our audience, and I'm coming back. Truthcast Media and davidsnedeker.com is going to have all the links for that, and all the ways in which people can either watch my free stuff or subscribe, because every show I've done over 5,000 hours of programming, deprogramming actually, it's all been free. I've given it all away. And so
you've been very generous, Dave, and you've given a lot of intel and a lot of hope to a lot of people, a lot of faith. So
thank you, brother. Well, on that note, okay, I think the most important thing that I feel like I can share with you and your audience is not that, not that I know anything that anybody else can't find out for themselves. I don't have any connections. I don't have any, and I've deliberately avoided that because Q said no outside comps. And so you either buy into Q or you don't. I respect you either way. I've shared with my audience, we've gone down both roads. What if Q is a black hat operation? What if Q is a white hat operation? We've got to go down both paths to find out the real truth, or to at least have a general consensus about
It's
how
like
we're gonna
it's like the
move through the
manual to
world.
follow. It's the manual. It kind of
Yep.
gives us markers on where we're at, right?
That's a great analogy, David, because when you look at a manual for, cleaning out your carburetor, let's say it's the first time you've ever done it. You look at the manual, say, oh, you you open up the throttle body, right? And you could spray some stuff in the throttle body. It moves quicker and it's going to let more air into the engine and your engine's going to go better. When you read that and it tells you exactly how to do it, and you get in your car and boom, it goes even better than it ever has. You're going to go back to that manual. And you're going to keep going back to that manual. Then you're going to say, well, how do I turn the fog lights off? Or how do I do this? Or you're going to go back to that manual because you trust it, because that manual helped you in another area, right? Now, if you go back to that manual and it keeps telling you things that are wrong and you keep screwing it up, you're going to not trust that manual anymore. So why do I trust the Q manual? Because of all the things that Q has told me through the drops, through the comms, that have come to fruition. Not necessarily in the time everybody wants it to come to fruition, not on our timeline, right? There were only 3 dates that were predicted, and we figured out those were the Law of War manual. Not dates at all, right? Or so we think. But we've also found out that they mean many different things. So
what about people that say the Q was a psyop to make people complacent so that the black hats can take over the country more effectively?
that is the biggest argument I've heard, and it's the most valid argument. Okay. Because this happened in the Russian Revolution. This has happened before, right? And I've also witnessed it with, for example, finance. I've raised money before for companies, and so when you have somebody tell you we're going to give you the money, you stop looking for it. And so you sit back into complacency because you're like, oh, they're going to get it to me next week or next month or whatever. And you're like chilling. Finally, we got it done. We got it done. Then you find out that they were full of shit. And they keep moving the timeline, which is kind of what we're feeling. But the only timelines that people have been disappointed by are the timelines that were outside comms. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that we know to be true, is that these outside comms that we've been given.
Well, hello there.
Hey, man. Thanks.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for making this happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're about 7 minutes into your interview.
Oh, very cool.
You're talking about you were talking about the no outside comms, and making a very good point of it. Say hello to all the viewers, because I know that there is an abundance of your viewers that are tuned in right now. We have 140 people watching.
Awesome. Hey, Sneds. Hey, Snedheads. Hey, mustard seeds. Listen, I am just stoked to be kind of getting back into things in a really big way. A lot of stuff been happening behind the scenes, and I've just been doing a lot of research as well. So I've been coming back in through Hawk. I'm coming back in tonight through David Rodriguez, and also getting our systems up and running as well. But just real quick, the reason why I needed to get something out despite having to run to a little school concert tonight is that there's some things that I've been getting of predictive programming, and I just want to share with everybody that years ago, I kept, after I realized that 9/11 was an inside job and that we had been predictive programmed about it through Back to the Future, through The Simpsons, through The Currency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, I couldn't believe that I missed that all because I wasn't awake during 9/11. I wasn't awake until after it, years after. So I started looking more into predictive programming, and the thing that kept coming up was 923, 923, 923, over and over and over again. Now, I went so far as to realizing that on 923, I felt that there was going to be, at the time, I was not a flat earther. I don't believe. I thought that there was going to be a pole shift, or Nibiru was going to return, Wormwood, which has been, written about by the ancient Sumerians and also biblically. And so I thought there was going to be a catastrophic event, and I also thought that I needed to be at higher ground because I was in Santa Monica, California, and that was about 100 feet above sea level. So I took my family and we went for a camping trip into Arizona and into basically the Sedona and into the mountains high above any concern I might have, because I was also had at my disposal the map, which you'll see in the video, that actually Navy vet sent Hawk and I after I talked about Ingersoll Lockwood a little over a week ago, I guess it was, Hawk.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
And so I've been kind of like doing digging, and really, honestly, wondering if it's something I should even share, because it could create fear. It could, it could disturb a lot of people. But the bottom line is, I would want to know, if I were you, about something I found out, and it may be nothing or it may be something. But you're going to see it in the interview, especially the end of the interview. Um, and uh, and also I'm gonna do more on it as well. But so what I really, the main thing is that I do believe there's a connection. I've seen my friend Max has probably one of the foremost experts on Ingersoll Lockwood, and if you go back years, you'll know that Todd and I covered Ingersoll Lockwood quite extensively over a period of time, and but it's come back into the fray because they're, as you'll see in the interview, they're dropping a lot of information in this. Now,
Yeah.
I've put this out to Barbara and Jen to see if they would spread the word on Facebook and get the Rumble link and your links in there, Hawk, and also to let them know to get that word out via the also the email list. So I'm hoping that that's going to happen shortly, so that you get some more numbers here tonight. So, but the most important thing, I think, is that as you're seeing, I'm talking about no outside comms, and I honestly don't feel like this website is outside comms, because Trump started Space Force.
Right.
And the Ingersoll Lockwood name is tied in with Trump, going back to the books that I'll tell David about, and also going back to The Watchmaker, which had an Ingersoll Trump watch.
Right. Right.
And we've also seen many things regarding the watch. Hawk just dropped something yesterday, that Inferno, the Tom Hanks movie, where the watch was very prevalent. It was a Mickey Mouse watch, and it was 1010. And then the other thing about the watch is watch the water. Okay. Now, one thing I don't get into too deeply, and I just did a tweet on, if you guys want to make sure you get on Twitter and follow me at Dave Snedeker, not David, Dave Snedeker, and you'll see the post I just did. And Hawk, maybe I know you can't access Twitter yourself, but
yeah, only if somebody gives me the link directly to that, I can pull
okay.
it up.
Maybe
But other than
somebody.
that, I can't like bop around on
Okay,
Twitter,
can
unfortunately.
somebody send Hawk the link of the post I just dropped, and it's regarding Musk and his SpaceX missile flight. Some other Ingersoll Lockwood comms had a bunny in front of a big nuclear missile. Now, what many people think is happening is they think, now we know Musk's. Now, folks, if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther, just put that, if you would, check your code on that for right now, and just know that I spent 10 months trying to debunk the flat earth and I could not do it. And I am 100% that we are not a spinning globe. And if you're Christian, if you're Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, the firmament is mentioned in Genesis. And I actually use the Genesis quote and tag Elon when I'm asking him the question about what they're trying to do. In 1958, Sputnik was launched by the Soviet Union. And they realized that there was a firmament because they thought they were going to go into space. And it hit the firmament. And after that, they sent some nuclear weapons up into the sky to try to break through that. The U.S. was monitoring all this. And in 1962, the U.S. started what was called Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl, where they were shooting off nuclear weapons up in the sky to try to break through the firmament. Now, the information we may not have now may give us the ability to break through that firmament based on the fact that they've been studying it for a very, very long time. And all those satellites, by the way, that you see Musk putting up in the air, they're a string of balloons.
Yep.
The reason why
Yep.
they're balloons is because there's a roof up there. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why you see those long string of balloons. All this rocket stuff is the only thing they're doing with that is trying to continue this psychological operation to make us think that we're on a spinning globe, and also to potentially break through the firmament. Now, in the days of Noah, in the days of Gilgamesh, which was the first flood story that Noah was copied off of, written by the ancient Sumerians, the heavens opened up and the waters poured out. Now, many people think that might be the rain, okay, but it poured out. So that tells me that the flood, in my opinion only, that the flood was created to reset the earth, and that the reset was intentional, and it was done either by the technology that we had back in that day, with Atlantis, with Lemuria, with whatever technology that many of you may have researched, to the actual beings, the god or gods that created this whole beautiful, incredible planetarium that we live in. And so, is it the god or gods that are sending down these waters to cleanse the planet? The other thing to keep in mind, as we talk about this map that I share with David, is that the map, this came out many, many years ago. I believe it was commissioned by the Navy. I know it was a naval map at one time, and I believe it was commissioned by the U.S. Navy. And that is the map that shows a large percentage of the United States underwater. Not more than the land, but there's a significant amount that's now underwater in the map, and you'll see that in the interview. And so, what is happening here now? As you know, we always try to get more than one source. So my source for this concern, and by the way, this concern is coming up at either 2:41 possibly a.m. on the morning of the 16th in 2 days, or the afternoon. That's if you buy into the decode that the gentleman did that I shared with you. The so the first source of information is kind of a decode from the Ingersoll Lockwood. Now, important thing to remember on the Ingersoll Lockwood is those pictures that you see with the Michael Jordan sneakers. That those pictures first started when we thought Jim Jordan might be the Speaker of the House, and people thought, "Oh, Ingersoll Lockwood's showing us that Jim Jordan's going to be the Speaker." Then he kept the shoe there, but then put a Trump watch in or a Mickey Mouse watch in. I believe it was 1010, and I believe that was showing that the shoe was not Jordan, it was MJ. It was Michael Johnson,
Right.
instead of
Right.
Michael Jordan, right? And the clock in front of it told me that Trump was in control of that situation, that Q was in control of the Michael Johnson situation, and that he's a white hat and he was intentionally placed in that situation. So, so the first source of my information is Ingersoll Lockwood that got the wheels turning. The second source of my information was David Straight, who David, I trust David knows a lot of information. He's been very involved in freeing the population from the matrix financially with the work that he's done. And for anybody that is trying to form a business tax free, that's something that he does. I can put you in touch with his right hand that does that for him. I've already done it for Truthcast Media, and David's been doing this for 30 years. So he really knows a lot about the matrix and the financial situation. He's also had a lot of problems because they've come after him. But he explained to me that he was told by an inside source in the Navy that there was something that was going to hit the Atlantic Ocean and that was going to cause a flood. He thinks that date might be in November. We also have a lot of bank stuff happening in November and so forth. But I put this all out in your laps for you all to be discerning, to know that it's not to create fear. It's to empower or repower us to make, good decisions, to protect ourselves and our family, and just try to figure out what it is they're trying to tell us, because we all know that the communications, the comms, if you will, with Trump are absolutely ramping up and becoming more and more in your face, spot on. He even said he was out at Bedminster and some messages were coming down from the stars or something like that. He said that in one of his last speeches. He's dropping all kinds of hints. The tippy top, and on that Ingersoll Lockwood, it's a top hat, a steampunk top hat.
Yep.
So there's a lot of comms happening, and we also know that the banking system is shifting over to Basel compliant, and J.P. Morgan is doing that on the 19th, and about half they control about half of the of all that kind of bank correspondence. A great follow is Ariel on Twitter, and you'll find me sharing some of his tweets. So I welcome you guys to go down into my my Twitter feed and find at Ariel. He's been dropping some bombs. So at any rate, Hawk, thank you for dropping everything and pulling this together and making this happen. And I could be available tomorrow for a show if people have questions or uh, you know or just concerns or what have
Yeah,
you.
let's do that because I know Slow Country's got a bunch of questions that he's got about the Ingersoll site.
Yep.
I just pulled up the Ingersoll site. I don't know if you saw what I did there, but the rabbit has changed on the Ingersoll site as of today. And when I click on it, it pulls up Starship preparing for a second flight test from SpaceX.
Yep.
And it's got the what they're going to launch tomorrow or on the 16th or the 17th. That's going to boil down to as to whether it passes. I think they said it had to pass some scrutiny test. I'm not exactly sure which one. But yeah, it was very interesting that as soon as I said that, as soon as you said that, I pulled up the Ingersoll site and saw that the rabbit had been changed completely. I mean, it's not that little itty bitty silhouette anymore. This is a big stuffed rabbit.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I've got it on the screen now. I don't know if you can see it or not. But you know, yeah, a lot bigger. And then, you know, of course, the video, I played the video while you were talking, so people could see it. I made sure the audio was off, of course. But you know, this is the thing is that we're being given clues about things that are going on right now. And what the attempt is. Now, Hillary Clinton said that she's going to shatter the glass ceiling.
Did she say that recently?
Well, she said that when she was running for office.
Yeah, that was
that
was back in the day.
You know, so this was one of her plans, anyways. That she was in fact going to shatter the glass ceiling, basically break the firmament.
Yeah.
In order to gain control of all the resources around the world.
I think the timing on that is it lessens the connection to me, but certainly could be because, as we know, future proves past. But
yep,
I also wanted to say that what I talk about a little bit is something that Hillary said recently is that Hitler talked like Trump is talking right now, right? And that's intentional. Because what they're doing is we're saving Israel for last. I get into it with David. You'll see it. I think it's a really great interview. I think you guys will like it. Enjoy. Feel free to. I'll touch base maybe a little bit later.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you, buddy.
We just started the video. We're only 7 minutes into it, so I think it's an hour to an hour and a half long. So I will make sure that that we get we get the whole play in there.
Cool.
And,
Thanks,
and at the same time, pop back later on, and then you can get people's opinions and everything else. So
sounds good.
We'll see what happens.
All right, thanks.
All right, brother. Okay, we'll talk soon. All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Hey, how you doing? All right. So that was Dave Snedeker with us. And I hope you guys enjoyed that little time we had with him. Let's get back to his interview. Here we go.
Have been not to our.
I'm back in it.
For the Law of War Manual.
I'm backing it up a few minutes so that we didn't miss anything. Okay, here we go.
When you read that and it tells you exactly how to do it, and you get in your car and boom, it goes even better than it ever has. You're going to go back to that manual. And you're going to keep going back to that manual. Then you're going to say, well, how do I turn the fog lights off? Or how do I do this? Or you're going to go back to that manual because you trust it, because that manual helped you in another area, right? Now, if you go back to that manual and it keeps telling you things that are wrong and you keep screwing it up, you're going to not trust that manual anymore. So why do I trust the Q manual? Because of all the things that that Q has told me through the drops, through the comms, that have come to fruition. Not necessarily in a time everybody wants it to come to fruition, not on our timeline, right? There were only 3 dates that were predicted, and we figured out those were the Law of War Manual, not dates at all, right? Or so we think. But we've also found out that they mean many different things. So
what about people that say the Q was a psyop to make people complacent so that the Black Hats can take over the country more effectively?
that is the biggest argument I've heard, and it's the most valid argument. Okay, because this happened in the Russian Revolution. This has happened before, right? And I've also witnessed it with, for example, finance. I've raised money before for companies, and so when you have somebody tell you we're going to give you the money, you stop looking for it. And so you sit back into complacency because you're like, oh, they're going to get it to me next week or next month or whatever. And you're like chilling. Finally, we got it done. We got it done. Then you find out that they were full of shit. And they keep moving the timeline, which is kind of what we're feeling. But the only timelines that people have been disappointed by are the timelines that were outside comms. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that that we know to be true, is that these outside comms that we've been given have been not to our benefit, because when somebody says, oh, Trump's going to be back in February, or Trump's going to be this, or he's going to be that, or things are going to happen
Would
here.
those be considered QAnons that say that stuff, or just
no?
Okay.
No,
Well, let me ask you
because-
this. I mean,
Yeah.
I've noticed that the movement has kind of lost a lot of steam. People are really getting tired and exhausted.
Yeah.
I don't hear the word Q as much at all anymore, to be honest. If at any
Right.
time, it's almost like it's just vaporized.
Well, there's a new sheriff in town. All right, his name's not Reggie Hammond, but there's a new sheriff in town, and in a sense, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But to answer your question, I understand why people are so discouraged, but it's not the Anons that are doing this, that are causing this discouragement. It's the fake Anons. Okay, it's the people who pretend like they have intel, people that pretend like they have an inside source, people that pretend they're a part of Q, or they're a part of the operation. Okay, and this is what Q has warned us about. Okay, Q is something that needs to be interpreted. But when you interpret it properly, you are left with a wealth of information. Without question, it is the biggest data dump in the history of humanity that is detrimental to the cabal.
It's really what woke people up. It's really what got people researching, and especially the pandemic, they really dove into Q and started really researching and seeing what this was all about. Looking into the manual, really following the posts, correct?
Yeah, and through the Socratic method of asking questions, you know, and by asking those questions, it's engaging the mind of the other, right? And so, as you know, of the 1,000 shows I've done, they're very long. They're almost unshareable, right? And I'm changing that, by the way, because I'm not going to go into the Q drops deeply in the new shows. I'm going to shorten them. You've done a great job with how you've structured your shows and time-wise, and keeping it tight, because then it's shareable, it's viewable. But try sharing a 6-hour show.
People have the attention span of a goldfish, dude.
Exactly.
You know,
so
because I do.
but what's so great about all the sned heads that have been with me for the past 4 years is that they're willing to put in the time, but it's not sustainable. We thought we were on a sprint at first, and then we realized we're in a marathon. So it's not a sustainable model to do that kind of time and spend that kind of time about it, surrounding it. And that's what brings me to this other this topic that I wanted to share with you today, and that is when my life in the past year and a half has completely imploded due to very, very difficult events in my life. The last thing I wanted to do is get on my computer and watch fake Joe Biden. The last thing I wanted to do, quite honestly, is get on my computer and listen to Donald Trump. The last thing I wanted to do was to pull up the cabal and the child trafficking. Because when you're going through that, the last thing you need to do is dump on more shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And what I realized was that there are those of us who have figured out the indoctrination, right? The name of my show, the indoctrination, has been, put there to mask our eyes and to make us look where we're not supposed to look, and not look into, the areas that would damage the people that control us. And so what we're doing is, by being aware of the indoctrination, we're now going back in and trying to pull people out of it. We're going back into the burning building, and we're trying to pull people out, and they don't want to leave because they don't even know the building's on fire.
It's kind of like they're going back to sleep, man. People are just kind of getting lulled back to sleep, even with World War III kicking off, the whole thing. I mean,
well, this is why, going to your argument about the and not your argument, but the devil's advocate argument about Q, is to get people complacent. Q said enjoy the show 100 times, exactly 100 times, right? Why did Q say enjoy the show? Because Q knew it was going to be a shit show. Q knew it was going to be a shit show, but why would you say enjoy the show unless you knew the ending and you knew it was going to end well?
Or if you want people
right?
to be complacent. I mean, I'm just being devil's advocate
Yeah,
here.
yeah. So, but Q also said, only at the precipice will people engage, will people participate. Said that multiple times. Only at the precipice will they engage. And that you can't, what he was talking about with the show is, you can't tell people the truth, you must show them. This entire thing of Trump mentioned central casting, mentioning the fake nose of Joe Biden, mentioning the mask, mentioning the, he shot, Hillary Clinton's not even here, it's like,
Well, what do you
all
think
of
about Hillary
these-
coming out on CNN just recently and comparing Trump to Hitler? You saw this? I mean, to me, that shows. I think she's still, my personal opinion, I think she's still alive. I think she's alive and well. I just think she's worried.
Yeah.
I think she's very worried, and she's worried sick. And so now she's spewing this propaganda that Trump is going to arrest everybody and he's going to go after anyone who disagrees with him, because she knows she's guilty. And she's trying to set the stage that if this happens, people will take her side. So she knows her fate is sealed, is what I think. Or she presumes that it's coming. They can feel Trump's breath on their ass. And even Psaki came out and said the same thing. Psaki said about a revenge term. I mean, they're all coming out just saying, like, they're getting worried.
Right. So one of the recent deltas actually comes up Hitler. That, and I thought to myself, he totally did that on purpose. Like, he called people vermin, knowing that Hitler did the same to his opponents, right? And so they were going to bring up Hitler.
Wow.
And so he is like manipulating this whole situation. So the Hitler thing that's coming out, right, is the challenge to the Holocaust. Now,
Is that
The
why
Holocaust-
Israel is saved for last?
Yes. Okay. Why? Because look at what's happening to this Israeli narrative. It's getting blown out of the water. Leaders around the world are saying you cannot keep leveling Gaza like you're doing. Yeah, okay, they may have attacked you, right? And Israel says for every one, we'll kill 100 of you, right? That kind of thing. Maybe even 1,000. I don't know, but they're giving it an excuse to level Gaza.
They're giving an excuse for genocide. Yeah.
Genocide. We now know that Netanyahu knew that Egypt warned him. We knew that he had, I just shared on my Twitter, by the way, which is at Dave Snedeker. I just shared on my Twitter about how he had a meeting with his people like days before his
Dave,
military.
If you have can I just, before I forget, if you have a Twitter, why don't you start a room in Twitter and have your Snetheads join you there?
Like do a Spaces.
Do your shows on Spaces. There you go. You got it. And then just ask. Yes, there you go.
That's interesting. The only I haven't gone down the road of Twitter because I don't trust it yet.
You better trust it. I don't know what other platform you could be on, so I would do it.
They still haven't given me back my other account for saying that the reason for the jabs was so that 5G towers could communicate to the bodies.
Well, just use the account you have. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Let's move forward.
No, that's a good idea though.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you before I.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So what we're seeing is one of the things that happened when Palestinian invasion, Hamas invasion of Israel, that happened immediately was conversation about false flag. Wait a minute, Israel, they would never have allowed this to happen. They have too much, right away that happened. Meanwhile, there's people still trying to think Oswald shot Kennedy, right? So, but now the false flags are being seen immediately. We don't have to wait for Robert McNamara to die on his deathbed to say that, the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. We were never fired upon. The USS Maddox was never fired upon. And we used it to get into the war.
This is why their false flags don't work anymore, because it's instant.
Exactly.
It's like an instant awakening.
Yep. And so
when when 9/11 happened, it took years, almost 10 years for people to come around and be like, well, maybe it was an inside job.
Yep.
This is happening instantly.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Tommy Lauren just posted the other day something like the same Muslims that took down the buildings on 9/11 are doing this tragedy against Israel or something like that. I'm like, you still believe that the Muslims took down those buildings? Okay, what about Building 7? It's like it, but and we're also
still pushing this narrative. See, that's
still look at Shapiro. Look at Shapiro. Look at these people, Greenwald, all these people that were the alternative media that were catching people jumping out of the mainstream media building that are now being exposed because they got a hard on for Israel. And no matter what happens, Israel good, Palestine bad, right? And that's the narrative. And it's also stopping free speech. There are people on campuses and that are, they might be waving a Hamas flag. You know what? It's called free speech. People, you wave whatever flag you want.
Israel is going door to door, pulling out Palestinians for their posts on social media. And that's exactly what Nazi Germany did.
Yep.
They're doing exactly. They're following the playbook.
Yeah. Yeah. New York. I just retweeted Kathy Hochul. She couldn't even get it out of her words. It was so absurd. They're more concerned about social media posts than they are the people that are robbing and raping and looting and, in New York City, making it a hellhole. Right. And so it's a joke, dude. This is all a show. I literally retweeted Kathy Holchel, central casting. She can barely read the script because it's so absurd. You can't even take it seriously. So what's happening is what I'm seeing, and this is from being awake 18 years and following Q since day 2, following this new site I'm going to share with you in a second. We're going to have another I think another talk, but I do have to get to this one point of this site for your listeners, and that is and I'll get to that in a second. But what I'm seeing here is there's some shit going down in November. I think November 16th, 17th, and then November 20th to the 23rd. Those 2 areas, there's some major shit going down. And I've predicted a handful of things in this whole thing, but I don't go forward with I don't say, hey, listen to me because of my predictions. I'm saying, look at the things I'm looking at and you tell me what you see, right? But the number one thing that I want to make sure I get out is that when we keep going back into the building and try and pull people out, we are more indoctrinated than anybody. We are controlled by the indoctrination more than anybody. And I use the analogy that I've spent the last 18 years, certainly the last 4 to 5 on with my show, walking into the swamp, reaching down, pulling out, hey, David, look at this guy, man. Stay away from this guy. This guy's bad news. He's a pharmaceutical guy. Boom. Pulling this guy up. Hey, look at this guy. See what he did. Look at all these things. At the end of the day, man, I'm coming out of that swamp and I've got more sludge and crap on me than the people who created the swamp.
Pointing at you.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
And literally going home to my family or being at home, because I do this, when I have a home, I do it from my home. And it's like when you do that, I had trouble experiencing pure joy. I had trouble finding my joyful moments with my daughter, with my family. And it has been detrimental to me, brother. I can't even tell you, because it's a weight that we just keep pulling stuff onto our shoulders. And so what I realized is that part of this control mechanism, part of this matrix, is sucking you and me down into it. Right?
Yeah.
When I really feel like we need to stop going into the building. We need to stop approaching people like we're going to change their mind about things. And we need to raise our vibration and raise our frequency. And the way we do that is we watch sunsets, like I did at my sister's, a week ago. Okay. We play with our children. We go out on a date with our love. We watch something that makes us laugh. We get together with friends and have a cigar and laugh and go back and forth. And we've gotten away from that, and they've pulled us in that direction intentionally, because I think what's going to happen is whatever happens in the coming weeks, in the coming months, I think the biggest thing that we can do, and the biggest defense that we can do, you can take your vitamins, you can do your push-ups, you can do whatever you want, but the biggest thing I think we can do is raise our vibration, raise our frequency, man. Laugh, love, find joy in just the simplest little thing, go sit and look at a tree, or, and this may sound airy fairy, but I'm saying get grounded, get connected with the earth, get connected with your creator, get connected with those you love. And don't worry about all the shit. Don't worry that you haven't convinced your brother-in-law to that the jab is bad, just find something that you love.
especially coming
together.
into this holiday season, coming into Thanksgiving and Christmas. Is gosh, you
Yeah.
can imagine the fights people are going to have at the dinner table. It's best just to hug them and say, we're not talking about politics this time around. Let's just stay clear of that. That's how I would approach it. But me personally, I look at everyone that's still asleep. I
Yeah.
just feel sorry for them, and I look at them as
Yeah.
casualties of war. I've always said casualties of war, the fifth generational war. That's
And
it.
pray
If you're
for them.
asleep, you're asleep. You're a casualty of war.
Yeah. We really need to pull up our compassion, because we know we were there at one point in time. And if we pull up our compassion and we can say, hey, listen, I love you. I'm praying for you.
Is it really people that want to? You got to think about this. Is it really a level of narcissism here? I mean, people really want to save people, or are they just wanting to be right? A lot of people argue because they just want to be right and they want to put down the other person. That's why for me, I don't argue about this stuff with people. I just say, hey, check out my YouTube channel, or watch me on ninoscorner.tv. You can make up your own mind. I think a lot of ego is involved here with people that are like, I gotta save this person. Is that your ego talking, or do you really want to save somebody?
That is such a good question that it pisses me off that I didn't mention it before you asked the question. You nailed it, man, because the way they can control us is through our ego. And it's our ego that says, oh, let me be the hero. I'm going to go back into that burning building. It's our ego that says, my God, I am right, and I'm right, and I'm going to prove it. And I'm going to, it's all ego.
The same guy opening the door for you at the gas station is flipping you off in traffic.
There you go. Yeah. Right.
Blame that's the way it is.
Yeah. And when you follow them, that's definitely the case. After they flip you off.
I'm just saying,
but
like some of the biggest egos I've ever seen are preachers. I mean, it's and they're saving, to them.
And look what, and look at how this saving Israel for last, to me, is all about how religion is separating us and not bringing us together. And how it's used to separate us as well.
So if Israel's saved for last, what can we expect next from Q? What kind of timeline are we on right now? If we're in the last scene, I guess, with Israel, how long is this going to play out, in your opinion?
By the way, just on that ego note and the compassion note, the way they control the left is they tap into their compassion by showing a kid in a cage on Time magazine that Trump supposedly put there, which is all bullshit, right? They'll use that, and then they'll allow their ego to take over from there, and then their ego takes them to this place of, I'm better than you because I'm anti-Trump, or you're a racist because you're Trump and I'm not because I voted for Biden. It's that kind of thing. And so they stir up their compassion, right? And then use their ignorance against them. They allow them to give them enough rope to hang themselves, so to speak. So back to Israel, saving Israel for last. What's coming out? Why the Hitler comments? That was white hat, right? I proved on your show, well, at least I think I did, and I think a lot of your listeners agreed, was that Hillary Clinton is not in control of her Twitter account, hasn't been for a long time. Like you say you think she's still alive. I'm not sure.
Saying she's not in control of her Twitter. She could not be in control of her Twitter account, but I think that lady's alive and well.
I believe everything that's done, whether it's her or a double or a clone or whatever you want to go, I think everything she does is controlled without question.
Can it even be so that she's allowed to go off and act ham like that? I mean, they're kind of loosening the reins on her so she can.
Dude, that was perfect.
Yeah,
they're comparing Trump to Hitler. So what are people doing right now? They're looking at who controls Hamas. Well, Hamas was created by Israel. Senator Paul, Rand's father, I'm forgetting his name right now, talked about this 15 years ago. Ron Paul, thank you. Talked about it 15 years ago. Israel created Hamas. It's like Obama creating ISIS, which is actually in coordination with Mossad, and Mossad was spying on Trump for Obama. So they created ISIS together. That's why they couldn't make it go away. That's why Q said, why was Trump able to get rid of ISIS like that? Because nobody was trying before, because they had created ISIS as the controlled opposition, right? Just like we create, they created Hamas to be the controlled opposition as well. So if they control Hamas, then they're responsible for those deaths. It's that simple.
Right.
But the problem is that how many people have bought into not only this false flag as being real, and by the way, false flags, people die in false flags all the time. So when you say a false flag, it doesn't mean people aren't dying. It means that they're killing people in order to push forward.
So would you say that would you say that Israel is the rights Ukraine?
Is the what? I'm sorry?
Is the Republican or the right Ukraine? Like that's now Israel war is the rights Ukraine war. Like you see all the conservatives, we gotta back Israel. Like this is now essentially turned into the right Israel. Like Israel is the right side of. Do you get what I'm saying? It's the Republican Israel. It's the Republican Ukraine.
Yes. Yes.
That's why it
Yeah.
takes so long.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, I totally get it. Right. And I see why that was kind of difficult too. But it's like, the Ukraine, the left put up
is the conservative Ukraine now.
Yeah. So listen, how many people expose themselves by throwing up a Ukraine flag? Right. It's like,
I saw Ben Shapiro coming a mile away, but you see Ron DeSantis, now Tommy Loren. I mean, wow. I didn't see that.
Dude, I was like, I've been telling people, don't let the
What about Candace Owens? Is she jumping on board with this?
House. You know what? I haven't watched her in
I'm sure
ages.
we could have a list of these people.
Yeah, and we need to, right? All the people that threw up that Ukraine flag, we're like, okay, they don't know anything about it. I mean, we reported before Congress did, we reported on my show that there were 11, because we were watching the bombings happen in Ukraine. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not like an offensive to cross a border. That's happening here, and here. And we looked it up and we found that there were 11 bioweapons labs in Ukraine. This was a year and a half ago. March 1st, we came up with this. And we went to the Wayback Machine and showed the website on the Ukraine embassy that showed each of these bioweapons labs because they had taken them down. So we went to the Wayback Machine, we found these, and every single one of them was funded by the Department of Defense. And I could pull that up, it was March 1st, a year and a half ago, and then Congress the next week, we're talking about bioweapons labs. So that was, people putting up that flag without understanding what's really going on there, not understanding that Bandera has a whole Azov battalion that worship him. Bandera was the one that brought the Nazis in to Ukraine and welcomed them with open arms. So now we see Israel, and now we see all these people throwing up their Israel flags. Well, most of them don't need to, because if you've got a Jewish last name and you're questioning anything about Israel, you're a mess, right? Meanwhile, people are dropping.
I often wonder if Kanye West was a psyop, to kick the narrative off.
Dude, that I did by the way, on davidsnedeker.com, people can find my podcast, which are it's not the show, it's a podcast, and it's what I think is going forward. It's like what I sent you the other night and said, just chill out after the, late at night, you just vibe into it and you just listen. And one of the things I did was I talked about Ye and how Ye was there to bring Hitler into the narrative. because look at how many people, it's like climate
And they're
change.
starting with that now with Trump.
Yes, but let me show you how I think this is all happening for a reason, right? Trump's taking the arrows. We know that, right? By the way, one of the drops, one of the deltas today, was why would ask yourself an honest question. Why would a billionaire, and this is for the coming days ahead, by the way, why would a billionaire who has it all, fame, fortune, a warm and loving family, friends, etc., want to endanger himself and his family by becoming POTUS, right? Why would he want to target himself and those he cares about? Does he need money? Does he need fame? What does he get out of this, right? Does he want to make the U.S. world a better place for his family and those good and decent people who have long been taken advantage of? Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of mass murders according to satisfy Moloch. Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of children being kidnapped, drugged, and raped while leaders, law enforcement of the world turn a blind eye. Perhaps he was tired of seeing how certain races, countries were being constantly abused and kept in need, poor, and suffering, all for a specific purpose. See, when you understand that the reason why we have famine, the reason why we have poverty, the reason why we have hunger is by fucking design.
Scarcity.
It's not because our leaders are idiots. Our leaders are doing exactly what they're paid to do because we're getting sold a bad bill of goods, man. It's like one of the links to my website is
But
what
you were going to
color
say
is your
you were going to speak on Kanye. I don't want to drop that. So
yeah, what color is your cage? Is we have to understand that they're keeping us in a cage here, and they're doing it by that. So I'll give you an example. So he kicked off challenging the Jewish population or the Jews in general or the Khazarian mafia. Okay.
Well,
who controls Israel?
Was Kanye a white hat move or a black hat move?
I believe it's white hat.
Okay.
I believe that that he was definitely he was being, going the way of Chappelle. He was going the way of Martin Lawrence. He was going the way of Britney Spears. He was going the way of all these stars that have sold their soul. Chappelle didn't want to, which is why he split for Africa, but he came back and he did, because now he's, still a great comedian, but he's playing a role, and it is not for our betterment. And so you see all these people that were trying to escape or they couldn't escape. And I think he knew that, they were going to get him. And I think that he got together with Trump and they gave him that support he needed to make sure that they weren't going to take him down. Michael Jackson was killed. Prince was killed. Okay. These people, because they started to speak out.
Prince, especially.
Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And they had the audacity to want to own their own music. The audacity of that. And these record labels, they can't have that. They can't. They own the performers, not the other way around. It's why Metallica isn't selling tickets through Ticketmaster and all that, because Metallica's saying, "Fuck you. We're not playing your game," right? And look at all these musicians, how they're abused for in terms of they have to sell their soul to the devil. They're only meted out a certain amount, and musicians that are just trying to make a buck can't make a buck on Spotify or anything.
Look how obvious it is right now with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. That guy sold his soul, endorsed the jab, endorsed the vaccine. That guy's a dirtbag to me.
He just came out today with a Pfizer one. He got his mom in there, I guess, and doing it, right?
What a fucking
Dude, and this is yeah, so
all for self gratification, glory. Wow.
so these people have been controlled and they've been put in front of us to control us, right? And so who don't they control? I don't believe they control Trump. I believe that based on what I've seen, what we've all seen, what we are sitting through is a show. We know, I showed on your show with one frame of video that the inauguration was not shot live. I don't know if you remember that, right? But it was where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Right? Trump was doing that. He sold T-shirts. And then at the inauguration, you're watching it, and Hunter goes from here to here, the other side of the stage in one frame, one fade, right? And so central casting, all the things we're hearing, it's all a show. Now, I got to jump to something else here because there's something that I want to share with your audience so that they can do some digging. And it's called Ingersoll Lockwood. Okay, the website. Now, I want to be
That's
clear.
my actually that's my dad's mom's side of the family, the Lockwoods.
And do they go back to the
One of the
Ingersoll
women ran for
Lockwood?
politics in my family. I don't know
Wow.
what her first name was, but saying, yeah, the Lockwoods were involved in politics.
And did they go back to the lawyer who was the author at the end of the 19th century that wrote about Trump?
No, I'm not familiar with
Okay.
that, but I could find out easy.
Okay. So I'm going to share this. Now, a lot of the people listening, and hello all that will be watching this, they're going to, some of them are going to know about this. Okay. And so I don't want to reiterate what they might already know, right? Are you seeing this website?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now, first thing I want to say is Ingersoll Lockwood had wrote the books of the Trump, the last president. The one with Baron Trump's marvelous underground adventures, right? Let me see if I'm getting I can change screens here. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
My search, my DuckDuckGo search.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the last president, right? Here's Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey, right? Where Baron Trump lives on. He's friends with Don. He's got a friend Don's got a friend Pence. He lives on Fifth Avenue. You're aware of those books, right? You've heard of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's Ingersoll Lockwood. He was an author. He's even had a picture that looks like Baron Trump.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. What's the here's the picture. That looks like Baron Trump.
It does.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, it strangely does resemble.
Right. Okay.
That's weird.
So when you hear these kind of, Fifth Avenue is Trump Towers on Fifth Avenue, there were a lot of things that really connected with a lot of people in regards to this. And then also calling it the last president, right? We've talked quite often about, is Trump the last president, right? So that's Ingersoll Lockwood. Now there's a website, IngersollLockwood.com. Now I want to kind of jump ahead for the audience. Now, this is a Space Force website. Okay. Now,
IngersollLockwood.com is a Space Force website.
Yes.
That's very odd.
Yeah. And I've actually seen my friend Max showed me.
So when you put Ingersoll Lockwood.com, it goes to the Space Force.
No, it goes to IngersollLockwood.com. Okay. But it says U.S. Space Force is hiring, and it has a lot of Space Force things regarding it. And we know that it's connected to the Space Force, because I've actually seen the what do you call it, the URL, in a way that that was coded to Space Force. Okay, so when we hear no outside comms, basically, what does that mean for David Snedeker? It means I watch Q, I decode Q, and I go into the tweets that were connected to Q and the timestamps, and the news unlocks the map. You know, you hear Hitler, so you go into the drops, and then you realize, oh my God, there's a drop today on Hitler, and Hillary Clinton was talking about Hitler. Okay, that kind of stuff happens
Right.
all the time, right? And so Q said, how many coincidences before it's mathematically impossible? And I've gone past mathematically impossible like years ago, right? So it's definitely not a coincidence. And so what you're seeing here is you've got Q, you've got Trump, who's Q plus, you've got Dan Scavino, and possibly Ezra Cohen-Watnick, and possibly Chris Miller involved. Q has said less than 10 know everything, which means 9 at the most. And my buddy Todd came up with that. And 3 are non-military, right? So, but we also know that they created Space Force, that Trump created Space Force, right? So does that now become not an outside comm, right? Because he created this Space Force. And for those of us that have researched the spinning globe versus a flat circular Earth, there is no space. Certainly not in the way that it's been projected to us by
I definitely don't believe. I don't know what's out there. And believe me, I used to believe in space, and I used to believe in evolution, and I used to believe. I don't believe in any of it anymore. I think it could just be a projection, right? But I don't know.
Simulation.
I think NASA is a complete lie. Is a complete lie.
Yep. Absolutely.
But I don't know. I'm not claiming I know. I just have an open mind until it's proven to me. It's never been either or. It's
Eric Dubay did a video called 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. I tapped into this about a decade ago. It's gold. And there are 5 scientific studies that prove that it's not a spinning globe as well. But that's a whole nother show. But when you realize that the Carl Sagan, who's a Mason, Freemason, was telling us this story. This Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's completely bought and sold.
Total show.
The total. When you realize Gene Roddenberry created Star Trek, all right, was a 33rd degree Mason. When you realize that every astronaut that has been forced to lie about their experience was a Freemason. Did you see the landing on the moon of the India spacecraft the other day?
It looked like Atari, bro. Not even Nintendo.
Dude, I could have done that with a pencil. Okay.
It was terrible. Yeah.
It was so horrible. And how about Modi?
Yeah.
Dude,
oh my God.
Talk about central casting. What the hell?
It was the worst I've ever seen. That right there that's for people. I mean, people either know when they watch that, you either know you don't, man. And
dude, that's the show.
That was terrible.
You said you can't tell people the truth, you must show them. That's what's going on here. Everyone's being
the bright bulbs. There's a lot of dim bulbs out there. Like I said, casualties of war. The dumb ones are going to die, bro. Even some bright ones, in my opinion.
So this is kind of what I wanted to share with your audience. Is one thing is we know that this website is connected. And I'm going to tell you why I'm giving you this background before I go into something. But we know this website is connected directly to Space Force. Okay. We also know that it's at 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Wow.
Okay. 10th floor. All right. But we also know that I found this out. PatriotStrategies.com, which is a PR firm that has worked with a lot of people in DC. Their address happens to be the exact same thing. Okay. Now the
1717
building,
Pennsylvania.
yep,
Mm.
1717 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest Suite 1025, right? Whereas Ingersoll Lockwood is on the 10th floor, right? And so I found this, and other people have found that the building is owned by the same people that own Rockefeller Center, tied into the Rockefellers, but there's a business that does like a WeWork business that provides office space for people, right? And those that's just that's no big deal. That's just some guys. So these are people renting offices within a building. No big deal. Now, so is this group connected with Q? Well, let me read you this. We support and let me see. Let's see. Ingersoll Lockwood Incorporated is a nonpartisan group of Americans with distinguished careers serving our great nation. We believe that they're heavily military and in the Space Force. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Please tell this to all. Team IL, Ingersoll Lockwood. Okay, so two things. One, Trump has had to denounce Q. Flynn has had to denounce Q. The other people, now they have to do it so they're not marginalized even further with this fringe sect, and they have to keep their distance, right? The others that disown them, chances are, like Alex Jones, for example. Well, if Q was saying David Snedeker, was a Mossad agent and that you shouldn't trust anything he says, I would tell you Q's a farce.
Right.
Okay. But they're saying that about Alex Jones instead. So what's he supposed to say? Right.
Right.
Q's flat out come out and said he's Mossad.
Wow.
Okay. So
I've had Alex Jones on my show.
I know.
I asked him if he was Mossad.
What's that?
I asked him if he was Mossad.
And what did he say? I forget.
No.
Yeah, that was great, by the way. So you had him on. I think you had me on 2 days later.
Yeah, something like that.
And I called him out on that. And I went on to Nino's Corner like a week later or something. Nino's Corner.tv. And I watched his, and he had like 7,000 views. And then I watched mine, and it had like 35,000 views. And I'm like,
weird. My audience does not care about like the mainstream type of
no,
which they really want. They really
made
are
me
not.
feel. Yeah, it made me feel really good about your audience.
Right.
It made me feel good about me because I beat Alex Jones out. Of course, people see him more times than me every single day. But in your audience, I felt really good about that. Right. I'm like, these folks they're doing okay. They're awake. Right. And so you have to denounce Q if you're legitimate, like in
a U.S. government
politics,
agency,
you're
right?
trying to right. So U.S. government. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. First of all, it's not QAnon. It's Q, and then it's the Anons. But it's also, they're saying we don't believe in the conspiracy, nor would we ever. So it's not a conspiracy to them. So why would they believe in a conspiracy of QAnon, which all the people that aren't Anons call it, right? So that's for starters. Now I gotta show you this, and this is going to open up a can of worms here. Okay. Now, when you go across this website, okay, you're going to see certain things that pop up. And right now they're not. Let me see. But when I go to dark mode, okay, do you see how things change?
Yes, that's weird.
Okay.
Oh wow. That's
right.
that's some. Are we still on the Space Force? We're on IngersollLock.com still.
I'm going to go back and
You
forth.
go to dark mode. Wait, whoa. Hold
Here's
on.
without dark mode. Okay.
What? Okay, go to
Here's
dark mode.
with dark mode.
And
Watch
this
what
is not.
change.
This is something on their website you can do, or just on your computer.
You can do an extension on Chrome that allows you to go to dark mode, so you're not having bright
Did you
light
figure
in
this
your
out
face.
yourself?
No, I figured this out. Actually, we figured this out with we did this years ago on the show, and we were finding some clues. But my friend Max just recently brought this back into my lap, and he said, check it out on dark mode. Okay. So dark mode, it's the same website now. Okay. Now, let me just go to one thing here. Here's 9/15/2020. All products and services we invest in and support are made in America with pride. Click on that, and it takes us to the Abraham Accords Declaration that Trump made happen with the Middle East at a time when the Middle East is imploding. Okay.
This is crazy. So it's like a secret door.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to take you.
What?
Here's an F in matching funds, and it takes us to the U.S. debt clock.
No way, bro.
Yeah.
This is insanity.
Yep. Yeah. Your folks are going to have a blast with this. And I do some, I'm
Wow.
going to be doing some more breakdowns of it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a show. I'm going to do a show Thursday night.
But there's nothing on the debt clock. How come?
That's what we need for clarification, don't we?
Yeah.
So this is where you start to use your mind.
Well,
why is it empty? Right? It's usdebtclock.org. Why was it empty?
That's weird.
Why is it clear right now? And if I went there, if I go there separately in real time, dude, it's empty.
Yeah, that's strange.
I've never seen that. Have you?
No. That's
so
like,
this some shit's going down. Okay.
Yeah.
With the monetary system, the banks on the 20th are all ending. I believe the SWIFT on the 20th.
Dude, this is the first time you've seen this, right?
This is the first time I've seen this because they change these links a lot, by the way. So you got to get in. But this is the first time I've seen the debt clock at nothing. And have you been tracking the debt clock and how they've had these weird symbols on it?
Occasionally, not like as in depth as you have, but I have been looking at the debt clock in there.
Yeah, that's very interesting too. They're definitely sending us some messages there without question. So let me get you back to this website. Okay, so you can click on any of these things here. This one will take us through world-class cutting-edge technologies for national security. This stuff is, intelligent connectivity. We were talking about that with the jabs, the digital intelligence, in terms of the, thing got me kicked off Twitter, off the indoctrination was, what I posted about the jab being necessary to communicate with the bodies. Okay. And I'll take you to a few others. Why did Jesus not defend himself before Pilate? It takes you to an article on that.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. And it has the same kind of messing with you code that it has the same kind of we're going to mess with you code as Q. And when you get right down to it, okay, Q has said it had to be done this way. And we can't tell you straightforward what's going to be happening, right? Dude, this wins in the East, okay? It also says, think for yourself, do your own research, trust in God. I'll take you to where
Wow.
that takes us. And this is just a some kind of
You have commercials
fire,
running on this shit?
no, it'll take you to a link, like this is a YouTube link. So it'll take you outside the website to certain things. Like it took us to the debt
Okay,
clock.
okay.
Right. So this is Into the Light, Matthew West. This is I have not listened to this because I think this might be new today, actually. And then I'm going to back out of this. I'm going to go back into the thing. Wins in the East. And I'm going to show you one last thing. This is from Mary Poppins. So just check this out for a second.
Wins in the East. It's coming in. Like something is brewing. About to begin. Can't put my finger on what lies in store. I feel what's to happen. All that can be full.
You know, messages like that, right? That are
This
what do
is
they
so
mean?
crazy, man. So anything you,
Yeah.
I mean, I urge everybody, all my audience, to do exactly, follow the steps, exactly what David did, and go down this rabbit hole. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, this is something that I've been wanting to talk to you about for a while. And I gotta show you, and I hope it's still up. If not, I have some videos that I can take you to. But it has a lot of the different links, and again, it's on dark mode. I'm going to go back to light mode, and what I'm looking for right now is a white rabbit, and I'm not seeing the white rabbit.
This is wild, man. I mean, this is crazy right now.
Yeah, yeah. So
I was not expecting this on this. Wow.
Now I'm going to take you to a video that I did not do, but I have done the same decode. Okay. And I find it to be very interesting. Now, Q has said that we have a sky event that will be happening, right? As a matter of fact, let me just pull that up for you. Okay. Right here, sky event. It's the Patriot trader definition. Okay. They want you divided, they want you weak. They revealed themselves, fake and false, incorrect decodes removed, resolved. Do not fall victim to con artists. Okay. Q has warned us many times that there are no outside comms. So don't fall prey to people who pretend like they know what's going on. And the other thing is, half the people that think they know what's going on, you got to ask yourselves, why the hell would they tell them? I mean, it's like, who are they? And most of them, aren't fit to have any information. There will come a time they will not be safe walking down the street. We will not be held hostage. Sky event, where we go one, we go all. Okay. Another sky event. Is this the sky event, they ask? And note that all the pictures we post are all originals. Think about what that means. That takes us to
let me see a picture of that
stuff.
event, whatever that picture was.
Oh, so that is the Marina Bay in Singapore. And it basically looks like they have a boat on top of this building.
So could we be looking at maybe the alien card being played when they say sky event?
Well, that's what a lot of anons have questioned and interpreted, and I'm certainly one of them. There are, what we were talking about with, if I could take a step back to the Hitler conversation real quick in Israel. We're saving Israel for last. Trump is being ridiculed or challenged about the jab, right? He's being ridiculed or challenged about Israel, although he is saying that, just like the jab, and he talked about, the prophylactics that you can use, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and clonal antibodies. He brought those up every time he brought up the vaccine, right?
Right.
He
right.
brought that into the, but he also knew they needed a jab. Some people needed it to feel safe. Excuse me. And the models that were the real problem in the jabs didn't come about until after he left office. If you look at the, what do you call it? The how bad is my batch, bit.
Right.
You're gonna see that they happened in January and beyond, were the bad batches. But going back to that, look at how people are now challenging this Israel, victimhood in the Middle East and the Holocaust. It's like climate change. If you challenge the climate change, they think you're a climate change denier.
Right.
Right. But it's not that I'm denying that the climate changes. I'm saying that it's not because I'm driving an SUV.
And you're not for the agenda to tax everybody and enslave everybody over.
Yeah, exactly. What's that going to do?
That's not going to help anything.
Clean up
All
the
these
fucking
guys
streets.
fly in their private jets.
Yeah, clean up the fucking streets. I'm not concerned about the temperature. I got a heater.
Let the inmates out and do a chain gang, dude, and have them clean up the cities.
So they put you on either side. Now, if you challenge the Holocaust, have you ever listened to David Irving?
I can't say that I have, but I've already, a lot of people are Holocaust deniers, right? I mean, listen, I used to have a very strong stand against that. And now I'm like, look, I don't believe in the moon landing. I don't believe in a lot of things anymore. So it wouldn't surprise me. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me, but I've chosen not to go along with that, like saying be a Holocaust denier, because it's such a sensitive topic. I just stay away from it.
I know. So David Irving was one of the premier historians in the 20th century. Like, he was the top 2-3 historians of the 20th century, without question, right? Written over 20 books. He wrote a book called Hitler's War. And he went through diaries of his his assistants, of his secretaries. He went through all the diaries of all the people. There was no mention of the Holocaust. Wow. There was no mention of gas chambers. Okay. Holocaust didn't come into the public dialogue until 1970. The 6 million Jews number with the New York Post, multiple news articles in the New York Post prior to World War II about 6 million Jews being persecuted. 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews. That number was used 20, 30 years before the Holocaust ever supposedly happened, right? We know that the burning chimney at Auschwitz which was responsible, they claim, for 4 million of those deaths, that was built by Poland 3 years after the war. Wow. It's not even connected. Right. So these all things happen. We know Anne Frank's diary. We know that was a farce. We have evidence to that. Yeah. It wasn't a little girl hiding in an attic.
Well, this definitely isn't not going on YouTube.
Propaganda, right? Exactly. Yeah. And I did, by the way, folks, I did ask David to put us on YouTube today, and I was going to keep it clean. He was like, with you? No fucking way, man. You're not going to destroy my YouTube channel, man. Because I've only lost, I don't know, about 8 of them. So, which you need 3 strikes before each one is terminated. So
or no, and now they just bomb you, dude. They don't even care.
Do they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't like you, you're gone. They don't even ask
Yeah.
questions. They just fucking, you're gone.
Folks, if you're wondering why David created Nino's Corner.tv and why I created Truthcast Media, which you can watch on the apps and all that kind of stuff, you can get it. But it's because we'll get knocked off almost every platform without
Right.
question.
100%.
So this whole, not to get into the Holocaust thing, but David Irving is a fascinating, but as soon as he came out with that book and started, saying these things about what he discovered, now he was discredited as a historian. That story alone bears, more understanding, right? So we're saving Israel for last. The reason Trump hasn't been able to come out against the jab, and the reason why he hasn't been able to come out against Israel, even though he's criticized Netanyahu and he's criticized, what they're doing in Gaza. There's bad people on both sides. Remember when he did that in Charlottesville, and they called him a racist because he said there's, good people on both sides, right? And so because of all that, is happening, but the reason why they have to save Israel for last is because of the Khazarian mafia is in complete control of Israel, our banks, our media, and they're the ones that are going down last.
So
And
Dave,
yeah,
I have to do a hard stop. Can we do a part 2?
Absolutely. And
yeah,
well, here's the thing. The part 2 is very timely.
Okay.
Can we do it today or tomorrow morning?
Probably tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. I can schedule you in tomorrow. I know my audience is going to be all over this. So where did we stop? We're talking about Israel.
I was about to, but I was about, we went to the Sky event.
Sky event.
Right. And in the Sky event, there's a video that if I leave, I could play it.
So we'll pick up part 2 at the Sky event.
It's about 7 minutes.
Let's leave it for part 2. Let's do it for part 2.
Okay.
The Sky event.
The sooner the better, because it involves the 16th, which is 2 days from now. Okay. Ingersoll Lockwood dropped.
How long is this video?
Well, I don't have to show you the whole thing. I could show you the let me
Is
see
it
if
better
I
to
can
do a separate show on this, or could you knock it out in the next 10 minutes?
I can knock out what's important in the next 10 minutes.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, folks, you got some bonus time.
Okay.
Make sure you put sound when you show a video, Dave.
Okay.
It'll say the little box you click that says sound. It says share screen, and then it'll say a little box on there that says allow sound or something.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm gonna share this, but I want to just precipitate it with your audience and just say that I'm not doing this so everyone's going to run around in fear. I'm doing this because I think they're trying to communicate certain things to us. And that if we don't allow ourselves to go to fear and we just, use our left brain analytically, logically, and we keep our vibration up and just, get into love, I think that's going to be the key to all of this. And I'm going to, now you're seeing a guy in a hoodie. Yes.
Yeah. He looks like, yep. I see him.
Yeah. So here's the question. Where did you say you have to do the sound?
Before you share the screen, it'll be a little box right next to it. And it was, like when you're about to share it, there's a white box that pops up. And then in the little white box at the bottom, and inside the little white box, there's a little square box that says allow for sound or something like that.
Oh, share sound. I see it.
Boom.
Okay.
You got it. There you go.
Dude, well done. Okay. Are you seeing him?
Yep.
Okay. It's 6 minutes long.
Okay.
And we can chat about it briefly afterwards and get out of here.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything, Dave.
Okay. Hold on here. Let me go back to stop share. Let me go back to share. It says share sound. And if not, if you can't hear it, I'll just hold the microphone close to it. Let's try this. You getting it?
No.
Okay. Let me do this. Now this is a decode that I've done as well.
Okay.
And so I'm using this because these guys do a really great job about it.
Listen to that.
Dave, I can't. I don't hear it.
Okay. That's my okay, let's do this. So on the screen share, let me see if I can keep it on my desktop.
That's probably the best way.
And let me do that way, because that way we might be able to get the volume here. Okay. Let me just get rid of this stuff. Okay. So you're seeing. Okay. What's that?
It's going to be your best bet.
Okay. Let's try that.
You gotta still click that box though.
I did.
I need you to hold on, because this video might be the difference in life and death for your family. She went to this website here, Ingersoll Lockwood, a very prominent family and company for the United States. You can see that they work with Space Force. But down here,
Know who this is?
there is a little rabbit. You have to just you have to pay attention to see it. But you have a rabbit that pops up. You see the sand, the time clock with the sands. And you'll see this. Decoding this is this. 11, 16, 23. Something from the skies are going to hit the firmament, and waters are going to start to flow.
But that 241 means
this
something.
Is a rabbit. Rabbits are known for running. You're running out of time. Once again, 11, 15, or 16, 23. There's what appears to be a cigar-shaped comet or asteroid that's going to hit the firmament and release the waters from above, and we're running out of time. Do you all remember when the future map of the United States was posted? And you can see as California's covered, parts of Florida's covered, parts of Texas, New York is underwater. Y'all remember when this very map right here started circulating around the internet? What's supposed to be our future map?
2017.
That time is almost here. Let me show you what Ingersoll Lockwood is famous for. He wrote this book, The Last President, 1900. And inside of this book, it describes eerily what's exactly going on today. And the last president of the United States lived on 5th Avenue in New York City. What's located 5th Avenue, New York City? Trump Towers. Pay attention. I'm going to show you another book that he wrote in 1893. He also wrote this book, The Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. In that book, The Baron Trump. Does Trump have a son named Baron?
It is a weird coincidence.
Once again, these books were wrote in the late 1800s. Let's move on. For those of you that heard of Operation Jade Helm and the conspiracies behind that, let me show you. One of the number one theories around this is a comet or asteroid impact. It says some conspiracy theorists have connected the Jade Helm 15 military exercise with an apocalypse caused by a comet or asteroid striking the Earth. Once again, we have 11, 16, 23. And if you
By the way, I just want to add that I did a decode of the image that was up before this, and there was a clock in front of the Michael Jordan sneaker, right? Which his number was obviously 23, which is why this guy, Detta, by the way, at Detta910 on TikTok, that it had a clock in front of it, 1010, that told me anyway, that first we thought it was Jordan. So we thought it was going to be Jordan was going to be Speaker of the House. Then when Michael Johnson became Speaker, it was like, holy shit, it's MJ, right? Michael Jordan, MJ, Michael Johnson. And then the clock in front of it told us that Trump was in control of that situation.
Wow.
Right. That was a decode. So that was before this one came up. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll let it continue.
look in the background, look at that. It's coming through, smashing the firmament.
That could be the
releasing
sky event.
water. If you look over here, this place is dead, desolate. On this side, there's still life, but we are running out of time. If anyone sees anything else that I might have missed,
Now, this other gentleman, I'll cut to the chase. I like what they both did, but this other gentleman basically said, well, this clock up in the hourglass, it says 2:41, right?
Yeah.
So is it going to be 2:41 on 11/16? Now, I will say that, and I have to say this as part of this whole thing, is that once I awakened from 9/11, after I didn't wake up until after 9/11. Then I started seeing all the predictive programming that was happening on 9/11 with the Simpsons and things like that.
Back to the Future.
Yeah, Back to the
Okay,
Future.
yeah.
I'm like, how did I miss all that? Right? How did I miss all that? Same thing happened. So I started looking at predictive programming more closely. And what I kept being told was 9/23. Okay, 9/23. Something big is going to occur. Right? So literally on September 22nd or 21st, packed up my family. We just drove. We went on a little little camping trip. And I got away from Santa Monica, California, which would have been under, and I got above 700 feet, because that's the number that I've heard, is just get above 700 feet, because the water's going to rise to that level. And we already know that tectonic plates and all this stuff, and there's a lot of, earthquakes happening. Iceland had like 1,000 2 days ago. A lot of earthquakes happening. A lot of
I mean, look what's
volcanic-
happening in Iceland right now. They've got a
Yeah.
ton of earthquakes happening right now.
Yeah, like
And
1,000.
That's about to blow. And isn't there a devil comet that's coming through between us, coming really close to Earth in the next
Well,
2 weeks or something like that in November?
There's been
Horn
dialogue
comet?
about that, and but here's the thing: if you believe in a spinning globe, then you know an asteroid's coming. So one of the guys that told me this, David Straight, he's a good guy. He's a truther. He's been helping people for a long time get outside of the matrix financially. He said that he has a contact that told him that there was a comet that hit in the water. Well, there's not a comet coming unless something's hitting the firmament, because Genesis says as above so below. So there's water above. He separated the waters with the firmament. That's biblical, right? That's Genesis. And he placed the stars in the firmament, and the sun and the moon are revolving within the firmament. And so I think there's water on the other side of that. I think the floods, whether you're thinking Gilgamesh or Noah was basically a plagiarism of Gilgamesh.
Pierced firmament.
Say again.
Pierced firmament
Yeah, so this gentleman is saying, well, something's coming that might pierce the firmament, right? Well, the other thing that's important to understand.
But the way you
is
guys
that
are reading this is 11/16, just in a couple days.
Yeah.
Wow, bro, that's like
Yeah.
in 2 days.
That's why I
Today's-
didn't want to
is
wait
today
till
the 14th.
yeah. Yeah. So that's, by the way, this is why I wanted
And
to
it would go with the earthquakes in Iceland right now. I mean, look
Yeah.
what's happening right now.
Yeah. So this is why I wanted to go on your YouTube, because
I
it's
can't
that
look this up.
important. But I
I
know,
know it is, but
yeah. But maybe if you go on your YouTube and you tell them,
yeah,
and I don't have to be involved,
yes,
but
I'll do that.
but so a couple more things about
Hold
this.
on, why don't you? I'm going to record you for another video right now with my phone. Why don't you just relay an important message
Okay.
right now as we're doing the live right now? All right, you're live. I'm live with David Snedeker on my ninoscorner.tv. You'll see this on Twitter. You'll see this on Telegram. Dave, go ahead and say what you need to say.
So I've decoded the Ingersoll Lockwood website. Many people have done that. We know for a fact that Ingersoll Lockwood is linked to Space Force. We know Space Force was created by Trump. We know Trump is tied in with Q. We know Q says no outside comms. So for me personally, I never go outside of your basic stuff. I never go outside Trump. I never go outside any of this. And so this Ingersoll Lockwood decode basically shows it's something major, a sky event, which was mentioned by 17. The sky event will happen 11/16/23. Okay. As per this particular decode of this particular video that was found on the Ingersoll website
And David,
website.
it's got to be quick because it's going on my Twitter.
Okay.
So David takes us through the rabbit hole to decode this, and it's fascinating.
11/16/23, Michael Johnson, MJ, Michael Jordan, but which also told us Michael Johnson was going to be the speaker before it happened. And it's something's coming from the sky to pierce the firmament or pierce the hourglass, and water or sand is spilling out. But it looks like water, and it's at 2:41.
And this will go with the massive amounts of earthquakes that's been happening. One even hit El Paso.
Yes.
This is interesting, folks. Believe it or not, it's on ninoscorner.tv. We're doing this. We're conducting this interview right now. Go to ninoscorner.tv. They cannot go on YouTube. Is that all, Dave?
Yep. And just in terms of, it's either going to come from, also look out for SpaceX, because they're sending up a huge rocket. We didn't know there was a firmament until Sputnik tried to get through space in 1958.
Folks, go to ninoscorner.tv and you'll get the full interview there. It's about a 2-hour interview. We go down the rabbit hole with David Snedeker. All right, Dave.
Great. So just to follow up on to wrap that up, we didn't know there was a firmament until Sputnik tried to get through it. That was 1958, the Russians. We knew about it in 1962. We started sending nuclear weapons up to the firmament to try to break through. Okay. That was called Operation Fishbowl. And that's where we exploded a bunch of nuclear weapons in the space, try to break through the firmament, try to get to the other side. That's why they don't want us knowing about the flat earth, because once we know there's an exit, you put a dog in a cage, what's it try to do? Tries to get out. Put an animal in a zoo, they try to get out. Put them in a nature preserve, they just go about their life because they don't know there's a wall.
Right.
The minute that humanity knows there's an exit door, we're going to be going to it, like Jim Carrey and Truman Show. But
all
the
right, Dave,
thing about this, so it could be look out for the SpaceX rocket. Okay. Something possibly coming from space, or I think internal shift, planetary shift. And I believe that's going to happen anyway. I don't know when. We're not supposed to know when, but it's just, I'm looking at these decodes. I don't want to put anybody in fear. I just want to say, hey.
So that's why I say I lay it out for you all to play it out. I'm not making any predictions, folks. I'm not.
Me neither.
I know you're not either. You're just raising awareness, correct?
Yep.
We
Absolutely.
could say that you're
Absolutely.
raising awareness. Okay.
Yep.
We just keep an eye out, and you showed what you're decoding there. Anybody with the brain can do that. So
Yep. And I'll be above 700 feet, by the way. But that's easy for me. I'm in Texas. I'm
yeah.
above 700 feet. It's easy. But there are some people that are coastline or whatever. A friend of mine, she's leaving California, but I think for the most part, don't sweat it. You're going to be fine. If you can get to that, why not? But that's up for people to decipher. There's a lot of people that decode this that don't think that's going to happen. Just so you
Okay.
know.
Well, let's
Right?
leave it at that. Leave it up to the audience. Leave it
Yes.
up to the audience. All right, Dave. I got a split.
Great, man.
All right. So that was the end of that interview. You like that, huh, Ronnie?
Oh, I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
Tell you.
Yeah, it's and I'll have part 2 tomorrow if they do a second one. He's got a lot of interviews up here. Nino. I'm not saying that Nino's bad. I'm just saying that I'm not afraid to put information up on YouTube. Okay, I have no fear of it because I'll just make another channel. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And keep going. This running and hiding behind a paywall that really bothers me because of the fact that you're taking away so much information that would be good for the general public. You know
And
what I
that's
mean?
what they know. That's why they don't want you putting it up.
Yeah. So he's got other interviews up there. He's got Dylan Moore's Zionist agenda and and so on and so forth. And then he had Dave on today. So he's got a bunch of stuff, Ronnie, you can feel free to, when this gets done and gets posted up on YouTube there, if you want to play that entire interview, please go right ahead.
I'm going to. But I always want to ask you first, to be sure.
I have absolutely no problem with you playing any of my streams. I'm giving you permission in foreknowledge. Absolutely. To me, because it all boils down to getting the truth out there. No matter what the cost is. It's I'm waiting on this track phone to get here. As soon as this track phone gets here, then I'll be able to have the next channel already pre-made and everything, and so on and so forth. So and that's basically how I do it. I just get the track phone, and with that phone number, I'm able to get the next channel going. It makes it easier if I'm doing it, because when I have other people make channels for me, if I forget their info or I clear my cache, then I lose access to those channels. So like somebody made 15 Hawks Mustard Seeds number 15 for me. The thing is when I cleared my cache, just to clear up my memory, I lost all that. I lost access to 15. 15 is still there. It's still active, but I can't get on it in order
I know what you mean.
In order to add more content to it. Because basically what it was I was trying to keep 15 free and clear so that as other channels were expelled, then I always had that one channel to fall back on and be able to, let people know what the new channel for the Truthcast was, and it made it a lot easier. You were saying earlier, you want to do an interview with Dave, and just basically have Dave just sit there and spill the beans to you on everything. Well, Dave said he wants to come back on tomorrow. So I'll make sure that I send you the link and let you know what time we're going to be going live. And you just come in and be a part of that, and you can you can stream it to your channel as well. Because to me, it's the idea that the more information that gets out to the people, the more that people begin to understand, uh, everything in regards to all the deceptions and everything else, then we're getting, we're moving forward.
That's exactly the point of my channel. Me having my channel is trying to get the information out to people. I mean, at least the best the way that I see it, it's the only way I know how to tell it is my way of telling it, and to put up videos that kind of go along with it. So
yeah,
I think we're exactly alike in that regard. Oh, I mean,
yeah, it's so the map that he was talking about that it showed, Washington State was okay. However, parts of Oregon were gone, and all of California was gone, and Arizona and Nevada had sections of it as well that were gone. And all of those states, all the insurance companies moved out of those states.
Ain't that kind of odd?
So what do they know?
Yeah, they know something.
Yeah, what do the insurance companies know? No different than the guy who bought the Twin Towers weeks before and got insurance policies worth double the value of the buildings.
There you go. That's exactly right. And the boat sitting up on top of those buildings, that's what it was implying, is that there is some kind of a big water event coming. That's exactly what it was saying. But I wished I would have been on there. I would have asked, and maybe Nino did ask this question, is I would love to hear Dave answer this about how he thinks that Q knew all this stuff way ahead of time. That goes back to the time travel thing to me.
I think that Dave and I both think on the same wavelength with Operation Looking Glass.
Absolutely.
So Tesla talked about this, in his diaries about how when he fired up one of his things, he was sitting on a metal chair, and as he was sitting there sitting on this folding metal chair, to his left, he saw the past, and when he was looking forward, he saw the future. But when he looked to the right, he saw the future. So it was like past, present, future, all in this. So it's like, whoa, wait a minute here, wait a minute, So and he just sent me a message. So I think he's still listening in.
Well, tell him I said hello.
Hang on. I got to send him a code. Hang on, because he's trying to get back in right now. So
okay.
Give me to get this code to him. Hang on, brother. Hang on, Dave. I'm sending it to you right now.
No, Marianne, I don't. I'm just going to get it off a Hawk show here. I'll just do it, kind of clip it out and do it that way.
Okay. So he should be with us in just a minute.
Wonderful. Be good to talk to Dave again.
Yeah, I know he was going to a music recital, I believe, for his daughter. So that's why he wasn't able to stick around while the interview was playing. Believe me, he wanted to, so it's
yeah, I wished he could have, I didn't know I was going to get to come up, but I would love to come up with him again.
Yeah, I actually sent you, I thought I sent you the link earlier in the day, and I guess I hadn't. And so when I looked, and I was like, oh no, I didn't send it to Ronnie yet. And then all of a sudden, here we go.
There's the man.
Hey guys, how you doing?
You doing all right, brother? How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I just had to come back in. The concert just ended a little while ago, and I'm going to spend some time with the family here in a minute, but I wanted to touch base with you all. And
you don't mind me saying that was a damn good interview.
Oh, thank you, Ronnie. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It was damn good.
I checked in with David before that and just said, hey, have you tapped into this at all? And I knew that I wanted to, I wanted to share it with my audience and the seeds and also David's audience, and so he didn't know anything about it. So I wanted to bring that to him, and he was very grateful for that. And we're doing another show Thursday, and a couple things. Yeah, Hawk, I would like to make that happen tomorrow. I think it'd be great if we did something. I gotta dial stuff in better because Rumble still didn't go.
Yeah.
So my apologies to all the folks that were on Rumble and waiting for me there. And and the
Dave, I have a Rumble channel. If you care to use it, or if you need to, you're more than welcome to use it.
oh, I appreciate that, Ronnie. I will let you know. It seems that mine is working, but I think I owe him some money. So that might be.
That could be it.
But I wanted to answer your question, Ronnie, about Q. Hawk pretty much nailed it in terms of the looking glass, and the supercomputer that is involved, I believe, with the looking glass, and the technology that's involved. And I think what we have here, and I honestly believe this, that we're missing a piece of the puzzle here. But if I could walk you through the puzzle, we're talking, we're talking time travel. We're talking, these people have figured it out, as like Hawk said, Tesla, he saw the past, present, and future while sitting under that arc of electric. And John Trump's uncle, was the one who got the best view of that whole thing. And just, what did they do with it? Well, I'm guessing that somehow they were able to tap into that. And certainly, there are people, Q has made too many predictions that haven't come true. No, Q has not. It's all the people that pretend like they know Q, or don't spend the actual time, the hours upon hours upon hours of digging into Q to find out how many coincidences before mathematically impossible. And I've done that, and I did it starting on day 2, and so I've seen Q absolutely predict the future. The Twitter takedown of Trump, the social media, Antifa, the riots, so many things that were predicted. And so I definitely think that there's a technology here that they've been tapping into. And but I also think that this town needs an enema, and this and that might be the reason why we're hearing about the water, we're hearing about the piercing of the firmament. But it's just, I don't want anybody to get all panicky or anything. I just want people to understand that there are some communications happening, and if we can at all decipher them to better serve ourselves and our family, and then we're better off for it. But I definitely think that we need to tap into this time travel thing a little bit more, because there's something there. I mean, I've heard about the timelines converging, and that there's, we're already in two different dimensions. Okay?
Yeah, and Dave, I did a little bit on my show about the looking glass thing last night. Not saying that the way that this guy was describing it was true at all. I'm just saying, it was that it exists, and that's what we're all trying to figure out, is how they do it. And to me, it seems to me like that the bad guys had total control of looking glass for a long time, and then somehow or another the good guys got a hold of it. What do you think?
What I have heard about that, Ronnie, is that that no matter what they did, no matter how many scenarios they ran, that the awakening happened in every single one. In other words, as much as they tried to keep the wool pulled over our eyes, it didn't work, and humanity kept awakening with every iteration of the future that they looked at. And also what I've heard is, certainly I've heard this with the yellow cube, and I think it might have to do with the looking glass as well. And that is that when people are looking into the future, if their intentions are pure and for the good of humanity, they will see clearly. If their intentions are not pure, then it's a little bit muddied, like the waters are a little bit muddied in what they're able to see. And so they're not always able to see the actual end result on the timeline. That's pure speculation. I don't want anybody to think that, wow, Dave Snedeker really knows his time travel stuff, like I'm just trying to figure it out like everybody else. And so I think that what we're seeing here is just some play with that whole thing, with the timeline. And if you look at the people that are caught up in the indoctrination, caught up in the matrix, and the people that have broken free from it, we are literally walking on the same sidewalks, riding in the same buses, flying in the same planes, going to the same movies maybe, and we are in different dimensions. You try to talk to somebody about how the jab is not safe, and they just glaze over and they're like, well, our doctor said we needed it.
Ain't that the truth?
We're already in two different dimensions just with that reality right there. And it's uncanny. But if you look at the brain as an electrical impulse, an electrical system, the people that have been indoctrinated and haven't broken free from that are just simply wired differently than we are. We had to fray a couple of wires, we had to blow out a few fuses, and we had to rewire our brains in order to accept the actual reality which has been kept from humanity since the beginning of time. And I believe that what we're seeing, especially with this Israel last, and I hope that I got into that enough with David, because I know I wanted to get to this. But this whole Israel last thing, it is to expose the Khazarian mafia and to take out the head of the snake, which is the Rothschilds, Khazarian mafia, Pindar, Pinsur, these families that have been hiding in the shadows for eons, and to expose what they know, and what they have, been hiding from us.
That brings up a good point. Where do you think Switzerland fits into all this?
In terms of the theft of the of so much wealth during World War II, is that your thought specifically, or just in general?
Well, I'm thinking about not most, but a lot of the headquarters of a lot of these places are in Switzerland, like CIA, Mossad. I'm not saying, the main headquarters, or it could be the main headquarters. I'm not really sure about that. But also the banking system, just a lot of them are in Switzerland. And not to mention, is it not Hart, but CERN.
CERN, yeah. CERN is headquartered in Switzerland, but as I think the 17 mile an hour, by the way, or a 17-mile track
Yes, sir.
Like a queue. It's like a big queue. Okay, and it's 17 miles. Goes under France as well. Um, and basically, the whole thing about CERN is the god of destruction. Shiva is the god of destruction. Um, and there is no new life without destruction. Just like a seed must be destroyed in order to create a flower. Acorn must be destroyed in order to create the oak, right? And so CERN is, and the other thing too is, now, are we tapping in? We're talking about the brain, we're talking about electricity, we're talking about CERN, we're talking about, how much of this is an actual simulation? And are these people trying to break free from the simulation or break free through the firmament, as if that's our cage, if you will, right? What color is your cage? Is my website that I have directed towards davidsnedeker.com, which has all the links that kind of brings everybody into the world I'm trying to create, outside of the AI, outside of the snooping, outside of the stealing your information. And so I welcome everybody to check that out. But what color is your cage? We have to understand that we have been enslaved as humanity, and the sooner we can stop falling for their mechanisms, like the false flags, like the invasion of Israel, that now all of a sudden everybody's on board with Israel leveling Gaza. Well, guess what, folks? Mossad created Hamas, so they're a part of it. I on my Twitter, I just retweeted. Netanyahu met with all his defense people, his generals and his defense minister, 6 days before the October 7th invasion. What did they know? What did they talk about? Well, we already know that he was alerted by Egypt to this happening. So, so this is all coming to fruition. I'm getting a little distracted here because I need to run, but I do welcome further conversation on this, because I think tomorrow would be a good time to have that. And I'm thinking maybe early afternoon. I don't know what your schedule is like, Hawk, but does that work for you guys?
Yeah, that works fine. What I figure was maybe we'll do like a little round table, have Slow Country, Ronnie, myself, and you.
I think that'd be great. Yeah.
Because each person kind of brings in a little bit, a little bit different perspective. Plus we've all been looking at different things. So if we bring it all to one table, then all of a sudden we begin to get a much clearer picture.
Yeah, what I'd really like to do is also go through like a whole presentation of all the videos and all the information that's coming in through Ingersoll Lockwood.
Yeah.
And also to be able to tap into the Trump Tesla link and all that. I mean, just really kind of have some fun with that.
Well, it seems kind of funny that you said that, because I got to tell you, Dave, I did something. Okay, instead of going dark mode, what I did was I just highlighted from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up here real quick.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I did that earlier today, actually.
And when I did it, what's crazy is something else came up that was not before. Okay. And let me, I can't pause that download, can I? Dang nabbit. Well, I'm not going to worry about that. So right underneath this picture, it's trying to load. There it goes. You see where these little parentheses were highlighted?
Yeah.
You see right underneath here? Okay. So what that led me to was this video. Oh, that's not it. Where'd it go? Where is it? Where are you, Donald? Here we go.
There can be no coexistence with this violence. There can be no tolerating it, no accepting it, no excusing it, and no ignoring it. Every time a terrorist murders an innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God, worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God.
When
The
was
very
this,
word
Hawk?
secrecy is repugnant to a free and open society.
So basically, this video just went live today. But it looks like a mashup of different things, and it's about 16 minutes long. I'm gonna actually play it through.
Okay.
But that was when Trump was president. No, Cameron, that's for right now. If you wanted to jump up, in case you wanted, or Slow Country, if you wanted to jump up, that was for now. The one for tomorrow, I'll send to you.
Hey, I got to jump.
Okay.
But thanks for sharing that interview.
Yeah,
with
I'm
everybody.
downloading this so we can use it tomorrow.
Great. I'm glad,
you know,
glad you did that.
I'm going to have it on my show too. Probably tomorrow night, hopefully tonight, depending on
Okay.
how long it takes me to get it downloaded. But
yeah,
Great. Thank you. Yeah,
so-
let's get that out to as many people. I mean, Nino was I tried to get on his YouTube because I just texted him. I said, "Hey man, I got to get to like all your listeners as best we can." And he said, "Dude, if I have you on my YouTube, I lose it."
Yeah.
And he's
yes,
right.
Yeah, I don't have that fear. I
And-
refuse to live in that fear.
And by the way, and I love that about you, but it's also a numbers thing too. Like you've seen what they've done to me when I got up over 3,000 live versus when we only had like maybe 800 live. Right.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
they didn't mess with me until I got up over 3,000. And every time, especially when we got close to 4,000 live, they kept shutting us down.
Yep.
So it's, they're like, okay, well, they're getting out to a few people. We're not going to worry about that, but Nino, they probably would have trashed his right away.
Well, they're kicking the dog crap out of me, and I've not reached 500 yet. So I mean,
and they're still doing
again.
Yeah. But I mean, still, Hawk does some decent numbers, but he's on 22 too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. So they are definitely shutting you down, but it's but at any rate, so it's great that you guys are sharing this and getting that out. I think it's really important, and I just hug your loved ones, hug your pets, love yourself, get in a vibration, my friends, that is unshakable. That's really, that's the message I have coming out of my trip to hell and back this past year and a half. And is just to find joy in the simple things, because if we get too caught up in all this stuff, it robs us of living the life that our Creator wanted us to live.
Yeah. I heard a very interesting interaction between an old Christian and a group of college students. And he said, he says, when people think about hell, when people think about hell, they think of it as this burning, fiery brimstone and everything else. When in all actuality, we serve time in hell on earth, and some people will experience a hell of a feeling when you're separated from God. And basically, it's the idea of it was he was trying to explain to people hell is your separation from God. Okay. When you do not have God in your life, the only thing that you have is misery, discomfort, pain, sorrow, and everything else. And if you're not leading the best life that you can today with God there, then when you die, you're separated from God for eternity, which would be an everlasting hell.
Yeah.
So that's part of what we need to recognize and realize, that it's not this fire and brimstone fiery pit. It's a separation from God, the thing that we can find ourselves grounded in daily, and gather strength from, and courage from, and direction from, and discernment from, you know, and it's like you said, over the last year and a half, you have begun to experience a different relationship with God than you had in years.
Yeah.
Your hell is over. Your hell is over.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So
Well,
all right, brother.
I just need to get some footing underneath, and things will be a lot different. Thank you, guys. We'll talk tomorrow. Okay.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Dave.
All right.
See you
Great
tomorrow,
night,
bro.
Dave. Okay.
Bye bye.
Good night.
All right. So, Big Chap, I did not see your video on the Ingersoll thing. I will try to make time tonight to look at it, and go through what you found. And again, Ronnie's going to be up with us tomorrow. If you want to join us, I'll send Ronnie the link, and if you want to join us, you can click that link too, and join us. We'll have Slow Country up too, who's been doing a deep dive on this as well. So we'll have lots of information to go with tomorrow. I think it'll be a great conversation, a great roundtable.
I'll definitely send it to chat. I'll definitely send the link to you.
Yeah. Give it the opportunity to for everybody to give their viewpoints, because different perspectives, I'm telling you, this is the thing. And I've told you this many times, Ronnie. One of the reasons that I like hanging out with you is, you and I, although we differ on a few things, we always end up meeting in the middle, and the idea of a roundtable is to bring all those different perspectives together so that we come to a consensus and we're meeting in the middle, that's a big, huge step, for a group of podcasters to actually come together like that, because of the fact that, our understandings are shared, our concerns are shared, our animosities are shared, our fears are shared, but then our strengths are shared.
Absolutely,
our courage is shared.
And you know what, Hawk? I don't think I've been on with one person on YouTube or anywhere yet that I have totally agreed with, or that they have totally agreed with me. But like you said, we always meet in the middle, or we agree to disagree, on something. You've got to learn, that even though you might disagree on something, there's no need to hate each other or whatever, just let it go, and, keep on researching and finding common ground.
Yeah. Terry Storer says, I love how Patriot Underground is showing his face. Cat Turd showed his face too. Yeah. Terry, I'm ugly, so you don't need to see me. It's, I'll periodically turn on my camera and wave. But other than that, I'm ugly. You don't need to see me. It's, it's, yeah, it's the idea of, we're bringing all these different communities together right now, and this is the thing is we're, okay. We're on the cusp of a brand new outlook on everything that we have ever known. Okay. Knowing that we've been lied to, and now now we're seeing where coming together with a battery of truth, you know, is helping to unite even more of us. You know, I had somebody in chat the other day. He's like, "Oh, I'm tired of you Q-tards and all this stuff." It's got nothing to do with that. Okay, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. What Q did was Q presented a whole bunch of questions that began people researching. And to me, that is a significant thing that not the average human would do. They would come in and they would give you their perspective, but they would never give you the opportunity to question or to research to respond back. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So with those questions that Q put out there was the beginning of a conquest for the human mind to awaken and become one with yourself. Okay. Because all of us have gone through an experience where something is going on in our lives that is altering who and what we were before. Okay. I'm going through a financial crisis beyond anything that I ever dreamed that I would ever experience. Okay. I'm fearful day by day of things that could happen, but I try to leave my faith in God and in Christ, and that they're going to provide what I need. Okay. But at the same point, the awakening of my mind is giving me such a solid direction, telling me that I'm going the right way. I'm going in the direction that he wants me to go, or else we wouldn't have 150 to 250 people listening to us on a daily basis when we do our podcast. That my videos wouldn't be getting 4,000, 5,000 views in a couple of days, over a couple of days, because, I understand people have a hard time sitting down watching 8 hours of a podcast. I totally get that. I do, but see, my objective has always been to bring all the personalities out there, put them all back in your face, and then you use your discernment as to and your research ability to discover the truth. Not just my truth, not just your truth, but the truth. Okay. Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. And the life. So when he said that to the disciples, he was describing himself as the light. Okay. And then added the way, the truth, and the life. Okay. It's the idea of what we're capable of doing when all of our shared experiences come together in one collective and are presented through our spiritual connection and our heart's connection, and then the clear mind that we're getting every day that we add more truth to it, the more of the BS that disappears from our lives.
That's right. What I do every night at least, and a lot of times more than that, is pray to my God, which is basically Jesus Christ. There's a God, the Father and the Son, but I pray for discernment, for him to lead me and in everything I do, but particularly when I'm on YouTube or wherever, and that I tell the thing closest to the truth that humanly possible. And through him, as long as he's guiding me, I know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah. And God's amazing, it's to have an everlasting love. Okay. Because you may feel like you're 10,000 steps away from God. But let me tell you something, folks, right now. You may think that you're 10,000 steps away from him. Turn around. Just turn around. There's no steps required. Just turn around. And you're going to find out that he's right there.
Christ said, I stand at the door and knock.
Yep.
All you got to do is open it or answer it.
Yep. It's amazing what God will do in our lives if we just let him.
That's absolutely right.
Back when I first started doing podcasts, talking about my faith and everything else, before that it was all cannabis, podcast. It's everything that I did was about the plants, about the strains, about RSO, and the healing properties of the plant, and showing, how everything grows and how to germinate your seeds properly, everything all the way down the line, right? 13 years worth of videos, but then one day, and we were talking about this the other day, something happened to me where I hit my knees and I gave it all back to Christ, and it was literally just turning around and hitting my knees, and, one of the first things that I learned was to stop blocking my angels. Okay. When you pray as you have already received it and believe that you have already received it. Live as though you already received it. Because as soon as doubt steps in, that angel's got to turn around and go back to God and say, well, he gave up, Lord. He gave up.
No, you're right. You're right.
And it's,
and that's something we all have, all of us, I think, have a lot of problems with, and I have myself, I do pray to God. I trust in God, but I admit, in certain things in my life, I question it. Is it going to happen? Will it happen? And that's wrong. I agree with Talk. That's the wrong thing to do, but it's just a weakness in me.
Yep. It's, but we get better. We get better. We grow, we grow, spiritually and mentally every day that we seek the truth through him. There's so much that we don't that we don't understand yet, but it's going to become clearer and clearer and clearer to us. And I think that we're going to find out that his love goes beyond anything that we could ever think, hope, or dream of experiencing in our lifetime.
But you know what, Hawk, and one thing I haven't prayed to God and asked, and I'm not going to, and that is to help me with my singing, because I think he'd just flat out say, no way. I mean, I didn't make you a singer.
So have you seen that new series called The Chosen?
The Chosen. I don't think
it's about the disciples in Jesus. Okay. Well, there's one part in there where Peter or Simon is talking to Jesus, and they're getting ready to do the dance of Miriam. And it's, you know, during a wedding, it's one of the dances that they do at weddings. And and Simon said to Jesus, "Come on, we're going to go do this." And he looked at Simon's brother Andrew and said, "Are you going to come do it with us?" And Simon said, "Oh no, you don't want to see that." And Jesus said to him, "Well, why wouldn't I want to see that?" And he said, "Because basically when he's dancing, he looks like, you know, a donkey walking on hot coals, you know." And so then there were at that same point there was the transpiration of the incident where they ran out of wine. So while they're waiting to prepare to do the dance, Jesus goes in, changes the water to wine, comes out, says to Simon, he says, "Okay, well," he says, "you know, we still have to evaluate Andrew's feet." And they start doing the dance, and Simon says to Jesus, "So, do you think you can help him?" And he says, "There even some things that I can't do." You know, so he turned it into a comedy situation that, you know, yeah, okay, your singing might be a little bit off, but it doesn't matter. God still loves to hear you.
Oh yeah. It's way off, and you know, I don't know. God probably put some earplugs in when I sing. I don't blame him a bit. But you know, what I'm saying is, you know, he made us who we are. If he intended for any of us to be a lawyer, a doctor, Indian chief, that's what we would have been. You know, we are what he made us, and I'm more than happy to be exactly what he made me.
Yeah, yeah. I catch you right. Yeah, those long weekend broadcasts. Yeah, that it literally took me, you know, 4 or 5 days to recover from that. And you know, because I'd started Friday at 5 o'clock, and I would go through until Monday at 5 o'clock.
Lord.
You know, and then Monday night, you know, I would crash and then still do podcasts, you know, throughout the week, and then come back on and do the prayathons again. And it did it had a major effect on my health, my body, you know, and you know, my health was the big one. And I just said, okay, I need to step away now. You
Well,
know,
you were still going strong Sunday night, Hawk. Man, I mean, I was wore out, and you were. It seemed like you were just getting started. Oh man.
Yeah, you know what? And I did not get to sleep for about 3 hours after you finished.
Lord.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. Yeah, because I had that nap that afternoon, and it was a 2.5 hour nap. Normally, I'll nap for about an hour and a half at the most, and yeah, I definitely got more sleep than I had planned on, and yeah, I was a bundle of energy. Absolutely.
It sounded like it. You were going strong. I know that, and I you know, it was at the point I didn't want to go off. I had to go off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, man, I just couldn't take any more. I was just wore out.
Yeah, well, you know, you also got a lot of things going on in your body right now too. You know, so it's you know what, you know, the pain and discomfort that you go through, you know, that taxes a large quantity of your energy, whether you know it or not.
Oh, you ain't kidding, it does.
Because it's that constant push through, because you're one of those guys that you push through, you know, and you know, when you do that, you know, it drains your batteries, you know.
It definitely does, and anybody that don't think it does, well, you know, it hadn't been there yet. That's all I can say. But that's why, you know, and I'll probably have to go to cutting my shows down a little bit more, because as much as I want to keep going, I just can't. You know, it's just
yeah.
It's been honest.
Well, you got a lot going on. Like I said, you know, it's health wise and everything else. It can be, you know, it can be tiring. It can be exhausting. You know, there you go, chap. You should be able to post your links now.
All right, chap got a wrench. Right on.
Yeah.
Well, you know what made Sunday so much fun, Hawk, was when you don't plan something and it just kind of happens. To me, that's when it's the most fun. And that's what happened Sunday. You know, it was not planned in any way to go into any kind of karaoke or anything.
One song.
Yeah. And you were on what, 4 hours, whatever it was? a long time.
Yeah,
No,
I think I did.
enjoyed it.
I think we all did maybe 5 or 6 songs. So it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I think we done more than that. I had to go back and count them. I mean, I don't know. I didn't keep count, but there was a lot of them. I know that, and it was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get back into this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up the Patriot Underground interview about 5 minutes. So that way there we catch them at the beginning of the topic that they're getting ready to switch to. And let's roll this.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump down for the night, Hawk, and I'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Okay, man. All right. Sounds good, Ronnie. And I'll make sure you guys get the link early in the day. So that way there. And I'll find out from Dave what time in the morning we're going to go. And yeah, let's do this. Absolutely.
All right. Thank
brother.
you, Hawk. Appreciate you, bro.
You're welcome. All right.
Good night. Good night.
All right, guys, back to it. Here we go.
A battle, right? But on the other side of that is, whether you like it or not, a unity that could come about as a result of this so-called alliance, even understanding that we eventually have already started to join the galactic community, and that we are going to be fighting the negative alien races and AI races that have been invading our planet now for eons, and that we are going to be throwing them out. Okay. And you can't do that if we are being infiltrated in other countries, if people are working, at each other's throats here on Earth. Earth will have to be united. So a lot of this World War III stuff is all about getting the alliances in place to fight once and for all these invaders from outer space, believe it or not. So this is where we're going. I know you're not on the screen right now, so I don't know if we're done. If you want to come back and have more, or
all right. I just had to run out in the other room for 2 seconds, but I can still hear you. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. I absolutely. I agree with everything you said, and we can certainly talk about the transhuman agenda. We can kind of switch gears a little bit into topics about AI and such. Most of our conversation, normally actually we kind of do get into AI and the transhuman discussion. But I'm kind of curious. Before we do that, I do want to get your take, because you mentioned Jan Halper Hayes, and obviously she's been all over alternative media. She's really made some pretty explosive statements, and I think coming from an individual in her position, clearly that's something we have to pay attention to. And most recently, she said that tribunals were already going on. I believe she said in the Mediterranean. And to kind of connect this to Juan, because we've been talking about Juan a little bit here, well, a lot actually. Juan, I think initially, like you said, he's completely unequivocally said that these secret executions is just a bunch of BS, right? But he has, I think,
well, he has said there have been intel officers, I think he's kind of how he intimated, that they have been having some preliminary trials. I don't know, trial would probably be the wrong word. Investigations, whatever you call those, committees also. And it's possible some of the committees that we don't hear about, even in Congress, could be beginning some of those investigations. So I don't think he's completely denying it, but he's certainly denying it more than, Gene Decode, who is going on at length on that. And I did bring this up, but on this news group that I'm part of, I believe it was one that actually put out a link to this guy called the Chief, who is a former chief of police for some state in the United States. And he's come forward as a whistleblower. He's established this very sort of remedial website that actually has a whole list of with detail about those who have been executed, including, and some of whom are now clones, so that the public wouldn't be the wiser, and a practice that I object to, but nonetheless.
Well, clearly some of these people aren't the same people. I mean, we know that. We don't need any proof of
Right.
that. I mean, all you need is
Well, I mean, Matthew Perry, though, is a case in point, sad to say. So that even Matthew Perry was involved with adrenochrome, child sacrifice, etc. I mean, he does not mince words, this guy, Chief. And I put the links if you want to join, charges $5 to get this list. And it's quite a big list. It's not huge, but it's good. And it does say, you know, this one was was terminated for this and this and this and this. I mean, it's really
Oh, I've seen, yeah. I mean, I've seen these lists. I mean, you know, and this is going back a while now, and this is nothing new, right? But I mean, the question I've always had.
But he is a relatively. I think he just came forward recently.
Oh, okay. So his name, he goes by Chief.
This particular whistleblower called the Chief.
The Chief. All right, I'm gonna have to look into that. But you know, the point that I was really getting at or driving at there was, you know, we've been hearing about these secret military tribunals now for a couple of years. Yep. And you know, so a lot of people, you know, when they hear, oh yeah, they're going on, it's like people are kind of rolling their eyes at this point and going, yeah, okay, well, where's the proof? And you know, it's strange in a sense, Carrie, because obviously, like I said, we know that certain individuals are not the same people. I mean, you couldn't possibly convince us otherwise if you have eyes to see. But then the flip side of that coin is, and Juan has actually mentioned this before, that if they're having these military tribunals in secret, and let's take it a step farther, if they're actually executing people covertly, that is, I mean, first of all, how do you ever explain that to people? How do you ever, I mean, and that's one aspect of it. And then the second aspect of it is that really going to satisfy the people's need for justice, you know, to hear about this? I mean, you know, I guess we're going to come to terms with the fact that we've been lied to about absolutely everything. And then on top of that, they're going to tell us, oh, and by the way, we also executed all these people that you thought were still alive all of these, you know, these past several years. How is that going to help rebuild and reestablish trust? I mean, that's the issue that I've always had.
I think it's a huge problem. You know, I won't shy away from that. But I will say that one of the things that Juan said in his interview with Chambers is that basically these people, not only military who have lied to other military, he said unequivocally that they are traitors, that they should be up on treason, and that they will be. He actually said they will be.
And that was the part he got really animated.
Yes. And he said on top of it that, you know, that these people, that they were committing war crimes and crimes against humanity that went under the purview, not of us, not even of our superior court, but that it was going under the military jurisdiction, if you will, because of the type of crime that they were involved in. So there's no doubt that we're going to need some kind of EBS or some kind of educational something that is going to do more than have people walk away and go, that's just CGI, right? So, you know, it's huge. It is huge. And this gets into this idea, and I don't even know how they're going to handle it properly, is going to be this idea that even things could go to a wonderful level. We could have peace, we could have, you know, prosperity. But if we are going to be buying into the idea that they have been executing people on their watch, and we have not been told about it, and that these are some of the Hollywood people, and that they have been very involved. I mean, Robert De Niro's son is on this list, for God's sake. Not that he died from an overdose, but he died because he was executed because he was fully involved in the adrenochrome highway, as was De Niro, who's apparently not even De Niro anymore. I mean, and you certainly know the Tom Hanks story and so on and so forth. Sure. In other words, this is so extreme, and they were going to have to demonstrate this and explain this to such a complete degree that I don't see how you avoid. Now, this, I think, will cause the Civil War. I think that even, you know, there are enough crazies out there who don't even won't look at the Satanist aspect of this battle that we're in, that a lot of us, at least more on the right, are much more aware of. Okay. And I don't think you can understate how important that aspect is, because if you don't understand that, and you also don't understand that Satanism and reptilians and drinking blood and vampires and all of this is all part of the same package, and that we have been invaded, and we've been invaded time and time again in this regard, and that humans are taken as slaves off the planet regularly, especially under cover of war, which is probably happening right now in Hamas, and orchestrated, in fact, with a corridor coming in and out of, portals, basically coming out of the area of the Middle East. In other words, we are feeding these off-planet races that do not keep us in a good light, who don't want to see us prosper, who have been trying to infiltrate us and create war and dissension on our planet now for eons. And that includes, by the way, they weren't also turning off nukes, they were turning them on. And there's actually, the To the Stars Academy, that rock and roller who was part of it, he knows that, for example, he found out about that. These stories are out there. The military, the reveal that they're starting to work towards, slowly but surely, to get people to realize that we actually have been invaded, really 6 ways to Sunday, as I say. And the bottom line is that a lot of the hybrids that are again coming up from South and Central America into the United States are gray human hybrids. They're part of a hybridization, alien human hybrid program. And they are easily programmable by the gray ETs and their AI masters. So this is an X-Men scenario ultimately. And I know I am the only person out there talking like this, but someday that's not going to be the case. Someday I'm going to be joined by quite a few people and a lot of evidence, but the evidence is actually there on as far as witness testimony by people who worked in Black projects. And that includes, Richard Allen Miller, and who worked side by side with aliens, as did Dan Burish, as did, numerous of my witnesses have been along those lines, as well as Mark Richards, who has been disclosing the reptilians and how they operate, how they think, how they act, and so on and so forth, for the last 6 or 7 years that I've been reporting on that. So what I'm saying here is there's a learning curve that we think people are on a learning curve now. No idea how they're going to have to learn this stuff. But I have criticized the white hats along these lines because I feel that they have not been willing to share what people can handle. I say that people can handle the truth, that this idea that you can't handle, or you can only think of one thing at a time because your brain is so slow, right? I think this is completely wrong. I think there are too many old men running the white hats. I'll say that again. I've said it before, and I think there are not enough young people who are also analyzing the AI, because AI is also not dependable. And there are lots of mitigating factors having to do with how this whole thing is rolling out, the decisions white hats make on a day-to-day basis, the things Juan says, the things he doesn't say, how locked down he has been lately. When you have an uneducated mass, and it was President Kennedy who said this, if you want to have a democracy of any kind of, open, free society, you have to have an educated populace.
Absolutely.
Stupid people, uninformed people, they are much more dangerous, okay? But what we have are a lot of stupid, uneducated people. And I don't think the white hats have done enough in this regard.
I agree. I absolutely agree. We can, and I want to talk a little bit, we can get into a little bit more about, the exopolitical angle and the transhuman agenda, and because I think that's
Yeah,
it's
another
always where
interview.
we end up, right?
I think we've
If-
been talking for like 2 hours.
Oh, have we been on already for that long? Okay, wow. Well,
I
it
don't
flies by. It flies by. Well, it's just to, to put an end cap on that. I just can't figure out. I mean, there's certainly, where we're talking about tribunals. I mean, there's certainly, you mentioned the Law of War manual. I've read portions of that. I mean, it's obviously it's very tough to read. It's, you have to like force yourself to read it. But the portions that I've seen, and not only that, what do they call it? The Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ. There's a whole bunch of legal framework in there for secret tribunals. So it's not as if this is like completely out of left field, this idea of secret tribunals. I think what we're talking about, though, is the implication of that, and what that's actually going to mean when that comes out, when that's communicated. Even you said that could end up spiraling out of control. That could send people down the direction towards civil war. But it's interesting because I tend to agree, because people might be so distraught and upset when they hear about these things and all of their heroes that have been executed, and they don't want to believe any of it. I could see that angle, but you also point out, and you've been very, very consistent in saying that ultimately that the masses can handle the truth, and that the white hats, that's kind of been one of the cornerstones of your criticism of their approach, is that basically not trusting in our ability collectively to be able to absorb these realities. But you talk about all these things. I mean, up until this point, we haven't really even gotten into non-terrestrials and exopolitics and all of the transhuman agenda. And even before we get into all that, I mean, talking about COVID and the truth about the genocide, and talking about the stolen election, and talking about the human trafficking, and these things in and of themselves, I think, are going to be, well, let's just say it's a pretty tall order to disclose all that to the public. And then you get to the real truth, which is, the alien involvement, the AI, the alien incursions, the AI takeover, and all of these things. So, I mean, certainly we've got a lot of work to do in terms of bringing the public up to speed. And so I certainly can see your criticism there, but do you still ultimately believe that if they just were to come out and say, okay, enough is enough, we're going to flip the switch? Because the way I see it, I mean, I was kind of making a little list here of topics that we've been discussing. I mean, between now and, let's just say, November of 2024, when the next election is scheduled, right? There's a lot of things that really need to happen. I mean, we're talking about Trump's return. We're talking about, well, will there be an election? Will there not be an election? Is there going to be, we're talking about, the EBS or the EAS, military intervention. We're talking about a massive event, a false flag trigger event. We're talking about military tribunals. We're talking about a nuclear standoff. And that's one heck of a jam-packed year. If we're in for all of these things, and, I just think to myself, I frequently thought about this, how in the world, because we see every single day how ignorant so much of the public still is about all of these topics. How in the world are they going to be able to explain all this? And, we've heard about the movies, like the 8-hour-long videos that they're going to loop and all of these things. And I can sort of see that, but the impact of what's coming is going to be so seismic, Carrie, that I almost wonder to myself, how could they ever unravel this complex web in a way that's going to really, not backfire? And I know that this kind of dovetails the conversation about AI, because they've gamed this out supposedly, but
let me say this, okay? I know that there's a lot of talk about avoiding civil war. I don't think it's avoidable, okay? I think it's going to happen.
You mean like citizens fighting each other, or do you mean military?
Well, militaries for sure. I mean, and there's no doubt. In fact, our military has been fighting among itself in secret battles that, sometimes we hear sort of the tail end of things, and then they rewrite it in such a way. And there was a missile shot, out over, I don't know, Catalina or somewhere, that you remember that a couple of years ago, and Sean David Morton reported on it, for example. And, clearly that was one part of our military completely clueless, while the other part was doing something, right?
Yep.
And then we also have battles going on in the skies. I did want to mention this one thing. I know it seems insignificant in a way, maybe it is, but there's a guy who was heading up a division of I think it's Department of Defense, whatever division that was dedicated to sort of exposing the UFO question. and he's just stepped down. You might have heard of it.
Yes, I
have
did
it on
hear
my-
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it on my, again, my Telegram where I put everything. So you just go scroll back, you'll see, it's
Mhm.
there, the article about him and such. But the cover story is that, oh, he's done a great job, and he really is kind of critical of Grush, who's one of the main CIA whistleblowers, right, to come forward, who actually became like a lightning rod for all the other whistleblowers to come forward because he covered their ground and stood up for them. And then in the UAP congressional investigation, that was televised, basically came forward with a lot of the evidence alluding to bodies and this and that. He criticized that. He said that, he didn't believe it or whatever he said. He thought it was negligent to come forward. In other words, what I'm trying to allude to here is that you have a guy who is clearly not able to get up to speed to understand what is, in essence, what Grush is saying, which I know to be true because my whistleblowers have been revealing this for the last 20 years. Okay. And other whistleblowers, even besides them, of course, and other individuals who even came before my time, right? Okay, the well-known ones. So what we're looking at is a sort of revolution in our whole way of thinking, in our whole life, in everything that we see and do. And it's being pushed along by this sort of conflagration that results in, war, what we call war, and a war of worlds, in essence. And this is all actually, there's a wonderful Terence McKenna thing that I just put up, today, this morning, someone stumbled on, where he's actually talking about, this is actually our entree to ascension. That people thought ascension was like smooth and you're going to get all godlike and all this stuff, when it's not that at all. It's actually this complete unveiling, this sort of dynamic releasing of all this shit, that's been building up and been lies upon lies upon lies, right? So some of the humanity will be able to handle it. Some certainly won't. It will require, again, these kind of battle zones to occur. Safe places will emerge. We're even, according to this litany of information from the whistleblower, going to have earth changes. And Richard Allen Miller talked about it. That Cliff Hythe is talking about it. That Dick Allgaier and his remote viewers have seen it. So we've got some incident, whatever it is, some major incident. Someone just sent me something saying, oh, it's going to happen January 3rd, which I don't think so. But nonetheless, a lot of people are focused on around, springtime, being late March, early April of this 2024. Some others are now, even Richard Allen Miller is now pushing it back to 2025. God knows when it's on the, when it's on the list of events that we're supposed to live through, okay, or die through. Right?
Yep.
So I guess what I'm saying is that it's not all on the white hats. It's not all on watching videos that educate you. You know what I'm saying? In other words, this is going to be a spiritual transformation of our society. And just like the time of World War II, which I was just watching an excellent movie on Netflix called All the Light We Cannot See, which is a book I read many years ago, by the way, about the Nazi occupation of Paris and a young girl who was broadcasting, of course, I identify, right? Yeah, but nonetheless, who is telling the truth to the masses in her own way during this very time of darkness. And then the Americans come in and save the day at the very end, and all this type of stuff. Well, we are kind of back in that time. We have a lot of darkness and we have a lot of, war all around us. And I think it's going to get more. And according, I do have dreams and evidence from the future. Now, I can't say they're accurate, but I can say, at least for me, when I look into the future, I see the good and the bad. And I do see Trump coming back. I do see the white hats having a certain amount of success. I do see that they are actually going to be trying to get rid of a lot of the so-called illegal aliens and I guess you might say young men who have come over here with dire, ideas in mind. In other words, we're going to be going through this. It's going to be a moving target. And I think that in essence, that we're going to see all of this transpire around us at the same time that people are changing. There are energies hitting our earth even right now that, and you maybe are feeling them yourself, and people
Sure,
are feeling them where you feel, exhausted by what's around you. You can't put your finger on it, but you can see that there's something major going on. And we're very psychic, and Cliff High's WebBot proves that actually humans are psychic. We are all precogs. More and more people are going to stumble into that side of themselves, I believe, by virtue of just being put under pressure. When you pressurize somebody, and of course the Illuminati know this thing, when they torture someone, they actually, the genie comes out of the body, out of the bottle, and it basically makes them wake up and come alive on a spiritual basis. So we're going to live more spiritually in the future than we do now. And that's also how some people are going to be able to understand and embrace this litany of crimes, I guess you might say, crimes against humanity, crimes against each other. Some people have taken one side, some people have taken another. Some people will want to atone for their actions, so and so, and it moves on. So it's not like I have the answer to everything. I just think that we shouldn't isolate these things quite so much the way we tend to do. So right now, you and I are emphasizing if you want to say, the reveal of the Satanism. Actually, it's been revealed in movies and television for eons. Some people can watch horror. I'm not good at watching horror. I tend to watch thrillers and mysteries, but I'm not so into, gore and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But actually, funny enough, I mean, I was just over the weekend talking to somebody, and this was quite a young person. And, I was throwing things out at, from Camelot, just bits and pieces. And she was like, oh yeah, we all know that. We know that about the UFOs. And I mean, she was on point already. Okay. And she obviously knew not a lot about the kind of stuff I talk about, but she had her own entree in, if you will.
Mm.
So I think there is hope. I actually do think there's lots of hope. And I think a lot of the hope may also come from the young as opposed to the old, but I think the old can be leaders in this aspect. And I think that we are going for a positive future, ultimately. And I think even that's also in, by the way, the Anglo-Saxon whistleblower, actually things do turn around and we do come back to the fore and so on and so forth. But there will be a lot of death and destruction, and death is simply a transition. A lot of these people will transition out of these bodies. They're already preparing to do so. Certainly the Gazans that are being killed right now, some will just come back, earlier than, say, others of us, because they will, die and return quickly. And there will be certain actions taken to, I think, deal with their souls and the soul transitions. So I'm not saying, to be in favor of the genocide. I think recognizing that the Israelis and members of the United States military are being put in a position to act exactly like Nazis. I mean, exactly. Going, a throwback to World War II. And I think right now, if you watch movies and television and educate yourself, read books about World War II, you will learn a lot that will prepare you for the years ahead, I have to say. And I also see positive things. I do see the white hats, coming to the fore, as I said. I do see, I mean, one of the things I saw even before the election of 2020, I saw Trump coming to the fore and caravans of illegal aliens headed for the southern border and leaving.
Really?
At the time, I thought, what the hell? I didn't really even totally get what I was seeing because I was focused like everyone else on 2020, that he didn't win.
Mm.
So it didn't happen. But now, the closer we get, the more I see that my dream could really be coming true. And that involves also bombing illegal alien bases that are embedded here in our earth, that have to be done away with. In other words, in a sense, the earth has become infested by insects and other alien races and AI races that have tried to take us over. They have not been successful. We are still here. We are evolving spiritually. And those of us that are doing so know it. Okay, we know it deep in our hearts and our souls, and it's happening. And I think that in some ways, getting, for example, this media company getting taken over by a right-wing religious conservative group is indication of how the Illuminati, again, love to pit us against each other, because you got right-wingers, but you got a certain division of right-wingers coming in to take over from the right-wingers that are more of a mixed, open-minded group, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to realize that we are being infiltrated, that, white hats are people, they're not, they might want to try to act like God, and they may be following an AI who tells them they can act like God. But I don't think that's how it works. Okay. I really don't. In the end of the day, I don't think it's all sewed up. I think there's a lot more to be had here, and a lot of battles that haven't been fought, and a lot of truth that hasn't come out that should. I mean, like now.
I agree. I'm glad you brought up Cliff High too, because I remember that he had taken a long hiatus there, and he came out with this. He did a show with Dick Alguy, but he also did a show with Nino where he revealed this whole thing about this, this event. And I've talked about this on my show, but this event that's coming, that on his emotional output scale, I think is what he calls it, is going to be like an 81 or something like that, where 9/11 was like a 5. So
Right.
whatever's coming, and he actually projected, if I remember correctly to that interview, I think I remember him talking about sometime around early April of 2024, which interestingly enough coincides with Trump's trial. And that I think is probably going to be we're going to be in the middle of all that. It's going to be live streamed. And I think there's a real big possibility that could be the point where they decide to really to ramp up these false flags. That might really be the trigger event, because as you know, and Josh Reed did a brilliant podcast, talking about the Trump card and the military evidence. It's been announced that Trump's legal team has come out and said, yeah, we're going to be submitting classified documents that prove that the election was stolen back in 2016 and all the elections up until, of course, 2020. You might recall too that Trump, when they initially charged him with the J6, BS, all those trumped up charges, pun intended, he had initially said he was going to hold a press conference and he was going to reveal all this evidence. I don't know if you remember that, but then he was like, oh no, my lawyers told me not to do that. But now they've come out and they've said, and this is going to be live streamed for the entire world to see. I know that, I had a conversation with SG not too long ago, and he actually did his most recent audio file talked about this, the Trump card getting played. And I think there happen to be probably many Trump cards. That's just my view. I don't think there's just one single one, but certainly military evidence.
JFK Jr. is a Trump card. And there's a photograph of Trump holding a card with his face on it. But there's no doubt that they've got a lot of Trump cards. And the Tesla tech, by the way, the real Tesla tech, that comes along with with Trump and his family line, and the reveal along those lines that actually supersedes any of these oil battles that are going on currently, which they know full well. So it's interesting the things they decide to participate in and keep quiet. But yeah, it is absolutely, I think it's interesting. I'm not, I hope that the trial will reveal like in that way. I do want to say a caveat, but I thought, if I got it wrong, I'm sorry, but I actually heard that Cliff High was saying his event was going to happen before the end of the year, which I think he meant this year. So he didn't mean April. He meant the end of it. First, I thought it was April, but then I heard later that he actually was talking about the end of this year.
Wow.
So just caveat. I know Dick Allgire's group was tended towards April, and I know that Richard Allen Miller's information tended towards April. The earth change, which is an earth change scenario coming from Allgire and from Richard Allen Miller, who have seen, at least in their information. And by the way, Richard Allen Miller is a physicist who worked for Navy intelligence his whole life, basically, and that he's totally controlled by them now, he will freely admit. And so, you know, and he's just, in fact, he's coming on my show in a few days, and he's got a new book out, and he's going to be, you know, going crazy with all kinds of great information. But just saying that, you know, in other words, we do have some warnings, advanced warnings that people should, you know, and one was sort of reiterating this also in that same interview, as he's done many times, which is to warn people to be prepared and have food on hand and water and various things. So, you know, I think that we need to look at that and take it seriously. You know, it's interesting that a lot of these other wars have happened off the shores of the United States. This time that we're entering in may indeed, the war will come into our country, and we will be fighting, not only among ourselves, but, you know, having to deal with these different militaries fighting themselves, which they are fully entrenched in fighting at this time. In other words, and they're also, by the way, not that people want to hear about it, but I have to say, different divisions of our military are also backed by different ET groups. And this is major, you know, because these ETs have been wars in wars of the worlds, off planet. According to Ashiana Dean, you know, everyone was brought here on purpose, and we are all alien human hybrids, by the way, Juan. And that in essence, we are here to learn to get along, and for it to reflect back through all of our distant racial memories, meaning also different kinds of species, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a plan beyond the plan that is more of a divine plan that has involved this type of battlefield in the past. And it's not a football game. And we are not God's chosen people, contrary to what one will say. I believe fully and completely that all humans are worth saving. And it doesn't matter what football team, you know, racial profile you have, that there is reason for the Creator to actually embrace all of us, and that we all relate to the Creator, and we're all part of it, regardless of whether you have a soul connection or some other kind of connection. Limited thinking is not going to do you any service during the future. I can say that.
Absolutely. Well, that's why so many people love listening to you, Carrie, because you stretch the brain in the direction that it needs to go, right? That's been, well, you know, this has been amazing. We have been on now for a couple of hours, so I think it's probably a good time to wind it down. We've had quite an audience, I will tell you. So thank you everybody out there who's tuned into the live stream. It's been really great. So anything you want to leave the audience with? I know you've said quite a bit. You want to talk about your website? Any final thoughts before we wrap this up?
No, other than, you know, because I have thousands of interviews, I've been learning about this for the past 20 years. That's part of the reason I feel I might be a leg up beyond a lot of people out there. I encourage you to watch our interviews. And my website is behind the scenes, not in the greatest shape, but it is there. And I have BitChute, a link to BitChute. I have a channel on Rumble. I have a channel on Odyssey. So when I lost my YouTube channel, it all got filtered down to these other channels. And also my website itself has a ton of my interviews. So if you don't find it on one place, you can find it in another. And if you just do a search, there's a big yellow magnifying glass on the right-hand side of my website. Just enter the first or last name and continue to search. So just want to say, you know, that I have a ton of stuff to back up the things I say, and that the number of whistleblowers and incredible information is all there. So, you know, a lot of the stuff that's out there right now is not new.
Mhm. Absolutely. Well, Carrie, it's always an honor and a pleasure to have you on the show. I'm glad this went well, our first one on camera, but I think it was a really good one.
Yeah, thank you.
As always, I mean, you just, you know, we've covered so much territory. It's amazing. I could talk to you for hours, but we'll wrap this up for today. I'll have you back on again soon. Everybody out there, again, thank you for listening. I really do appreciate that. Carrie does as well. God bless and Godspeed, folks. I'll be back soon with another report. And until then, Patriot out.
All right. That was Patriot Underground with Carrie Cassidy. And folks, we got a lot of material still to go through today. Oh, yeah. We're going to be going for a while. I hope you guys are ready. I just ran out and dumped what gas I had left in the gallon or in the 5-gallon jug there into the generator so we can keep going. And we're going to jump right into our next one. This is Melissa Red Pills. Now, this was put up this morning, and there was a second one that was put up this afternoon. So you're going to get a double dose of her. But we got, so our lineup is going to be Melissa Red Pill, then X22 from today, and then Melissa Red Pill, and then David Morgan with SGT report, and then that'll be the end of us. But let's go ahead, jump right into our next one. You know, yeah, we're just I'm gonna keep giving you guys more. That's the whole point of this, you know, laying it all out on the table, and you know, you pick up what pieces you can use, and you hold on to those, and you share them with your friends. Maybe be able to explain a couple of things to your friends, your family, whatever. You know, yep, I just lay it out there for you. It's up to you guys to do the rest. Here we go.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Melissa Red Pill, and today we are going to be discussing exactly what the Bible says about the Jews. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my newsreels. Melissa, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Hey there, brother. I've missed you. I'm excited to be on with you guys today. And just in researching about this thing, what's going on in Gaza and Israel. And I wanted to share that with you guys because there's a lot of misinformation going on. And we already have heard saving Israel for last.
Right.
And that the end won't be for everyone. There's a lot of division right now. And I wanted to try to clear some of that up. I hope I can. It's very complicated on purpose. So ready to go?
Let's go. Absolutely.
Let's do it. Okay, let me see if I can share the screen. Okay, here's my site, you guys. For those of you who are new, you can go to my channel, freedomforce.live, and you can see lots of videos on the history of the Jews, the lost tribes of Israel, what being a Jew is really about. Okay, and it's over here on, like I said, freedomforce.live, and you go to videos, and you'll see the playlist right here. And these are my books that I have written about end times. The great news is that we're going to defeat these people, and we're going to have freedom on earth. I'm going to show you, if we have time, I'm going to go quick as I can, but we're going to talk about Jubilees and some amazing promises in that too. So I wanted to make sure that you guys know that and be encouraged on that. So this is the current status of Gaza. They have basically cut it in half. And so that right there should make you wonder, why would they do that? They have clearly had something else going on, a plan to separate these. And they were forcing all the people on the northern side into the southern side. They already were in such a small little tiny area, and now they're even in half, and many people have had to leave. So it's a crime against humanity. This is to have to force people to leave. And what's happening in the north, I was going to show a video and I didn't come up with one before I came on air, but whatever is left up there, they are obliterating. Okay. And that's what's going on. So I was in this big conversation, on the chats. I really encourage everybody who, if you can, to go on to comment sections of various posts, all over the internet, wherever you see where they're posting things that are not true, and go into the comment section and engage people with truth. And so I was in this big conversation with someone, and they were hard-headed. They were, had their heels dug in, and none of the truth that I told them made any difference. It seemed I would show them videos, I would show them pictures, and they didn't care. But the people who were reading it, I'm sure it helped a lot of other people to understand. But I showed him this, and he did not have an answer for this. This is The Economist magazine. The Economist magazine is by the Rothschilds. And back in 2012, December 2012, they put out this weird picture. They always do this. They have these magazine covers that are telling the future. And they're like, how do they know the future? Well, because they plan it. And they have so much control that they are planning all these things. And it's called A Rough Guide to Hell. And if you notice right up here at the top, I'm not going to go into a lot of the detail of it. Just search it up, and it's on my channel. I've got all my social medias on freedomforce.live. But you'll see up here, there are 2 paragliders. I'm going to try to make it a little bit even bigger. You look at these paragliders, you will see that they are shooting at each other. And one, you can't see it in yours very well, I don't think, but this one says Hamas, has a headband that says Hamas, and his face is covered. But this one is Netanyahu.
And it has an Israeli flag.
And exactly. So yeah, basically equivocating. If you notice here, the bullets are saying they're equal. I mean, they put it out there. I didn't make them make this magazine cover. I didn't make this up. This is what they did. And this was back from 2012. So when I showed him this, he didn't have a response. He didn't know what to say on that. So definitely, if you're trying to help people understand the truth that Hamas works for the cabal, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And so President Trump can't say that, so he's expecting us to. He's expecting it after all these years that we've been digging in for truth and trying to understand what the truth is, that we would piece this together. Now, the whole world is. And the problem is America is under so much heavy bombardment of propaganda that most of the people here still don't get it. But anyway, we just keep trying. And we know that at the end, I'm going to show you this one real quick. This post 34, it says when martial law, way back down here let me see if it's at the bottom. When martial law is poses order, a state of temporary military control will be action and special ops carried out. Even at that point, that it's still going to be very much divided because of this truth. This is why saving Israel for last is so important, because it's such a huge confusion, a huge point of division. Okay, so it says rest assured the safety of every well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full, actually of the whole world, as much as absolutely possible. And that even though we're seeing all this is war, so it's not going to be all clean, but it's being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. So I expected, actually before this whole thing happened, I expected Armageddon to be fought by the church. And the church, by and large, is completely asleep, because they've been, the church has been infiltrated, and the people in church are, just brainwashed and don't understand. But I really expected all the patriots who've been fighting in this battle to get it. Mm-hmm. And they're not. I mean, a lot of them are not. Isn't that surprising to you, Nicholas?
Very surprising. But there are people that, some people are starting to get it, but you're right. There needs to be a lot more, waking up. When you say Israel last, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so it says on the boards, saving Israel for last, in the sense that we have all these battles to fight. And remember how President Trump keeps saying we're in the final battle. This is the final battle that we're fighting right now, and it's the exposure of Israel.
Right.
It's exposing who, and I'm not talking about the people who live there. They're wonderful people. I'm talking about the cabal. And I'm going to show you a video real quick here of this is what's happening to the people in Israel. They are under extreme tyranny by the Israeli government. So this is what's happening there.
Wow.
He's a courageous man, huh?
Why are they behaving like this to these people?
Because they were out saying free Palestine. They want Palestine to be free. They want all the people to live together side by side like they have for thousands of years. And, just like you live in your community with the Palestinians and the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims, everybody living side by side, and nobody, is forced to live in an open air concentration camp. And they're fighting for that for the people of Gaza and the West Bank, because I'm sure everyone has seen the videos of how they've just they've gobbled up the land.
This is why we need to have the Second Amendment, because when you have that behavior and suppressing the people that want peace, we need this. That's when you need the Second Amendment, because they wouldn't be behaving like that. That would be their biggest threat.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's why I'm thankful we have a lot of rednecks in America. We're not turned up on our guns. Not happening. It will never, never happen in America under any circumstances. They won't turn loose of anything that they have. So that's really great. But I'm just feel so bad for the people who live there. And so even the precious children are out and they're going marching in the streets. This is why they're being attacked, because they're marching in the streets to free Palestine. Now, these are, I think, in Washington, D.C., but I want you to see this. Free Palestine. They just want everyone to be well and safe. So we have to differentiate between someone who is a Zionist and someone who is a Jew. These people right here are not Zionists. They do not believe in a state of Israel. And boy, if you say that in America, you're like, you must be the most horrible person in the world if you don't want a state of Israel. The problem is when they took over, then the indigenous people lost their land and they lost their rights. And according to the Balfour Agreement, they were not, it says this in the Balfour Agreement, they cannot prejudice the rights of the people who live there.
Yeah, when you
when
you say that at the end is not for everybody, who is it? Who isn't it for it? Who isn't it? Who isn't?
I just think that I don't know exactly what he meant by that. And it could have multiple meanings. I just think that one of the things that the end won't be for everyone, that everyone won't get it. Everyone won't understand what we're having to do. And as it said on that post 34, it'll still be such division because everyone's fallen victim to the corrupt and evil narrative that's long been broadcast. So I really do think that that's what's happening. One of the, I can't remember his name, but he came up with a post saying, congratulations to those who didn't fall victim to this narrative. It's like the final covering of the matrix to finally break through and realize these enemies of ours, right? The Rothschilds, who write the Economist magazine, who own all the central banks throughout the world, which we've seen this for all this time. They own everything, that they created this state so that they could do their mayhem and without anyone doing anything to them. So, and really their end goal right now is to start World War III. That's what they're trying to do. And so President Trump has said multiple times they will not be allowed to do that. He will not let them do that. But I just think that the end won't be for everyone, in the sense that not everyone's going to get it. Even the great patriots who fought in this battle all this time still are missing it. And it's so easy to miss it. And that's why it's so important for us to pray and to be willing to be just to humble ourselves and say, God, I need your help. I don't understand. I want to know the truth. And even if it's even if I don't understand, even if people call me names or whatever. So this is one of the Jewish men who's explaining about why they are not Zionists.
We should not be something and we will not be silent. We are only today because we are outraged, we are pained with this situation in Gaza, this genocide, and this brutal occupation for over 75 years. People, true to the Torah, we are here today because we are more pained than all this happening in our name, in the name of my religion.
So you see, he's standing right next to a Palestinian. They want everyone to live side by side and to have peace. And so they're standing up for these people, for everyone to have peace in their country. Free Palestine from the river to the sea means that for the entire area, free for everyone to have their rights. And that's what they're trying to say. And they don't want their religion used for this evil purpose. And that's what they're upset about. So, the other thing is in 2004, I just found this out a few days ago. You maybe already know this, but in 2004, the UN said that Israel did not have the right to defend itself. I was really surprised about that, but it's because they are an occupier. They are an occupying force. And if the people of Palestine, which in the Balfour Agreement, it was called Palestine twice. Y'all go look up the Balfour Agreement. It says Lord Balfour called it Palestine twice. Simple. Oh, it was never called Palestine. Well, then why did Lord Balfour call it Palestine twice? But if the people who live there, the indigenous people, do not want the Israeli government to rule, they are not allowed to defend themselves. They have to stop ruling, and that's really what we're asking for. Because what's happening in Gaza is a crime against humanity. 10,000 in 1 month died, 4,000 children. And I know I probably sound like a broken record. Yeah, everybody on my channel is like, Melissa, I feel so compelled to keep talking about this and to keep exposing it. So please don't feel bad. You guys go and share this truth. This is it. This is the final battle. To expose what's going on in Israel it's our mandate that we have to share this truth. Mm-hmm. So this is what go ahead, Douglas McGregor shared this. He says, I think this was on the 11th. We've gotten this one-way street we've gotten on this one-way street that's a dead end. Either we kill all of our enemies, all the enemies of Israel that pop up over the wall, or we fail and there's no future for us. Netanyahu has got us where he wants us. We're going to ride down the hill with him to the bottom, and that's the abyss. It's true. And he doesn't want that. He says that, I heard him say that Israel is a what's the word for it? So, a wild card because they have the nuclear weapon. I'll talk about that here in a second, what I think they could possibly do with that nuclear weapon. But yeah, so I really appreciate Douglas McGregor trying to wake people up and understand we're going down into the abyss. If we do this, if we follow Netanyahu, we'll go straight into the abyss. The world will, and we can't. So he reposted this. Gaza's gas is worth $500 billion, and everyone wants it. So there's plenty of reason that they would want to kick out the people of Gaza, and none of them are good. He said also this yesterday. Actually, the 12th, there's no real understanding of the dangers Israel finds itself in. Israel set out in theory to destroy Hamas, and they are now confronting an increasingly united Muslim world. For the first time in 1,000 years, you have the Shiites and the Sunnis united to stop Israel. Instead of responding to this, the president of the United States is escalating it. It sounds like, on purpose. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. They know they are going to go and be put into prison, so they are trying so hard to foment World War III. It's awful. The people of the world realize, though, and the people who are not even Muslims of any sort, Sunni or Shiite, they all realize this is a crime against humanity, what's being done, the killing of innocent civilians. Someone actually was in the White House yesterday in the press conference asking, so they've killed more civilians. Israel's killed more civilians in 1 month than Ukraine did in 2 years, and you're continually, but you're supporting Israel in doing this. It's really shocking. Okay, I want to show you that. Oh, this is the UN director. His name is, he actually resigned. He says, I can't be a part of this because they won't listen. His name is Volker Turk. He states that both Palestinian militant groups and Israel are guilty of war crimes. Okay. And in my personal opinion, Hamas works, I believe, for the Israeli cabal, but for some sort of cabal. But either way, he's saying they're guilty of war crimes. So let me let you listen to he's really good.
The atrocities perpetrated by Palestinian armed groups on the 7th of October were heinous. They were war crimes, as is the continued holding of hostages. The collective punishment by Israel of Palestinian civilians is also a war crime, as is unlawful, forcible evacuation of civilians. The atrocity.
All that, it's clear in the Law of War Manual. It's clear. So this is the thing I wanted to tell you. Okay, so on this post, it talks about 11.3, and we didn't know what 11.3 was until some great patriot, someone great anon, found out that 11.3 is in the Law of War Manual. 11.3 is when the occupation is over. So all this time, I was thinking he was talking about in America, because to be honest, I wasn't really that, up on what was going on in Palestine and that whole conflict. Now I know about it, but anyway, I didn't know at the time. But I was thinking, of course, we have an occupying force in our government. And I was thinking, well, when they're removed from power as the occupier, and in every government really all over the world, that's 11.3. So, but now I'm thinking, well, maybe they were pointing us to this. Clearly, everyone thinks of Israel as the occupiers, even though some people call them the state of Israel. Anyway, it's very complicated. But mostly it's just because of the lies that they've told. All right, so I want to show you that. This was going on. All these protests are going on. And I want to make sure everybody knows that just like January 6th, just like all these other events, even BLM, there's 99% of the people are peaceful. But it's the 1% that they put out on the media saying these people are crazy. They have to make us all look crazy. And we're like, no, it's not even the real people who are causing all the mayhem. And I bet most of them are feds. Just like January 6th. It's a huge protest in London. Were you there? That was
no, I wasn't there. No, but it's a huge protest. Yeah, and the media is silent about it.
Really? Huh? They're not silent here. All they do is they have a few people doing some kind of mayhem, and then they blow that up, put that all out on the news. All right, so I want to show you that. This is what Elon said about it. Really insightful. He's always got such insightful comments.
If you said it, it's an apocryphal saying, but an eye for an eye makes everyone blind. Now, that neck of the woods, they really believe in the whole eye for an eye thing. But I mean, you really have, if you're not going to just outright commit genocide, like against an entire people, which obviously would not be acceptable to really should be acceptable to anyone, then you're going to leave basically a lot of people alive who subsequently, hate Israel. So really the question is like, how, for every Hamas member that you kill, how many did you create? And if you create more than you kill, you've not succeeded. That's the real situation there. And it's safe to say that if you kill somebody's child in Gaza, you've made at least a few Hamas members who will die just to kill an Israeli. That's the situation. So, but I mean, this is one of the most contentious subjects one could possibly discuss. But I think if the goal ultimately is some sort of long-term peace, one has to look at this from standpoint of over time, are there more or fewer terrorists being created?
What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, it's terrible with what's going on. What do you think about what Elon Musk says?
I think it's all a very good point.
Hmm.
What they've done to get this land, whether it's for oil or for the canal, whatever they're getting it for, they may, effectively get the canal, but the whole world's turned against them. And it reminds me. Go ahead.
No, I think he knows it's obviously the cabal. I think he's more aware than what he's letting off. I think that, like you said, it's a very touchy subject to discuss. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but I think I think he's aware.
Yeah. And it's caused the whole world to rise up against them. And just like in that movie, Red October, they shot off the missile, the torpedo rather, and it turned around and blew up their submarine. And that's, I think, what's really happening right now. They've always been able to get away with it. And the Bible says that the pride comes before a fall and a haughty spirit before destruction. And that's exactly what Netanyahu did. They said, we're going to do this. And, we're going for the hostages. Clearly, anyone who is looking at this at all recognizes that this was not about the hostages, because look how they've decimated. If there was a hostage there, they're dead. And so anyone who's thinking through this realizes that's not what they did.
Mm-hmm.
So it was pure evil. Of course, I'm sure you saw this.
Wow, New York.
Saying, let Gaza live, the Jewish Voices for Peace in Grand Central. So, of course, they're saying these people are crazy. How could they're what are we teaching our children in school when they're and they're saying that they're being taught Marxism. When these people are not talking about Marxism. They want to protect the children who are being murdered. And it's really frustrating.
I think the people that are pushing lying on the media, this is a treasonous act. This is I call the death penalty for people that have lied to the public, which is this is treason. And yes. they're sticking up for they're sticking up for all the murderers and the people who have committed genocide, who have killed innocent children and men and women.
Yes.
And they're lying to the people. That hurts. That is really bad.
Yes. Well, that's on the board too, that these mainstream media will be held to an account. And President Trump clearly calls them the enemy of the people. He's not kidding. It's because they give cover for all this, and those in the government are doing the same. And so they're responsible for all, for those deaths. It's absolute atrocity. So I want you to see that. I want to make sure everybody has seen about the Israel Canal Plan, because this is actually on Wikipedia. But Wikipedia shows the Ben Gurion Canal going this way. They want another canal that would, but it's a lot harder to go through this mountainous region. And so what they really want is for it to go straight this way, right up through Gaza, to save them several billions, to go right through Gaza. And that's why they pushed the people out of the north part of Gaza, because it would go straight through here. That is what their whole plan is. So,
but is it just about money, or is there more to it? Is there a biblical revelation here? Right. Well, and so I'm glad you said it, because I do need to get to that point. Oh, let me just say one super quick thing. And this is, there were several servicemen in special ops that were killed this past weekend. So pray for their families. And they've said it was in a training exercise, and nobody buys into that. Most, the ones who are awake don't buy into this, but it said they were right here on the eastern side. Let me see, right here in the Mediterranean, right over by Israel. They had taken off from Cyprus. So these were special operations forces. And Dan had been putting out information about, this is, something about people going to battle, something like that led us to believe there was a special operation. And now these have died. So this is not a game. This is very serious what's going on. So something is happening there to lay the groundwork for this
martial law, it would seem. And so, they just can't tell us because it's war. But I wanted you guys to see that, so you can definitely pray for them and their families. All right. So this is one of the most important things to learn from the Bible, is to understand who is a Jew. And this is why when Paul wrote the letter to the Romans, this is in Romans chapter 2. I like reading from the NLT version, you guys, because it's so much easier to understand. It says here, the Jews who do have God's law will be judged by that law when they fail to obey it. Just like you think of when you're a little kid, it's as simple as that. When you're a little kid, you expect that when someone does something wrong, then they're punished for it. It doesn't matter what they believed, it's about their actions, right? Verse 13, for merely listening to the law doesn't make us right with God. It's obeying the law that makes us right in his sight. God's more interested in our actions than our words. Verse 14, even Gentiles who do not have God's written law show that they know his law when they instinctively obey it, even without having heard it. All these people who are marching in the streets, who knows what religion or not religion, it doesn't really matter. From their hearts, they're like, we are going to go out and fight for the children, to protect these children from being massacred. Mm-hmm. This is what it's about, right? It's not about someone's religion. It's about their actions. Are they fighting for humanity? Or are they willing to do anything for money and power?
Go ahead. Does that go back to, who really the people of Israel are the ones who, they obey God's laws?
Yes, exactly. And so religion is just the superficialities of it. It can, it's great if you actually follow it. But if you're just using it like they've done, the Zionists have hijacked the name Jew to use it to get away with their crimes. So verse 15, they demonstrate someone who someone who doesn't even know the truth about God, maybe doesn't even have a Bible, then maybe they're a Muslim, they're a Buddhist, whatever it is. They demonstrate that God's law is written in their hearts, for their own conscience and thoughts either accuse them or tell them they're doing what is right. I love that. This is a very important thing for everybody to understand. You can't fool God. God knows.
They created Israel to confuse us as to who the people of Israel were. Why?
Okay, so to use that name, because I was talking with one of my girlfriends. She's in church. And they're telling her, we have to support Israel. We have to support Israel. If you go against Israel, God, you're going to be in trouble with God. I'm like, but what if they're not real Israel? You see what I'm saying? So it's a perfect ploy to brainwash the sheep into thinking that they have to accept them. And literally, she was thinking, well, Hamas should never have attacked Israel. I said, well, what if they're not? They don't work for the Palestinians, and she couldn't even think through any of that. And I said, but this is genocide. And it's like she completely threw out her thought of protecting children. She's a very nice lady, but all of a sudden her thought of protecting children went out the window because I've got to support Israel. It's a brainwashing.
The way I see it is, I stand with any innocent person that's a victim. That's children, men and women. It doesn't matter what country you're from. But yeah, what you're saying is that the land of Israel never existed. I think it was before 1948. It didn't exist.
Right. It was the land of Palestine. It was the land of Palestine. Exactly. It was and so, but they're all like, well, they say it wasn't that kind of a thing sometimes plays into their hands because they're like, well, see, they didn't even exist before that. And so now, because by fiat, the British government says you're a country, now you have rights. No, the people have rights that are given to them by God. You have rights, whether you have a country that's officiated by the king or not, right? It's not about some king. So these people had the rights, and it was Balfour said they could not prejudice the rights of the people. It's clearly in there. Okay, so this is a really important verse too. In verse 28, for you are not a true Jew just because you were born of Jewish parents or because you've gone through the ceremony of circumcision. No, a true Jew is one whose heart is right with God. And true circumcision is not merely obeying the letter of the law. Rather, it is the change of heart produced by the Spirit. And a person with a changed heart seeks praise from God, not from people. So this is what everybody on your channel, I'm sure, is doing, and what my people on Freedom Force Battalion are doing. You know, all the true patriots and the people who are marching all over the world. We want to protect the victims of this crime against humanity. And we want to get down to the bottom of whoever perpetrated the crime needs to be held to an account. But you cannot massacre an entire people group. So this is what a true Jew is someone who's wanting to do what's right in their heart. Because the thing is, when you were created in God's image, that his image is stamped on your DNA. You know what's right. And that's what really, that's the only thing that God is really after.
Of course, it's more spiritual, not materialism, about, eating, not eating certain things or having certain skins removed from the male and things like that. It's more about what is in your heart. What vibration are you resonating with? And it all goes back to the laws of the universe. The same principles are what God's teaching us in the Bible.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So I wanted everybody to hear that. So it's very important. That's why I wanted everyone to understand what a true Jew is. A true Jew, it says, is one whose heart is right with God. So yes, they created this to use it to deceive. The Bible says that the infiltrators have crept in unawares into the religious institutions, whether it's the church or the Islam or wherever, to control it and to get people to do whatever they want, because they know that people generally trust their preacher or their imam or whatever. So I want you to see that. And also I want you to see, of course, all that's going on in Spain. So everyone pray for the people of Spain, because they're out in force trying to protect themselves from the tyrants taking over there. I mean, it's just literally everywhere. But the book of Jubilees is so amazing. This was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, 15 copies. And that's as many copies as you would find maybe of the Psalms and Genesis. I mean, it's a very major book, but they hid this from us. They did not include it in our Bible because they knew that this would really help us to piece this all together. And they knew they couldn't keep us from the Bible, so they kept this out of the Bible so that people by and large have not read this. But listen to this amazing thing from chapters, I think it's 26, maybe verse 26. That it may be chapter 32. Anyway, it's on sacred-texts.com. In those days, the children will begin to study the laws and to seek the commandments and to return to the paths of righteousness. That's what we're doing. We're awakening. We're saying we want to find out the truth about everything, about the medical, about just you name it. We're all working so hard to get the truth out, to find out the truth. And listen to this. This is so cool. The days will begin to grow many. We might have to get a little bit bigger. The days will begin to grow many and increase amongst those children of men till their days draw nigh to 1,000 years. And to a greater number of days than before was the number of the days. How about that? Our days will begin to increase, grow many and increase amongst the children of men till their days draw nigh to 1,000 years. We will have our health back. Before the flood, people lived to be almost 1,000 years old. And that's what's going to happen in the millennial kingdom. Once we get these poisoners off of us, these deceivers off of us, these ones who've led us into the big pharma trap off of us, we're going to have long, healthy lives. There'll be no old man, nor one who is not satisfied with days, for all will be as children and youths. You guys hang on tight, because we're going to have our health restored. We're going to be like youths again.
But do you think it will be in our lifetime?
Yes. This is the final battle. This is what President Trump is saying.
Yeah.
We just completed the 7 years since he was elected. He was set 7 years. January 20th is going to be the day that 7 years since he took office. 7 years in the Bible is a very big point. It's like a time of tribulation. We've been going through a lot of tribulation in the past 7 years. Thank God it hasn't been nuclear holocaust, which is what they wanted. But we have been going through a lot to expose, and we're going to remove these people. Israel is saving Israel for last. We know we're in this final battle to remove this criminal cabal. It says their days they will complete them and live in peace and enjoy. There'll be no Satan nor any evil destroyer. No one doing Satan worship where they do these evil things that we have learned about. For their days will be days of blessing and healing. How about that? I'm going to show you super quick. If you guys want to know more about health links, go over here. I have so many things. I'm seeing people healed right and left. I just had a dear friend of mine who had severe bipolar and depression, and she is well now. If you want to look into that, go on to this channel, onto freedomforce.live, and go into the links, and you will find out about it. I was poisoned in February, and I'm doing amazing now. Amazing. So we have the ways to be healed. We have and more and more. So we're not waiting for any government to tell us how to do well, right?
Absolutely.
If you want to listen to the Book of Jubilees that I was just reading to you, you can go on the channel YHWH and look up the Book of Jubilees, and you can listen to it. It's really, really lovely and amazing. You will enjoy it and have so much hope.
Melissa Red Pill, I learned so much from you, like I always do. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing everything with us today. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Okay, well, let's pray if we can, because we need God to help us. Okay. Thank you so much, Lord, for the truth that is in your word. Thank you that there's nothing that can stop what is coming, because this is ultimately your plan, and your plan is to set us free and have us to live 1,000 years. And this beautiful kingdom that you have prepared for us. Lord, until that time comes, give us the understanding that we need and the courage to be true Jews that truly just have our heart connected to you, and that we're trying to save humanity. Thank you for Nicholas and all the ones on his channel. We pray just that you will bless each one, that you will help them to have that peace and that confidence, help them to know what the truth is, and to share that truth to help to wake others up. And until that day arrives, Lord, we just we trust that you'll keep us in perfect peace and provide and protect us. We pray this in your wonderful name, King Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Well, Melissa, thank you so much, and we'll speak again very soon. You take care, and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Love you guys. Love you. Bye.
All right, that was Melissa Red Pill with Nicholas Benyamin. And like I said, we have another one of hers that we're going to be playing here shortly. But up next, let's get our X22 from today going. And yeah. Let's see, let me get A and whoops. Nope, I need A and B. Oh, yeah, it did it in the right order. Okay. So we're going to move that over here. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3211 a.m. Today's date is November 14th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Biden Kerry Push the Green New Deal as it backfires on them. Game over. Let's talk about being prepared. A nationwide blackout could strike sooner than anyone realizes. Given the increased frequency in extreme weather events, natural disasters, a growing risk of war, cyber attacks, terrorist attacks, and more, learning how to survive without the power grid has never been more vital. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, choose the Lightbug. Lightbug is an ultra-bright and portable floodlight designed for life-threatening emergencies. Its compact size allows you to take it with you anywhere. Its solar panel charging ensures it works in virtually any environment, and its power bank allows you to keep all your devices charged, even in the worst conditions. The Lightbug is highly effective for emergency car repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Lightbug is absolutely critical for surviving an extended power outage or blackout. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with many other free bonuses like access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Act now before they sell out by going to lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday. That's lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday for 25% off, or click the link in the description. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private was the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they are now pushing their Green New Deal because they realize they have to do it at this point. Because the entire economic system is completely and utterly collapsing. This is their controlled demolition. And they know they need to push this as hard as they possibly can because the people, they're not buying what they're selling. The people are waking up. The people see that the entire climate push is one gigantic hoax, and they need to put everything into it or their entire agenda fails. Well, their agenda has already failed because the people are awake. And once the people are awake, they can't be put back to sleep. And the only thing the deep state can do, the central bank can do, the World Economic Forum do, is actually try to fund it and use as much money as possible to try to push this. Now, is all this money going to go to the Green New Deal? Absolutely not. This money most likely is going to go to other areas. They're going to launder it just like they do everything else. Because once again, they want to enslave the people. Remember, their entire mission is to bring us into the Green New Deal, the Great Reset. They want the people to pay for all of it. They want it coming out of our pockets. They want us controlled, and that's what they want in the end. And this is why they're calling it a transition, transitioning us into their controlled system. The problem with all of this is they never expected everyone to be awake. They never expected everyone to see what was going on. They never expected to do this right in front of the public. And this is going to be a major, major problem with this. And remember, the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they just don't give up. They don't care if people are awake. They're going to continually push their agenda because this is the direction they're heading in. And they're going to push as hard as they possibly can. And yes, there's going to be an event to try to scare the people into doing what the people really don't want to do. And since the people are awake, the people aren't going to follow along. But you could see that Biden and Kerry, they're out there and they're pushing this very, very hard. Biden's climate czar, Kerry, says the transition is much bigger than any one party in the country. It's not ideological. It has nothing to do with the parties, by the way. It has to do with them versus us. They just use the parties to get what they want. They just use it to keep us divided. But in the end, the entire economic system, everything that they're trying to do has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. In the end, they really don't care about that. Actually, it's the elite, which they call themselves, which they're really not elite, and the serfs. That's how they see it. And they want everyone to be pushed into what they want. But the problem is the Green New Deal is completely flopping on them. Think about all the electric vehicles. They're not selling the way they thought it was going to sell. Companies are going bust, even with all the subsidies. And we could see that there are many, many companies that are now no longer involved in the Green New Deal, where they're going to provide solar panels, windmills, and things like that. The Danish offshore wind developer, Ørsted, has officially withdrawn from a consortium set to bid on Norwegian offshore wind projects just days after pulling out of 2 U.S. offshore wind projects. The withdrawal comes just 2 days before Norway's November 15 deadline to submit pre-qualification interest for the building of up to 1.5 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity. Basically, right now, they're no longer prioritizing offshore wind development in Norway. Early November, Ørsted walked away from the U.S. offshore wind projects, citing soaring costs, supply chain issues, and high interest rates. And right now, this completely put them out of business. If you really look what's going on right now, all of these companies, they can't survive without subsidies. And with the interest rates moving up, this is going to make it very, very difficult for them to actually do business. Because think about what Trump and the Patriots have done here. They actually countered them in so many different ways. They allowed the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they allowed them to do what they do best, destroy their own system. And by destroying their own system, they needed to raise the interest rates because this is the way it works. To bring down the system and make it look like it's naturally collapsing, they raised the interest rates. They tried to do this when Trump was in the White House. Trump actually forced them to stop raising the interest rates. And since he did that, they tried to down the stock market during the pandemic. That failed too. So Trump, the Patriots, they said, you know what? They want to destroy their own system. Let them. Trump and the Patriots knew that they were going to be raising rates. And if they raise rates, is this going to make it a lot more difficult for companies to finance these windmills, solar panels, even with the subsidies? It's going to make it so they can't function. And that's why a lot of these companies are completely and utterly going out of business. So Trump, he's countered both of these things at the same time. And this is why Biden is out there, asking for more money. They need billions, actually trillions of dollars to keep this hoax running. And that's exactly what they're doing. Are they getting trillions? No, they'll be getting billions. And yes, they're going to try to keep this going as long as possible. But you could see with the subsidies with the car manufacturers, it's not even helping. Car manufacturers are losing money. And you can see those companies that are involved in the solar panels, the windmills, they're going bust too. But this doesn't mean they're going to give up because they have no alternative. They have to move forward with all this. And Biden was out there saying that climate change is the ultimate threat to humanity. Actually, Trump said, no, climate change isn't. It's nuclear war. And I think as we move forward, we're going to say, yeah, nuclear war is a threat to the world, not climate change. So Biden, he's rolling out billions for climate resilience in the wake of this dire climate report, which is completely fake, phony, and false. Do you know how many times they put out a dire climate report? Go back to the 70s. Back then, they told us we're heading towards an ice age. Everything was going to be frozen. Why did they say that? Because it was during a cold period. And how is this controlled? It's controlled by the sun. Then we went into a warming period. So they changed that to global warming. They told us, oh, everything's going to keep getting warmer and warmer and warmer. Then when we moved back to a cooling period again, they said, oh, crap, we can't call it global warming anymore. We got to call it climate change. The climate is always changing. And they keep making predictions. Not one has come true. California, is that underwater? Is Florida underwater? They said the beaches are going to be all underwater. Are they? No, the beaches are exactly the same. The seas didn't rise like they said it was going to. The polar caps didn't melt like they said it was going to. Snow is not a thing of the past. Everything that they've told us is a complete and utter lie, just like they're lying about the economy. Let's talk about being prepared. A nationwide blackout could strike sooner than anyone realizes. Given the increased frequency and extreme weather events, natural disaster, growing risk of war, cyber attacks, terrorist attacks, and more, learning how to survive without the power grid has never been more vital. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, choose the Lightbug. Lightbug is an ultra bright and portable floodlight designed for life-threatening emergencies. Its compact size allows you to take it with you anywhere. Its solar panel charging ensures it works in virtually any environment, and its power bank allows you to keep all your devices charged, even in the worst conditions. The Lightbug is highly effective for emergency car repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and more. Countless five-star reviews back up the notion that Lightbug is absolutely critical for surviving an extended power outage or blackout. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with many other free bonuses like access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Act now before they sell out by going to lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday. That's lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday for 25% off, or click the link in the description. Just like they're lying about inflation. Just like they're lying about everything. That's what they do. They lie. And as they lie, they try to convince you that, oh, no, you need to do what we tell you to do. But the people, they're not going along with this because they can see around the world exactly what's happening. Look at Argentina, for example. The annual inflation hit 143% ahead of their elections. So their inflation is 143%. Remember, Argentina, they went through this once before. We saw it back in Germany, in Weimar, Germany. They went through hyperinflation. We're seeing this now in many countries. Are we at 143%? No, not yet. But we could see in many countries and the U.S., that's where we're headed. And yes, it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on. And this is what people are noticing. They're noticing how their currency doesn't go that far. And yes, it affects the lower middle class first, then it gets to the middle class, and then it moves to the upper middle class, because inflation doesn't care if you're poor, wealthy, or not. inflation will hit you eventually. And yes, people will suffer because of inflation, which really means the devaluation of the currency. And remember, the deep state players, the central bankers, they don't hold on to their paper currency. They trade those paper currencies into actually hard assets because they know the paper currency in the end is going to be worth absolutely nothing. Why do you think countries have gone through many different variations of paper currency? Because in the end, the paper currency is worth absolutely nothing. But as we move forward, people are struggling. People are feeling the pressures of a collapsing economic system. And this collapsing economic system is being driven by the central bank, the World Economic Forum. And their entire system is based on debt. And people are really feeling the pressure of debt right now. Genevieve Roekdechter on X put this out and said, average credit card balance hits a 10-year high at over $6,000, up 15% from last year. Average APR, a record-breaking 20%. Paying just the minimum on $6,000 balance, brace yourself for 17 years and over $9,063 in interest. The consumer is in a tough spot. And they are in a tough spot because the system was not developed to work with you. It was developed to work against you. It was developed to enslave you in the end. And now the people are starting to see it very, very clearly as the entire system breaks down. And I do believe that Trump and the Patriots, they have plans to use all of this against the deep state players, the central bank and the World Economic Forum. Because as they go down this path, this is not going to make it better for them. This is going to make it worse for them because the people, they're watching all of this play out. And the people are going to realize that the system in the end failed them. And once people realize this, the people are going to demand something be done about it. And I do believe that's where all of this is headed because the people, they realize going now back in time, and as people do their research and people go back in time, they're starting to realize that a central bank system does not work. And remember, the central bank never wanted any nation or the people of the nation to actually see what it's like not to have a central bank. Because once a nation and once the people of the nation see what it's like to have no central bank, where the people actually create their currency, well, it's game over for the central bank, just like it's game over for the Green New Deal. The people see this, the people see that EVs don't work. The people see that wind power, solar panels, they don't work. The people see that the entire climate change thing is one gigantic hoax. People aren't believing in it. Well, the people, once they see it, they know. Now they're seeing the economy. They're seeing how it doesn't work for them. They're seeing how inflation actually, steals their wealth. And it makes it harder and harder for them to live. See, the central bank never wanted anyone to see any of this. They like things to move very, very slowly so you don't notice it. Trump and the Patriots, they needed to accelerate everything that was going on so you could see it firsthand. And now that you see it, you can't unsee it. And this is the problem for the central bank right now. It's a major problem, not just here in this country, but around the world. Because as we move towards a complete destruction of this system, which I do believe that's where we're headed, I do believe as we go through 2024, we're going to see the stock market breakdown. We're going to see the entire economic system, corporations, retail stores. It's all going to start to break down. The stock market, remember, is the last thing to break down because this is what signals everyone that there's a problem. But the problem started way before the market came down. And that's what we're seeing now. We're starting to see, just like if you go back, for example, if you go back to 2008, in the beginning of 2008, that's when everything really started to break down. Remember, the central bank, they increased the rates up to a certain point. They hit a plateau, and then they dropped them very quickly because they already tipped the economy off the edge. And at that point in January, February, everything started to really fall apart. And this is why the Fed had to come out, Bernanke, tell everyone that everything is fine. They're not predicting any type of recession. The same thing's happening right now. We're hitting the plateau. Everything's falling apart. People can see it. There's major, major problems in the economy. And actually, after this holiday season, you're going to see a lot more problems. You're going to see a lot of retail stores probably go out of business. And as we head towards 2024, you're going to see, as the rates continually move up, because inflation is going to move up, because fuel costs are going to move up, and the Fed's going to say, we're going to have to try to control this. They'll probably raise the rates maybe one or two more times, and then they'll hold them steady. And at that point, the entire system completely implodes, which it already is, but it's going to accelerate. And people won't notice it. Of course, Biden will be out there telling you that everything is fine. The Treasury will tell you that everything is fine, but the economy in the background will be breaking down. They will keep the stock market propped up as long as they possibly can. But in the end, what's going to happen as the entire system breaks down and the earning reports come in and they're much, much lower than they should be because the economy is breaking down, you're going to see the market completely collapse. And I do believe this is probably going to happen around September, October, right before the election. And the people are going to start to realize that there's a major problem in the economy. Now, during this period of time, we're also going to have war. We're going to be approaching war at the same time. So at the same time, the economy's breaking down and we're having war. This is actually what the central bank wants because they need the destruction of the economy covered up by some type of an event. And war is their event. Yes, they tried to use the pandemic, but that was countered. So they are going to try to use war. But now I do believe that Trump and the Patriots, they're going to be using this to their advantage because as the economy breaks down, Trump can use this against Biden or whoever else is running. And when the market crashes, he can use this against those people that have been telling you that the economy's fine. Because once the market comes down, people are going to go, hey, you told us it was fine. What happened here? This doesn't make any sense. Actually, it happened during Obama and McCain. When they were running back in 2008, McCain was saying the economy was great. Obama was saying, no, the economy is terrible. And the market crashed in October. And what happened? Obama won. So Trump running against whoever's running, what do you think is going to happen? Trump's going to tell you, no, we're heading into a Great Depression. The market's probably going to come down. The other side's going to tell you everything's great. And who do you think the people are going to side with in the end? Trump. So you can see how this is all going to be playing out. And at the same time, the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're trying to bring us into war. Trump's talking about peace. They're talking about war. So we're headed towards a period of time where the entire system is really going to break down. The people are going to notice this. And the people, they're going to be willing to do anything they possibly can to get their lives back, to get their wealth back. And Biden or whoever else is running, the Treasury, the Fed, they will not have any solutions. The only solution they'll have, hey, we should go into our central bank digital currency. We should go into our new system. Well, the people aren't going to buy this. The people are going to push back. And Trump's going to say, no, we can go into a people system. Why don't we go back to our Constitution? Why don't we go back to actually coining our own money? And I do believe in the end, that's where the people are going to go. And the people are going to go back to the Constitution. We're going to move away from the central bank system. And the central bank system is going to have a huge amount of problems when this happens because they will be at their weakest, not just in this country, but around the world. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they will have the leverage to move us and push us away from it. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, we're going to pause that right there because we're jumping right into part B. Let me get the banner up for it, and let's be right now.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3211 BN. Today's date is November 14th, 2023, and the title of the episode is What Advantage Might Exist When You Know the Other Side's Playbook? Time to Show the World. Let's talk about debt. Go to bed thinking about it. You wake up thinking about it. High interest rate credit cards and loans make it impossible to pay off your debt. And insanely leaves you stuck paycheck to paycheck. The system traps you in debt. It's a debt system. Done with Debt is your lifeline. I remember back in time when I had credit bills, I had school loans, and everything was completely getting out of whack, and all you did was worry. And all I wanted to do was get out of debt. Well, Done with Debt has an ingenious new strategy to help erase your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Done with Debt knows how to get debt out of your life permanently. Here's what they can do for you. Analyze all the debt options you qualify for, reduce bills, cut interest rates without bankruptcy, and without a loan. Done with Debt are the experts in brilliant strategies for getting out of the debt trap. But you need to hurry. Some debt solutions are time sensitive. Go to donewithdebt.com. Find out how easy they make it. That's donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, the patriots have always known their playbook. They know exactly what they're trying to do. When you look around the world, you can see that we're heading into World War III. Now, Trump has let us know about a year ago that he could see World War III, and you could see the deep state players. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And I do believe two things are happening right now. Actually, maybe even three things that are happening right now. Number one, the patriots in Ukraine, out in Gaza, in Taiwan soon, and soon DC, the patriots are cleaning up the deep state players, and they're destroying everything that they put into place. I do believe that's one thing that we're seeing right now. It is a major cleanup operation. Now, the deep state, they're going to try to use this to bring us to war. And that's exactly what Trump and the Patriots want, because they know the playbook. Trump has already let us know that's where we're headed. Because with war, Trump can continually push peace. And if the deep state is pushing war, they don't want peace. So this is going to give Trump an edge with the people in the end. Because remember, everything revolves around the 2024 election. And Trump, he wants to show the people, look, these are the people that want to kill you. They want to send you off to war, and they want you to die. I don't, and this is coming from Trump. He wants everyone to live. That's why we can have peace in 24 hours. But as we go through all of this, what can people see very, very clearly? They can see the infiltration in this country, not just this country, but around the world. They can see how governments have been infiltrated, how those who are not elected, how they were put into place. You can see Antifa, BLM, the illegals, all out on the streets. Because remember, whenever there's something that comes up like a George Floyd incident, you can see how Soros and others call upon these foot soldiers to go out and protest like they've never protested before, which actually turns into a riot. Most of the time, these people, I would say 99.9% of the time, they become violent. And actually, if you look at these people, it's the same exact people. They're ripping down posters. They're telling everyone that Jews should die. And you can see that it's the same exact playbook. And people can see this very, very clearly. Now, there is a anti-Semitism march out in DC. I do believe there's going to be a lot of Jewish people out there. And they've already placed a level 1 alert on all of this. And we'll have to see how this plays out, because once again, we've seen this before. Think about what happened during January 6th. We saw Antifa, BLM. Are we going to see the infiltrators out there? Are we going to see Antifa out there? Are we going to see the illegals who came over the border? Will they try to create an event? Will they become violent with others? We've seen it with other protests, but we'll have to see how this all plays out. Now, the other thing that is very interesting is that the fake news and all these people that are out there saying, oh, we must have the ceasefire. The reason why they're saying they want a ceasefire is because they don't want the Israeli army to show the world the tunnels, how they store their weapons, how they actually go ahead and attack and use the people of Palestine as shields. But that truth is already coming out. The New York Times, they tried to hide all this, but their entire story was debunked because Israel went into Gaza, and this is something they didn't want. And what did they find? They found tunnels under the hospital. They found the weapons under the hospital. They found the motorcycles that they used under the hospital. And there's a network of tunnels that run under the hospital. So what do they do? Well, they use the people as human shields, just like the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They use the people as human shields. They set up operations in shopping centers and hospitals. And now it's being exposed, which means the deep state players, they're going to become desperate. And yes, we have Biden, we have Soros. They're going to try to push war with Iran. And they want this to escalate as time goes on. And as Hamas is exposed, I do believe what's going to happen, because they're going to become very desperate, is they're going to have some type of an event here in this country and around the world. We're already starting to see warnings of events coming. And I do believe once an event happens here in this country, it's going to show that open borders is a disaster, not just in this country, but around the world. It's going to be game over for Biden and the rest. And we could see that we're headed down this path. Now, remember, Trump and the Patriots, they always knew this playbook. They knew they would open the borders. They knew they would bring us to war. They knew that they were going to crash the economy. They knew this because they knew the 16-year plan. They knew that this is what they wanted to do. And instead of doing it slowly and methodically and having the fake news hide it all, why not show the people the truth? Why not show the world exactly what they're trying to do? And that's what the world is seeing. The world is seeing the truth. And in the end, this is not going to work out well for them. Actually, it's going to backfire on them in the end because the people are rejecting their 16-year plan. And you know what they're accepting? Trump's 7-year plan, which is countering their 16-year plan. And that's what everyone is witnessing right now. And the people of this country and the people of the world, the last thing they want is a nuclear war. So all of this is going to backfire on them. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about what's happening out in the Middle East. But let's talk about what is happening with Trump, because yesterday his sister, Marianne, passed away, and he put out a message on Truth, and it says the following. My great sister, Marianne, passed away yesterday at the age of 86, a truly beautiful woman, tall and elegant, with a presence like no other. She was also a tremendous student, intellect, and judge in charge of the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, just below the U.S. Supreme Court. Her life was largely problem-free, perfect until I made it difficult for her when I decided to run for president. The fake news and others went after her mercilessly, and because of the fact that she felt it inappropriate due to her position to defend herself, it just never stopped. While tough and strong, she was made to suffer in those years from 2016 until her retirement. I will never forget that many times people would come up to me and say, your sister was the smartest person on the court. I was always honored by that, but understood exactly what they meant. They were right. She was a great judge, a great sister. She'll be truly missed. And once again, condolences go out to the family, the Trump family. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see that women now, they're starting to fight back. Because once again, and Trump said this during his rallies, I can't believe we actually have to say this. No men should be put on women's sports. And we need to keep men out of women's sports. But the women now, they're fighting back. And it looks like women are not competing if there is a man on the sport. And I do believe all women should say, you know something? No, we're not going to compete in this sport. Let the man compete, but we're not going to do it until this person's gone. If every woman does this, what do you think would happen? You think they backtrack on all of this? Of course they would, because they'd have no women's sports. They would lose a lot of money, and money talks. Redux put this out on X and said the following. A female pool player reportedly refused to compete against a trans-identified male opponent at the Women's Champions of Champions final in Denbighshire, Wales, yesterday. Lynn Pinches walked away from the table after being matched to play against Chris Harriet Haynes. And she's absolutely right. There is no reason why women have to play against men. And I think the women now are really waking up. They're pushing back. And in the end, this is not going to work out well for their entire agenda. It's going to completely collapse on them in the end. All we need is all the women to say no. Once they say no, it's game over for them. And I do believe this has already begun. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see that David DePape, Paul Pelosi's attacker, he is now pleading not guilty to federal charges of breaking and entering and attempting murder. Now, remember, this was when this individual broke into Pelosi's house, got past all the Secret Service, was filmed on camera, broke window, got into the house. And when the police came to the door opened. We don't know how the door opened because one of them was actually, they were both holding onto a hammer. The other one was holding onto a drink. And it looks like they weren't really struggling, but why would both of them open the door? That makes no sense whatsoever. And it looked like there was no struggle whatsoever. So right now the trial's going on. And what's very interesting about this is David DePape brought a unicorn costume to Pelosi's house. Yes, he brought other objects with him, but why would you bring a unicorn costume? That makes no sense unless something else was going on. And I do believe most of the population believes that something was going on. Now, the other things that David DePape had was a camping backpack, computer cables, body cameras, crayons, and 2 spectacular unicorn costumes, which is very interesting. And when they opened the door, it looked like Paul Pelosi actually knew this guy. So once again, what's really going on here? I think we all know. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see that James Comer, he's been very, very busy issuing subpoenas and bringing people in. And one of them is former White House counsel Dana Remus. And Comer said the following: I'm issuing a subpoena to former White House counsel Dana Remus to appear for a GOP oversight deposition related to Biden's mishandling of classified documents. Biden may have kept sensitive documents related to his family's foreign business schemes. In addition, GOP oversight is seeking transcribed interviews with 4 White House employees with knowledge about the president's mishandling of classified material: Annie Tomasini, Anthony Bernal, Catherine Riley, Ashley Williams. It's time for accountability. And he's absolutely right. Paul Sperry put this out and said, House has asked Biden mega donor John Hanansky to come in for a transcribed interview to explain $900,000 in loans to Biden's after VP Joe helped him build car empire in Ukraine, now being protected by U.S. aid to Ukraine. So, wow, this is now expanding to many different areas. And what do we see happening right now? Well, we see the D's, they're panicking right now because they're going after Comer saying, hey, you do business with your brother. Why don't we see your financial information? The difference is that Comer is not money laundering. The difference is Comer is not working with China, not working with Ukraine, not working with Kazakhstan and receiving money. The difference is Comer doesn't have 20 shell companies where he doesn't produce anything and he just receives money. And what is he receiving money for? What is he selling to receive that money? No, Comer's not doing all that. Yes, you can do business with family members, but when you're taking funds from foreign governments and you're laundering it through the shell companies and it's going to each family member and they're not producing anything, they're not selling anything, they're just receiving money, there's something going on. And that is the big difference. Yes, you can do business. That's not a problem. But when you're doing business and laundering money, well, that's a national security problem. Just like it's a national security problem where you have cocaine in the White House. Now, think about the picture yesterday where they showed a bag inside locker 50. Does that seem normal? Would someone just place it in there? It almost reminds me of Trump's classified documents where they said, oh, yeah, this is how he had the documents laid out. Do you really think in Mar-a-Lago, Trump would take the documents and just spew them about and just leave them out for everyone to see? Because all those people that go to Mar-a-Lago, wouldn't they be reporting that they've seen all of this? It makes no sense. That's not how he kept documents. Just like this is not how cocaine actually was found. I do believe it was probably placed there, and so does Sean Davis. This is what he said on X. 0 chance someone accidentally left that bag of cocaine in that position at that location. The far more likely scenario is someone found that bag of cocaine in the Biden residence and then removed it to a seemingly public area to protect a resident of the White House. And I do believe that's exactly what's happening right now. And what is the criminal syndicate doing? They're covering for themselves. They're covering for the members of the criminal syndicate because this is exactly what a mafia does. They protect their own. And yes, the FBI is involved, the DOJ is involved, all those people in the White House, they're involved. And yes, every step of the way, everyone can see, yes, they're protecting their own. It's not that hard to figure out here. Think about it. Hunter Biden has a cocaine problem. Hunter Biden had a drug problem for a very long time. You think this just happened to be there perfectly in locker 50? That makes no sense whatsoever. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see the borders are wide open. And I do believe what's going to happen is we're going to see some type of an event which is going to reflect on the Biden administration's policies, which is actually the Obama policies, which is actually the Soros policies. And the people of this country are going to see, wow, open borders does not work. Actually, it is a national security threat. Now, in the very beginning, if you go back to the beginning when the borders were first open And when Trump actually wanted to build the wall, people are saying, no, we don't need a wall. Everyone should be welcome. Now everyone's changing their tune, because now, as these illegals are shipped up to all different places, the people there are starting to realize, because they're actually seeing it, they're experiencing it, this is not a good situation. What do you think is going to happen to the rest of the country when something happens in this country and it's reported that this individual came over the border? Do you think everyone in this country is going to say, yeah, I see why we need a wall. I see why we need a secure border. I'm starting to see why Trump was telling everyone this needs to be done. Now, we know that the wall is much, much more important than just stopping people from coming in this country. The wall stops the deep state. The wall stops the human trafficking. The wall stops the child trafficking. The wall stops the gang members from coming in this country. The wall stops everything that they're trying to do. And I do believe that every day that passes and things start to happen, people are learning all this, and they're starting to realize that this is not good for this country. All they got to do is look out to Europe, and they can see it firsthand. They can see that, wow, look how many people they let into these countries. Actually, these people now are almost outnumbering the people that are actually in the country. And this is how you bring a country down. This is how you infiltrate the country, and you actually bring it down from within. You don't even need to have an army with weapons invade the country. All you got to do is bring them into the country where people don't notice what's going on until it's too late. Then that army is there. And what do the people do? They have to fight against this army. But what happens when the government is not with the people and they're with the other side? This makes it a lot more difficult. And this is what they were planning on. Think about what Soros has done here. He replaced government officials to go along with this plan. He brought in these illegals, and I don't mean just Soros alone. There's many people doing this, working with him. And by having the two, where you have the prosecutors, the AG, the governors, the mayors, all these people controlled by Soros, they're not going to do anything to stop the illegals. And when you bring in all the illegals and you have these people there saying, no, don't do anything to them, you can have the infiltration from within take over a country. And that is what we're seeing across the world right now. But what's very interesting is that the illegal aliens who are coming into this country, they're starting to realize that the American dream doesn't exist anymore. And some of these people saying, maybe we should go back to our own country. Because remember, they were promised everything. They were promised everything. Oh, we'll pay for this. We'll pay for that. We'll give you housing. But what happens when you start to ship these people to different locations and the federal government doesn't have the ability, because the funds are being blocked, to fund all of this? Remember, New York, Chicago, and many other places, they need the funds from the federal government to house and to feed these people. When they don't get the funds, what do the illegals see? They see something completely different. They see that I have to live on the streets. I'm not getting what I was promised. And it looks like these individuals, they want to head back to their own country. Actually, most of these people should be removed from this country because they're here illegally. They broke the law. And do we really want drug traffickers, human traffickers, gang members, and terrorists in this country? Absolutely not. And I think all those D's who don't believe that there's terrorists in this country, there's child traffickers, wait until there's an event. Then all of a sudden, you're going to see a lot of these individuals who said, I'm all for open borders. They're going to go, no, we need to lock this down. Look what just happened right now. Holy crap. This is a complete and utter disaster. Now, with the open borders, Marjorie Taylor Greene was pushing an impeachment of Mayorkas. Now, of course, the Uniparty, what are they going to do? They're going to push back. They don't want their own impeached. They don't want this to happen. And Marjorie Taylor Greene put this out and said, 8 Republicans just joined Democrats to kill my articles of impeachments against Mayorkas. Again, you can see the criminal syndicate. They're going to protect their own. They don't want their own impeached. And yes, it is the Republicans. Yes, it is the D's. They're working together. It's a uniparty. And I think people now can see this very, very clearly. But you can see the deep state players, they're panicking right now. Remember, when they lose the control of the narrative, when they can't control what's going on, they will then start to censor. They'll start to monitor everyone and maybe in the end arrest people for saying things that they don't want them to say. Remember, going back in time, they controlled all the social media platforms. They thought they were in control. Actually, they didn't want to control at that level. They wanted to control it at the ISP level because that was a lot easier. They'd be able to shut people's internet off. And if the ISPs didn't do what the government wanted, they would just say, well, we're going to have to shut you down. They wanted it at that level, but it didn't pass. So they had to go to the social media level, which is much, much harder, which is much, much more noticeable. And now, since they lost control of that, because now the Biden administration cannot work with the social media platforms because of the ruling, they're having a major problem. And think about all the other platforms that were started. So now it looks like these dictators now, they're taking the matter into their own hands. Look what's happening out in New York. We see out in New York, we have Governor Hochul. She's out there and she decided that she will make a ministry of truth to crack down on political dissidents. I mean, just think about this for a second. She came out and she announced that if you don't like the job she's doing in office, then she's got people watching you in case you should engage in hate speech. So she disclosed that 75 million is going to be used for enhanced state security, of which 25 million was designated for security grants and 50 million was allocated to local law enforcement. She also declared an escalation in surveillance operations aimed at Americans who engage in hate speech. So think about this for a second. What does she consider hate speech? I mean, what's hateful to one person is not hateful to another. This is why our founding fathers didn't use the word hate speech. They said, you have the right to free speech. And yes, you can say whatever you want. The government does not have the right to tell you that you can't say certain things. But we could see this is what the government wants to do because they're actually dictators. Actually, isn't this what the British did to the colonists? Didn't they tell them this is what you can or can't say? Isn't this why the colonists after the Revolutionary War said you have the right to speak freely? And when you say that, it has nothing to do with hate. If you don't like what's being said, don't listen. That's your choice. But Eric Abernathy put this out and says Kathy Hochul announced that New York is collecting data from surveillance efforts on social media. Hochul says the social media analysis unit will contact people who commit hate speech. This is to ensure safety, even though they got rid of Giuliani's stop and frisk, which actually kept New York safe. Now, think about it. They're going to be contacting people saying, listen, you just said something mean. You need to take that back, or we're going to put you in jail. Does this sound very familiar to what happened in the past where people couldn't speak their mind? And according to the Constitution, they have no right to, first of all, surveil you, and they have no right to tell you what to do. If you don't like the person in government, the people have the right to say whatever they want against that person because they have the right to free speech. And once again, if you look at the First Amendment, the people have the right to do this. But these individuals don't want people talking badly about them, and they want to shut them up. Unbelievable. But again, is this going to work? No, because again, the Constitution was put into place because we've seen this before. Our founding fathers knew that these same people would reemerge eventually. And that is exactly what you're seeing. Because I know that people are out there saying, well, yeah, you shouldn't be talking about this person or that person. Well, you think they're going to stop with the Republicans or the conservatives? Because again, once you go down this track, they're going to keep doing it. And they're going to go after every single person. Because eventually what's going to happen is those people that agree with her, they're going to not agree with her. And she's going to go after them. That's how it works. Just look at history. That's exactly how it works. But we can see there are social media platforms that are out there that they will not be able to control. The social media platforms will not listen to them. And they're not going to censor people. And the people that are getting contacted, they're not really going to care. And look what True Social has just done. The Digital World Acquisition Corp and Trump Media and Technology Group Corp made a major step in the proposed True Social merger that would inject the company with significant financing. The two companies announced the filing of DWAC of Amendment Number 1 to the Form S4 registration statement, which includes preliminary proxy statement and prospectus in connection with the proposed business combination with Trump Media and Technology Group, which runs True Social. The filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission marks an important milestone in the proposed merger. So it looks like they're getting prepared to move forward with this. Devin Nunes is the CEO of True Social, and it looks like they're prepared and ready to take this to the next level. Now, once again, the deep state players, they're going to have a very difficult time trying to control what people are saying. And as war picks up, as the economy breaks down, as the border crisis is getting worse and worse, as the deep state players and all these dictators continually push their agenda, the people are going to get angry. The people are going to speak out. And yes, these people want to control what they're saying. They don't want the truth out there. So eventually what's going to happen, there's going to be too many of us. And when there's too many of us, what are they going to do? They're going to have to shut down communications because they won't be able to do a one-off like, oh, let's censor that person, this person. They're going to say, holy crap, there's just too many. Are we going to censor the entire social media platform? That'd be everybody. That's pretty noticeable, isn't it? So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to use a different method. And I do believe that's going to be a communication blackout, which we've been saying for quite a while. And I do believe we're coming to that point right now. And we could see at this point that the war is building right now. And we can see the deep state players, they're trying to kick it off as best they possibly can. The problem right now is that Israel now is exposing the terrorist tunnels, their hideouts, and everything that they were telling everyone and everyone that was reporting on it. It's all turning out to be true, that they were using hospitals as shields. They're using their own people, the Palestinians, as shields. Just like in Ukraine, the neo-Nazis, they don't care about the people of Ukraine. They were using them as shields. This is what terrorists do. They don't care about the people. And now that's turning out to be true. So once again, yesterday, Joe Biden was out there saying that the hospitals shouldn't be touched. Well, it looks like it was a little too late because the hospitals were touched and Israel found out, hey, look, they have a base under the hospital. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. A popular online Chinese shopping app is under fire for allegedly breaking international wiretap laws on U.S. citizens. It's been revealed that the app has hidden functions that grant it access to an alarming amount of user data, including access to a user's microphone. This is further backed by the fact that Temu losses an average of $30 per order, which leads many to believe that Temu's real revenue is generated from selling substantial quantities of user data. This is why I protect my privacy with Virtual Shield. The Virtual Shield offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and much more. Countless five-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate, and ISP spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data, usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/X22VPN to take advantage of this limited time deal before their free trial offer ends. So you can see now that Biden is in a pickle. And those who infiltrated the government, they're pretty darn angry with him. And over 100 staffers from the State Department of the United States Agency for International Development have reportedly signed an internal memo accusing Biden of spreading misinformation regarding the Israel-Hamas conflict. The memo, organized by a junior State Department diplomat who has been vocal on social media about Biden's pro-Israel stance, criticizes the resident for his October 10th speech. In the address, Biden supported Israel following the deadly attack by Hamas. So let's see, the staffers are all for the deadly attack. Isn't that interesting? Can you see the infiltration? Absolutely. And look what Israel found. We mentioned this just before. They found tunnels, bases, weapons, vehicles under the hospital. And if you go back in time to Monday, the New York Times reported in its lead story on the front page that the claims by Israel that Hamas tunnels were under hospitals in Gaza was not true. The New York Times questioned all of that. And once again, as they take their information from the terrorists, the CIA, it turns out to be fake, phony, and false. The IDF released video from Gaza of the tunnel system. They showed, here is the electric. It goes down into the tunnels. It's under the hospital. under the hospital. They have weapons, they have RPGs, they have grenades, they have suicide vests, they have everything under there. They also have a motorcycle, which was used in the original attack when they came into Israel. So all of it was exposed. And now people can see the truth that this is exactly what they were using the hospitals for. And this is why you had Antifa, BLM, the illegals all out there screaming and yelling, ceasefire, 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 because they didn't want the Israeli soldiers coming in and exposing how their system works. Because once it's exposed, it's game over. People are going to go, wait a minute, you're marching and you're marching for the Palestinian people. Well, Hamas, they put tunnels and they had bases under the hospitals, knowing that they would put these people at risk. They're using them as shields, their own people, right? So now people can see this. And actually, the White House came out and the White House press secretary said Hamas uses some hospitals in Gaza and tunnels underneath them to conceal and to support their military operations and to hold hostages. Well, this reminds me of Ukraine, where they used the supermarkets, hospitals, and everything else, and they made it look like, oh, look, Putin's just targeting hospitals and killing the people there. Oh, look, Putin's just targeting the supermarkets and killing the people. Weren't they saying the same thing about Israel? Oh, look, they're targeting hospitals and they're killing innocent people. This is how they play it up. And once again, it turns out that they're the ones who are killing their own people. And you can see as this information comes out, these individuals are going to become very, very desperate because everything that they were telling the people is turning out to be fake and fake, phony, and false. These protesters, their whole entire mission to have ceasefire and we must protect the Palestinian people, this is turning out to be fake, phony, and false. It's all driven by fake information. And you could see that the deep state players, what do they actually want? They want a war. Robert Greenway put this out and said, twice is a coincidence, 3 times a pattern. 52 in less than 20 days sure looks like an uncontrolled escalation spiral. So 52 attacks on U.S. military forces since October 17th. And this is happening inside of Syria. So, and Iraq, by the way. So do you think the deep state players are trying to start a war by having Iran continually attack? Is it really Iran, or is it the deep state players actually attacking these bases to make it look like we need to go to war? It's starting to seem that way. And we could see already, they're already building up the idea that if this keeps happening, well, the U.S. is going to have to mitigate that threat. Kirby responded, well, again, these groups and the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, that works for the Supreme Leader, that funds and supports these militia groups, they've got some choices to make. If they want to keep attacking our troops in Iraq and Syria and keep threatening our facilities and the lives of our folks in harm's way, then we're going to have to continue to respond and respond aggressively and appropriately to mitigate that threat. These targets were targets that were directly at the IRGC's ability to continue to provide capability to these groups. We're not looking for conflict, which they are. We don't want to see any more attacks, which they do. But we've got to do what we've got to do to protect our troops and our facilities. So the question is, why is the United States in Syria still? Why do we have soldiers in another country that doesn't want the soldiers there? Actually, if you go back in time, Obama invaded that country, just like we invaded all the other Middle Eastern countries. So why do we have soldiers there? Think about it. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Because if they really wanted to end this, we would remove our soldiers from that country. The oil and everything else in that country does not belong to the U.S. We invaded that country under Obama to do what? To capture all the oil to keep the central bank system going. And here we are today. Trump, he tried to end the endless wars. He got a lot of the soldiers out. He stopped all the fighting. He implemented the Abraham's Accord. He got rid of ISIS, which they said it would take 10 years to do. Well, all of it was made up by these people. And now they're trying to bring us to war. I mean, there's a very simple solution. We don't need the soldiers in Syria. We can remove them. Actually, I think Matt Gaetz is out there saying Why do we even have soldiers in Syria? It makes no sense whatsoever. But you can see they're ramping things up. We have the aircraft carrier USS Dwight S. Eisenhower now in the Gulf of Oman. And you can see they're preparing to bring us to war because in the end, this is what they want. Now, are they just going to have war? No, they need it to build up. This is what they do. They build it up very slowly. They put out the red lines, which Kirby just did. And they keep doing this. Well, if you do this, we're going to have to do that. If you do this, we're going to have to do that. They keep doing this to bring us to war. And you can see that Biden, his administration, they're playing both sides because they want a war. Biden, he's considering giving Iran access to another $10 billion. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Where would they place this money? Who would they give it to? Oh, that's right, the terrorists, just like they did before. And of course, the fake news says, oh, no, nobody touched this money. They put it into an account in Qatar and it's still there. No, all they do is take credit against it. Okay, if there's 6 million or 6 billion there, okay, we're going to borrow against it. And they use the money to push terror. The same thing is going to happen if they give Iran 10 billion. Oh, no, it's still in the account. Well, what do you think they do? Oh, we're going to take money out against the money that's in the account. So it always looks like it hasn't moved. It's one of the games they play because they're trying to push us into war. And we'll have to see if this happens because we know what happens when he gives the money to Iran. The money is siphoned into many different areas. Now, you can see the protests, they are now building up in this country. And we can see they're causing an insurrection because they are now occupying federal buildings. And Wokeness put this out on X and said, hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters stormed a federal building in Oakland. They are currently occupying it. Never forget 11/13 insurrection. Absolutely. Now, the other thing that we could see that where there could be something happening is happening in D.C. because there's going to be a march for Israel in Washington. And the Department of Homeland Security has reportedly elevated the security status for the upcoming March for Israel in Washington to a level 1 security event against pro-Hamas rioters and sympathizers. This designation is the highest rating of risk assessment, indicating that events significant national and international importance. Such a designation is typically reserved for major events like the Super Bowl and involves extensive federal interagency security and incident management preparedness. So already they're preparing for something to happen. And the National Guard will be supporting the DC police in managing crowds and implementing road closures for the scheduled pro-Israeli rally on Tuesday. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Let's see what happens. They're expecting something like 100,000 people to show up, and we'll have to see how this all plays out, because I wouldn't be surprised that after the rally, if we see some incidences, because this is how Antifa operates. There's too many people out there, so they're not going to attack the people with all these people out there. So what they do is they wait until the crowd disperses, and then they start their attack runs. So let's see how this all plays out, and let's see what happens later on this evening. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that the deep state players, everything that they try to do with COVID completely and utterly fell apart. And it really woke a lot of people up. They started to see the dictators. They started to see that the pharmaceutical companies, they were injecting them with bioweapons. And we see that all these different agencies, the CDC, FDA, pharmaceutical companies, even those individuals that control the teachers and control the schools around the country, they have lost credibility. And I don't believe that these individuals are going to be able to get credibility back, because the people now are seeing the truth. And what's very interesting is that Randy Weingarten, she was the one who was responsible for keeping the schools closed, for having those kids being vaccinated, putting a mask on them. Well, it seems that more and more people are disgusted with the school system, disgusted with the teachers that are teaching in the school system, because they're teaching them things that the parents don't want them to be taught. And now homeschooling is now taking off, and people are turning away from the public school system and turning to homeschooling. And Randy Weingarten said the following: what's behind the increase in homeschooling? And what's very interesting is that John Gabriel said, you are. Yes, the people are realizing you weren't doing these things to help the children. You were doing these things to hurt the children. And what you're doing in the public school system today with all these teachers and what you're teaching, this is something the parents do not want. And the parents are taking back control. They're taking back control of what their children learn. And this is what the founding fathers originally wanted. They didn't want the federal government telling the local schools of what to teach. They wanted the parents on the local level to actually handle what their kids were going to learn. But again, what does the deep state do? They like to centralize everything. So they centralize the creation of currency. They centralized the police force, which is the FBI. Actually, they wanted the police force in the entire country centralized. This is why they pushed to defund the police. They have the education system centralized, and they have the medical field centralized. And this is what they like to do. They like everything centralized so they can control it. And once they have the control, they can say, oh, you want money? Well, you got to do what we say. And this is how you control everything. Actually, if you look at the founding fathers, it was the actual opposite of what we have today. The control was on the local level. The government, they had nothing. It was just an executive branch, like a secretary, handling the daily things. That's it. They weren't supposed to be controlling everything. They weren't supposed to be handing money out to everyone. That's not how it was supposed to work, but they needed to change things around. They did it very, very slowly so no one would see. But I think everyone now is seeing, just like everyone is seeing how they're trying to pit one race against the other. This is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. And you can see by the fake news how they actually tailor their headlines to actually keep the narrative. And Wokeness put this out and said, spot the difference. White man who shot black teenager who went to wrong house will stand trial, judge orders. Las Vegas teen dies after being attacked by 15 people while defending friend, father says. Well, that white teen, which we mentioned yesterday, he was attacked by black people, 15 of them. How come they didn't mention that in that article? Oh, that's right. It doesn't fit their narrative. So you could see what they're doing right here. It's called propaganda, trying to push a certain narrative. And this is not the only news cycle that you see this in. If you go back onto Google, you can go look up all these different articles and you can see how they change the wording around, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to control the narrative. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that whole entire push to defund the police, let the criminals out, and let everyone have hard drugs. It seems like it's not working out too well. I mean, whoever saw this coming? I mean, really think about it. Out in Oregon, what are they looking at? Well, they decided to decriminalize hard drugs, and they're saying, well, this didn't work. We're going to have to go back and actually recriminalize the hard drugs. Sagar and Jetty put this out and said, a majority of Oregonians now support recriminalizing hard drugs after 2 years of skyrocketing public drug use and decline in public safety. So really think about this. I mean, was this really something that they didn't know it was going to happen? I mean, when you remove the police and you allow people to have drugs and you allow people to do whatever they want, what do you think happens? But we know what their agenda was. Their agenda was to defund the police, and they wanted to centralize the police, and they wanted to say, hey, look, we have all this crime. Hey, look, we need to do something. So they were creating a problem to usher in a solution. The problem is it didn't work. And the reason why they allowed all these people to have drugs is because they wanted control over them, and they wanted to use them later on. Why do you think they have no cash bail? Why do you think they're letting the criminals out into the streets? Because these are their foot soldiers. They're getting prepared and ready to create chaos. Remember the 2020 riots? I know the fake news likes to call it protests, but when you see buildings being burnt down and you see looting and you see people being killed, those are riots. And they're getting prepared to do the same exact thing. Again, if you didn't see it in 2020, you wouldn't believe it was coming now. And we could see that this is building and building and building. And the people of this country, they're starting to catch on to almost everything that is happening in this country, because the people now are thinking logically. They're saying this doesn't make sense. And when you start to look at it and you start to look at the elections, you can see that, yes, the elections were rigged. 62% of the people believe that the elections were rigged now. If you go back to 2020, no one really believed this. I mean, yes, there was a small percentage of people, but not 62%. As time goes on and people wake up and they think logically, they could see it very, very clearly. Actually, if you go back to January 6th. A lot of people thought, oh, it was the Trump supporters. Now people are starting to realize, wait a minute, there's 100 confidential human sources. They took down the fences. They told people to go inside. They were dressed up as MAGA. There was Antifa, neo-Nazis, and others breaking windows. There were other individuals that broke into the building, then opened up the doors. Now you start to think, well, now I know why they don't want to release the videos, because this would show all of this. And as the videos are being produced, the people are starting to see the truth. And remember, they had the fake insurrection investigation, and they didn't allow Trump to appear. They actually controlled everything. There was no Republicans. There was really no other side. It was all the uniparty doing it. Then they destroyed all the evidence afterwards. So if they had all this proof, why in the world would these people destroy the evidence? Does that make any sense? Because they're covering up their own insurrection. Fruits Next put this up, and Trump retruthed this and said, Democrats held a fake hearing to investigate a fake insurrection in order to cover up the fake election of a fake president. And that's absolutely right. And think about what's happening to Trump right now. They don't want him back in office. This is why they're indicting him. They're interfering in the election, and they were hoping that this would work. So on the world stage, in the court of public opinion, they're trying to use this against Trump, but it's not going to work. They're trying to smear him in the media. It's almost like the Russian collusion thing all over again. But in the end, what's going to happen, it's going to backfire on them. But what they need right now is the headlines. Just like with the Russian collusion thing, they needed the headlines to try to convince the people. They're using the same thing now. Trump, he put this out on True Social. He said, racist AG Letitia James is smirking all day long from her seat in court as New York continues to set records in murder and other violent crimes, and businesses flee to other states. This is a law that's rather bizarre. This is a law that doesn't require any victims. There are none except me. It doesn't require anyone to lose money. The banks didn't complain here. They made money. You have a Trump-hating attorney general who's seeking hundreds of millions of dollars in damages when not a single penny was lost by these banks. And that's part of the unconstitutional law. You can see from the reaction of AG James every morning from that seat that she is enjoying it a bit too much. Law professor Jonathan Turley, this law has never been used for this before. It is both unconstitutional and very unfair. No businesses will come to New York, only continue to leave. The whole case is rigged from D.C. It is election interference. Our country is broken and corrupt. And yes, when people see this and other business leaders see this, they're going to say, you know something, if they can do this to Trump, they can do this to me. Why would I want my business here if they can come after me for this type of reason? They're setting a terrible precedent, and it's going to destroy New York. But remember, the deep state, they don't care what the outcome is of this case. What is their main goal in this case? Just to convict him. They want him front and center in the court of public opinion. It's to smear him, to smear his name, to make him suffer. Trump, he knows this. He knows exactly what's going on. And what is he doing? He's running his counter measure against all of this. Who did he put out there? Alina Habba. And at every turn, what is she doing? She's destroying them. And the people are seeing this. And every day that she gets in front of the camera, the people learn more and more, and they realize, holy crap, they really have nothing. And Trump, he's doing this in front of the people because he's winning them over with this. Every single day, more and more people are saying, yes, he is right, especially the business owners of New York, because we all know what's going to happen. After the headlines and after all this, this is going to be appealed. The appellate court is going to say this court should have never been brought. The judge was wrong. Letitia James was wrong. There's going to be a unanimous decision because there is no case here whatsoever. And I do believe these individuals who spent all this money and all this time, they should repay every single dime, and they should be held responsible and accountable for all of this. And they should be put into prison for wasting the taxpayers' money on a witch hunt, and they're interfering in the election. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the House Intelligence Committee Chairman, Michael Turner, is asking Attorney General Merrick Garland to investigate Michael Cohen after Trump's former fixer admitted in an ongoing civil trial that he lied to Congress. Yes, Cohen continually lies and lies and lies. So where is Merrick Garland? Is he going to press charges against him again? Because he lied in the case with Trump, with Letitia James that she's bringing in front of Engoron. So are they going to convict him again? They should be throwing him in jail for many, many years now. Because remember, he was the focal point of the case, and that completely and utterly fell apart. Just like the entire rigging of the election is completely falling apart. The people are learning the truth. The people realize that the deep state players, they cheated in the election, and it's getting worse and worse for them. But you could see those people that are turning on Trump because they're trying to protect themselves, even though they were involved in uncovering the election fraud. They want to get off, and they're turning on Trump. Actually, one of them is who? Jenna Ellis. DC Drano put this out and said, this ridiculous fabrication, which is also inadmissible hearsay, reminds me of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony that sounded more like a Marvel movie plot where Trump grabbed the wheel of the beast and said, take me to the damn Capitol. Same backstab energy. It also reeks of, look, I'll play ball if you give me a plea deal. I'll give you juicy exaggerations to make Trump look extra bad. So Jenna Ellis, she was out there and she was pretty much telling them everything that they wanted to hear and turning on Trump. But let's go back a little bit in time. Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and said, some evidence is fed urgently to legacy media and some is not. When you go back to December 28, 2020, Jenna Ellis said the following on Twitter. President Trump should never concede the election. December 3rd, 2020, the video evidence being shown in the Georgia Senate hearing is shocking. Room cleared at 10:30 p.m. 4 people stay behind. Thousands of ballots pulled from under a table in a suitcase and scanned. Fraud. So back then, what was she doing? She was all in. But now she's afraid. Again, all you need to do is tell the truth and stick with the truth. But again, these people, they turn, and they turn very, very easily. And Trump now can see the board and who he can trust and who he can't trust. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like Trump now has another victory. Harmeet Dillon put this out and said, boom, my Dillon law partners obtained yet another victory for the Trump campaign in Wayne County, Michigan, where the judge granted our motion for summary judgment and rejected the argument that the election officials have the right to determine 14th Amendment eligibility. My political law partners got this win, not me. I'm just so proud to work with them, and they're all entertaining as hell too. Absolutely. And we could see right now that Trump, he's showing the world. He's showing the world the deep state players. They are now interfering in the election. This interference in the election is going to lead how they rig the election in 2020. And I do believe Trump is going to be completely and utterly transparent in all of this when they bring him to trial. And yes, he's trying to get the cameras in the courtrooms. Yes, he's going to divulge how they did all this because he's going to counter their cheating as we approach the 2024 elections. It doesn't mean the deep state players aren't going to try to cheat. Of course they are. But again, what they have to do is they have to have a change of batter. And it looks like every day that passes, as more and more evidence is brought out against Biden, and as his poll numbers continually decline, this is becoming reality. And you could see that Biden's already prepared and he knows what's coming, and he's already calling Kamala Harris president. Take a listen to what he said here.
President Harris there to make sure we do this the right way.
And I do believe that Trump knew this from the very beginning. He knew that Biden was going to be taken out. When he was down in Texas back in January, he let everyone know that the 25th Amendment is not going to affect him. It's going to affect Biden. And we could see that Biden, I don't believe they want him impeached. Yes, the Republicans might move to impeach him, but I do believe the D's are going to counter this with using the 25th Amendment. I do believe when everything's said and done, they're going to have to replace him no matter what. And they're going to have to bring someone in that has a lot more popularity, someone that seems to have a clean record that they can use to go up against Trump. Because remember, if you bring in someone where no one is going to vote for them and their popularity in the polls is very, very low, how are you going to try to cheat in the elections? It's not going to work. So you're going to need to bring in someone that at least gives them a fighting chance against Trump. But in the end, I don't think it's going to work. So if they bring in Newsom, is he that popular? Is this really going to help? Because look, his poll numbers have dropped in California, the state that he's governing. They dropped 11 points. So you think the rest of the country is looking at California going, wow, you know something? We want our state to look like that. No, the people are saying we don't want that. And again, this is going to be very difficult because if they do take Biden out with the 25th Amendment, they're going to replace Kamala with a white guy from California. Does that make sense? Yes. If they keep Biden in there and he drops out, they could replace Biden with Newsom. But again, Newsom, I don't believe he has the pull. I don't believe he has the ability to win. And when you look at the stage here of all these different candidates, the people that are going to be running, they don't have the popularity. I do believe they're going to have to bring someone in that has that popularity. I do believe this is why they asked The Rock if he would run for president, because he has that popularity. And of course, will he be able to pull this off? No, I don't believe so. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they want the Obamas front and center. And I do believe this is why everything is revolving around Iran right now. And I do believe this is why everything is revolving around the war with Iran, with Hamas, and everything else. Because when you start to break it down, we know that the Obamas sent over pallets of cash over to Iran. We know that they were selling uranium. And actually, if you start to look at what Biden did out in the Grand Canyon, where he designated the land and flooded the area, well, that had a huge uranium deposit. And I wonder if he's covering his tracks, because I wonder if that's where the uranium actually came from, where they sold it to Russia and they then sold it to Iran. They sold it to North Korea. But again, the isotopes can be traced back. And I wonder if he went ahead and designated that land to the indigenous people there, and they flooded a lot of the land by opening up the dam. And I'm wondering if that's why he did it, because they don't do this out of the goodness of their heart. They do it to cover up what they did. But you could see that everything that they're doing now revolves around uranium, nuclear war, Iran. And Trump has said Iran has nuclear weapons, most likely North Korea, which is going to come into the fold. So it's all starting to look like it's revolving all around this. And again, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have the playbook. They know exactly what they're going to do. Trump has been telling us from the very, very beginning what was going to happen. Because remember, this is their 16-year plan. So he knows what they're going to do. He knows the playbook. He knows what they're going to end up doing. And I do believe this is a trap for all of them. And that reminds me of post 3596, November 15, 2019. It says, what advantage might exist when you know the other side's playbook? Then it points to the Merriam-Webster's dictionary and the word trap. Enjoy the show. And I do believe this is a trap, and this is a trap for the Obamas. And yes, Biden will be taken care of later, because what did Trump say? I'm going to hire the prosecutors. I'm going to get the people. We're going to investigate him, and we're going to replace these individuals in the FBI, DOJ. I do believe this is going to actually move up to the military investigation, because this is a national security threat. And yes, I do believe he'll be taken care of later on. Now, of course, with his dementia kicking in, it's plausible deniability. He's not going to remember anything. But I do believe what's on deck is most likely Obama. And we're going to see this all play out, because once again, the Patriots are in control. They know the playbook, and they set a trap. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave X22. Gonna let his thing finish rolling out here so that we can pull up our next one. We have two more. We have Melissa Red Pill again, and then we have the SGT. So just want to make sure his credits run. All right, that takes care of that. Let's get to these. Open this one up, and then open this one up. There we go. All right. Here we go.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Melissa Red Pill, and today we are going to be discussing exactly what the Bible says about the Jews.
Okay, no, we're not, because this is the same one that played before, only with a different title. So let's get into our last one, SGT report. Here we go.
Are you familiar with the book, The Great Taking, that's been kind of hitting around circles recently?
No, what's that about?
Well, it's about the DTCC. They own everything at law, all the collateral. So when you talk about the bankers shorting the precious metals and oil, they manipulate the oil market about as bad as the silver market.
Yeah.
But anyway, DTCC, when you buy stock, they own it. You just have you are the beneficiary of it. So let's say the whole system falls down a week from Tuesday. All the collateral, so all your rights on your General Motors and your Boeing and your Shell Oil or whatever really is owned by the banks.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so very much for tuning in. That was our friend David Morgan. I recorded this call with David yesterday, November 13th. And today, November 14th, I have two bits of sad news to share. The first, extremely sad for me and my family, and I'm really starting to hate this inverted satanic world. We just found out that someone very dear to our family died in his sleep last night. He was a healthy man, he was a good and generous man, but he was vaccinated with the bioweapon. May God damn you to hell for your crimes, Albert Bourla and Pfizer. By the way, in our fallen, inverted world, all they do is lie and then celebrate those lies. They say inflation is down, the border is secure, and the bioweapon is safe and effective, as it kills people in their sleep. Friends, it's nonstop gaslighting, and it's quite literally satanic. Has your health insurance cost fallen by 34%? Because in part, that's how they're trying to convince us that inflation is way down. Here's Chris Martenson.
I'm going to expose just one piece of this lie. It's so egregious, so stupid, so ridiculously bad that we will know with all certainty, and you will know just how bad this scam really is. Let's go here. The BLS says your health insurance costs went down 34% last year. Good God.
And on the back of this latest scam, friends, the Dow was up some 485 points today. The NASDAQ up 326 points. And never mind your grocery bills. Those are down too. Gasoline's down, energy's down, healthcare costs are down. Life is grand in Joe Biden's Banana Republic. Thanks for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Do you guys remember that interview I did with Diane Kaiser a while back? And we were talking about what's in the water? Well, in that conversation, Diane mentioned leaky gut. Well, speaking of digestive issues, this is caused by a potential toxin that's in all of the, quote, healthy foods that scientists have been telling us to eat with that fraudulent food pyramid for the longest time. And this potential toxin causes digestive issues, according to Dr. Stephen Gundry, a world-renowned cardiologist. Warning signs include weight gain, fatigue, digestive discomfort, and stiff joints, even skin problems. Well, Dr. Gundry explains these side effects are often mistaken for normal signs of aging because digestive issues develop usually over a matter of years, sometimes even over decades. I can assure you that this damage is probably caused by these health foods, and it's far from normal. The good news is you can easily help fix this problem from your own home. It's simple. You just have to know which foods are actually healthy and which contain this hidden potential toxin. You can go find this yourself at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. That's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Click on the link in the description below the video, because after years of research, Dr. Gundry has decided to release an informative video to the public for free and uninterrupted, showcasing exactly which foods you need to avoid. Go find the video right now at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. Friends, I can't tell you how enthusiastic and happy I am to have back on the line a longtime friend of SGT Report, a longtime friend of liberty, a fan of real money, and a man who has very much been punished for being prescient for his silver position, as have I and other silver bulls in the space. Why? Because the banks get away with murder, and I mean that quite literally at this point. The big banks manipulate the precious metals. They will continue to do so to keep people in the world's reserve currency, the dollar, which is falling and losing value every single day. David Morgan, you know the website, themorganreport.com, is back. David, welcome back, sir. Good to see you.
Sean, thank you. It's great to be back.
I am so sorry to hear about your health problems, but I'm so happy to hear that you survived. Guys, this man got sepsis and he was in the hospital for 2 weeks. And little did I know when I heard the information about David Morgan having sepsis, that sepsis kills 50% of those who get it, but not David Morgan. He's a fighter. David, I'm so glad you're still with us, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's getting better day by day. And, I'm here for whatever reason. I have my mission statement. I have a lot of things left to do. We'll talk about during the interview, but I'm grateful that I'm still here and I still got plenty to give, believe me.
Yeah, I know you do. And you truly are a fighter, and you've always been a fighter, and you're a believer, right? God is on our side. And I know that none of us are long for this life. None of us are going to be here forever. In fact, life is quite short. And I know in the time that you have left on this planet, you are going to continue to fight and fight these criminal banksters and fight for honest money, because they don't want to give us honest money, do they? They want us on their slave plantation, not only for the next 10 years, but for the rest of human history, in the form of what, David? Central bank digital currencies. That's their wet dream. And if you and I have anything to say about it, they ain't going to get it.
Exactly.
All right. So here's the thing. The U.S. bond market is showing such weakness that right minds can't want to be in bonds for very much longer. In fact, money is fleeing the space. Equities continue to go up, specifically the Magic 7, right? The Tech 7, the magic money. If you take out those 7 stocks, which include Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, etc., if you take those out, the return on the stock market over the last few years, it's not even keeping up with the price of inflation, the cost of inflation. So what do you make of where we're at right now in human history? And then I want to ask you specifically about precious metals. We're going to get into Bitcoin. I have a soundbite to play from Michael Saylor, but where would you like to begin?
Well, the first question, where are we in human history? From my studied point of view, we're in a paradigm that happens maybe every 500 years or so. I mean, my friend Mac Maloney says, I get a currency change every 40 years. And yeah, the paper changes or the size of the bill or, from August 15th, 71, you go off the, dollar back gold standard to, or gold backed dollar standard to something new. Then that was a big one, of course. But I'm talking about something that's so monumental that you can't get away from the history books for 2 or 3 generations. It lasts at least that long, and the memory banks of everybody involved, which means just it touches almost everything. So in a true financial collapse, which we're facing, you need to either get ahead of it with a reset and a new system, or if it gets out of the hands of the powers that be, then you basically have a very chaotic situation for some time. Whether or not it goes in the dark ages or a Mad Max scenario remains to be determined. I don't think it will. But some areas might have that kind of a scenario, but not the overall planet Earth. However, these powers that be are not as powerful as they believe. And so they have 2 problems. One, the system's based on confidence or trust. Once that's lost, then who's going to trust a system that just failed if they're still in charge of it? And 2, there's a lot of randomness out there in the universe. In other words, events happen that people can't predict. The unintended consequences of Sean. And this is something that even they haven't really mitigated or know how to do. Once the Hoover Dam breaks and the flood starts, doesn't matter what your engineering degrees are, you're not going to be able to stop it. So I'm optimistically careful with what I say, but I don't want to mislead anyone. I think the time left is short. I know anyone that's followed me from SGT Report or others like, well, David, you've been saying this for 10 years. In fact, you started the Silver Investor, and moved to the Morgan Report. I mean, you've been saying it. What I've been saying is that it's going to happen probably within my lifetime. And all you need to do to mitigate it is take a hedge position. You don't need to put everything in the silver and gold. You take about 10% and forget about it. That's really the safe and sane way to approach this market. But a lot of people learn the truth. And once learning the truth and knowing that all fiat fails, they might, let's say, go all in, or perhaps at a greater percentage that they regret later, because when they must cash out for fiat to pay a bill or buy their house or get their car or, go, pay an education expense or a healthcare expense or whatever, are disappointed because they bought silver at, $32 and they're only able to get, 22 for it or whatever. So all I'm saying is that it has taken longer than any of us have thought, or most of us in this genre. But yet, even saying all that, with what's going on in the bond market, which is key to everything, the US dollar system, anyone that's listened to the SGC report more than twice, or my site more than 3 or 4 times, knows that it's a dollar problem. But what that really means, it's faith in the dollar. And the faith in the dollar is the bond market. And the bond market is supposedly the safest investment you can make anywhere at all times. And it's not. If you don't trust a dollar a week from Tuesday, why should you trust it for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years? And this is what we're seeing in the bond market now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% right. And in a second, I want to walk down memory lane with you because you were one of my first big guests on SGT Report when I launched it back in 2010. My first guest really was Bix Weir, and you were my second big guest at the time. Both of you silver guys, both of you telling the truth about the manipulation in the precious metals markets for more than 10 years. In Bix's case, 20 years, probably the same for you. All right, before I go further, I do want to play a soundbite from Michael Saylor, the CEO of MicroStrategy. He's invested big time in Bitcoin, and his company's treasury is now up $1 billion on that position. But I don't necessarily want to talk to you about Bitcoin. I just want to play this soundbite from him about inflation and the insidious nature of inflation for corporations, and then get your thoughts on it.
Now, weak currencies in the developing world are inflating at 14% a year, unless they're really mismanaged and they're inflating at 21% a year. But I'll give you a simple fact. If you start with $1 million and you hold it in dollars and currency that's being inflated and supply at 7% a year, after 100 years, your $1 million is worth about $700. But what do you think it's worth if you're holding it 14% debasing currencies? 28 cents. Okay, so clearly the weak currencies don't last 100 years because people are smart enough to realize that $1 million going to 28 cents is not a good investment. But the strong currency is taking it from $1 million to $700. And that's the rate in the last 100 years when the US is winning all the wars.
I'll pause it there. David, I'll come back to you. I just think that is such intelligent analysis because he was asked by the interviewer, how much longer will the dollar last? And Michael didn't have to answer that question specifically with the time frame. He said it doesn't really matter because even the best currency, the dollar, will debase your currency, your wealth, at 7% a year. Best case scenario. You know what? What do you think the real run of inflation is? I think it's higher than 7%. So does Michael Saylor.
Correct, Sean. A lot of people think that it's higher than 7%. Shadowstats.com, for example. Well, I say it a different way. I just had a conference, or excuse me, a consultation recently, and this person's going to inherit a lot of money, and he's really worried about what's going to happen over the next couple of years. And anyway, I said, look, tell your mom that if you had $1 million in 1913 when the Fed was founded and you were given it in currency, it'd be worth $1 million today. And obviously I think we all know it wouldn't have the same currency power. But if you took a gold coin, it would be 100 million.
But what about purchasing power, right? The purchasing power
no,
of 1 million in 1913 would have bought a city block in New York.
Yeah.
Today it barely buys a single family home.
Yeah. And in gold terms, you would have 100 million, 100 times. So if you took a gold coin here, I don't want it in fiat. I don't want it in bills or in paper. Give it to me in gold coin. If you did that in 1913, it'd be a cash equivalent of 100 million. So it's very similar to what Michael Saylor said, just looking at it from a different point of view.
You know, it's very interesting. He actually makes that point, if I let this play longer, that the 1 million in 100 years from now, if you invested in Bitcoin, you'll have at least 100 million in purchasing power. Whereas if you keep the 1 million in USD, you're going to be down to $700, if not worse. So it's interesting. I think Bitcoin and gold have a lot to say about the future here. Although you know as well as I do, those who have held gold and silver, as you and I have, have been punished for our prescience because JP Morgan, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, they get away with bloody murder, manipulating the precious metals to keep the plebs uninterested in buying those precious metals, David. It's very, very insidious.
And I have to red flag that because I did a whole series, 30 interviews called The Crypto Conspiracy. And John Perez specifically and others contend that Bitcoin was a distraction for money going into gold. So instead of all that money that could have gone into gold that went into Bitcoin and now a lot of other cryptocurrencies had found their ways into the gold market, what would the price of gold be? And I'm just going to continue because after I did all those interviews, I really thought about it. And 2 years ago, not the latest Silver Symposium, I didn't attend, I was unable to. But the one before that, half of my speech was about the crypto conspiracy and did all this money that could have, should have, might have gone into the precious metals that went into cryptocurrencies. What effect was it? It was interesting. From a gold perspective, Sean, it didn't have that big an effect because the gold market is many times bigger than the Bitcoin market.
It's a $10 trillion market in gold, and right now it's about a $650 billion market cap for Bitcoin. But a lot of these Bitcoin enthusiasts like Saylor are saying not only will Bitcoin flip gold, the 10 trillion in gold, it'll go far beyond because now it's a risk-off asset and it's viewed by the US government, the Chinese government, and the Russian government as property. And I'm not disagreeing with you, by the way. I do think crypto was created as a release valve, a steam release valve for all the pressure that otherwise would have gone into precious metals. I do concur with you about that.
Yeah, and that's my main point. The other point is, so the amount of diverted money that could have gone into gold really wouldn't make much difference. But if that diverted money went into silver, it would have a big effect because silver is such a small market compared to gold. So back to you, Sean.
Well, let me ask you then about silver. Silver's current price, I'm sorry, I keep saying it, I'm a broken record. It's an absolute joke. But as a guy who owns a bunch of the stuff, I have every right to say that because I know the history. I know what the 1980 all-time high of 50 is. A lot of folks don't remember that. I know what happened in 2012 when we ran it up to 48. And Max Kaiser, by the way, was one of the biggest silver proselytizers out there. Now he's one of the world's biggest Bitcoin guys because he knows that silver is manipulated and he got sick of it. He knows gold is manipulated and he got sick of it. How does it make you feel as a guy who just had sepsis and almost lost his life that you still haven't enjoyed the rewards you deserve, that we all deserve, for being prescient enough to buy silver all these years? Because a 22, 23, 24, 30, $35 silver price right now in 2023 with 34 trillion in debt is a joke, David. It's an absolute joke.
Yeah, that's a hard one to answer. I mean, how do I personally feel? I mean, I actually feel personally grateful I'm still here. Secondly, this will get very philosophical, but going back to some of my belief systems and studying a lot of, I studied world religions twice in college, not that it matters, but it was said in one of these philosophies that a real man could lose everything and still be the same. And that's meaning you have no attachment. So not very many, especially in the West, are unattached to their possessions, especially someone like me that has enough. So if you have enough, it's easy to say that. If everything was truly taken away from me and I had zero, would I be the same man I am today? I don't know. I'd like to believe that I could be or should be or might be. But it's discouraging. I mean, the other side of the coin, to be a little more specific, on some bad days, it's very upsetting. There's not a lot you could do about it. We know that unless something breaks, that you're not going to see the true price of these metals really come to the fore. It's a possibility that they never will. I doubt that, but it could happen, especially when you've got another methodology, which Bitcoin does represent to a lot of people, and it's got a lot of momentum. We got bullish on crypto. I mean, I finally kind of threw in the towel. I didn't say get out of silver and move into Bitcoin, but I did say Wall Street's behind Bitcoin now, or the cryptocurrencies. And I say, once Wall Street's behind something, let's ride their coattails. So instead of just talking about the blockchain brief, which we've done for years in the Morgan report, I put three speculations on. One I picked did far better than Bitcoin did from that point in time. The other one I picked was XRP, which I still think is the banker's coin. And I'm agnostic when it comes to this kind of stuff. On free market, you like Bitcoin, go ahead. You like XRP or you don't, that's fine. Go ahead or don't go ahead. So we've got that. We had HUT 8, and I sold that at a break even. I know the founder and Frank and I've got along for years, but it just wasn't performing. So I sold that on that one. So we're holding some still, but and it's certainly very, very likely that the reset is going to take into account the blockchain. There's, I think, little doubt about that. How it manifests exactly, whether it's nation state monies, gold-backed cryptos, asset-backed cryptos, non-asset-backed cryptos. I think they'll all be evolving like in the tech sector, but some will fall by the wayside and some will come to the front.
Yeah, and guys like Saylor, the hardcore Bitcoin enthusiasts, and guys like Max Kaiser, both of whom own more than 10,000 Bitcoin. That I know for a fact. In Saylor's case, in a recent interview, he admitted that once he did the research on Bitcoin, because he was hesitant, he used to thought it was junk, just like Charlie Munger. Once he read the white paper, once he did the due diligence, once he put in his 100 hours, he concluded it was the right investment for him and his company. And he bought, get this, 17,700 Bitcoin with his own money, which was something like $100 million, $190 million at the time. And now MicroStrategy, I'm not sure what the number is. I think they hold 155,000 Bitcoin, something like that. He's all in on the asset class. And he believes that buying Bitcoin today is akin to buying a city block in New York City in 1900. Now, only time will tell if he's right, but here's what we do know. Smart guys are moving into Bitcoin as a hedge, and you don't have to go all in, but this silver and gold trade has not worked out very well. This silver trade in particular has been completely stomped on. And I want to do a screen share here again, just to shine the light of truth on one of these guys who, in my view, is in the pocket, very much so, of the big banks, Jeffrey Christian of CPM Group. Now, Bix Weir just did a nice report about this. Jeffrey Christian admitting that no one is willing to short gold and silver on the COMEX, so the big banks are doing it. But he says that's not manipulation. I want you to listen to this, and then I want your thoughts.
They've been wrong, and they misuse data, and they provide the confirmation for those people who want to find conspiracies and market manipulation. So we talked about this in the October 27th video. We talked a little bit about it earlier this week. And the thing that I said and wrote was that you look at the questions that people ask. They're asking the wrong question. And that tells you more about their biases and their lack of understanding of the markets and financial markets.
I'll pause it there just so you understand, guys, what we're listening to. Jeff Christian is describing those researchers like Ted Butler, like David Morgan, like Bix Weir, okay? He's describing the folks that point out the quantifiable proof of market manipulation via the paper markets by the big banks. And he's saying, no, they're biased. Such manipulation doesn't actually exist. I'll keep playing the clip.
So 2 days ago, November 1st, well, we received this comment on our October 31st video. If there's no manipulation, why do have swap dealers put on more than 50,000 short gold contracts in the past few days? Why would a bullion bank do that?
All right, David, I'm coming back to you. He goes on to explain in the clip that basically these bullion banks are going short for every long. So they're actually betting against their retail investors who choose to go long on contracts of gold and silver, betting on the price going up. So the bullion banks, the big banks, are literally betting against their own customers. David, we want your thoughts on that. The last thing I'd say is that listening to a sycophant like Jeff Christian try to explain away the manipulation is a lot like watching those pundits come on MSNBC and CNN telling people that the vaccine is safe and effective, the COVID-19 vaccine, so run out and get it. Never mind the quantifiable data, which shows us it's a bioweapon. We live in an upside down world, man.
Good analogy. Yeah, so I've known Jeff for a long time, and he was pretty forthright about how the bullion banking system worked back before YouTube. I actually had a business that failed along with another guy, and we had our own servers, which were a lot to be able to stream video over the internet. Anyway, I don't have the DVD anymore, but he was pretty forthright about how the system works. And so my comment is that you're correct. There is a bank against their own customers. And of course, he talks about over and over, there's no manipulation, there's no manipulation. Well, one of the chapters, or one of the most important things that we wrote in this book was about it. And I was going to look it up and read it verbatim, and I can't find it. I mean, this is a pretty academic read. I think you have one. But if you recall, we did what's called the Sharpe's ratio. And the Sharpe's ratio is the ability to mathematically determine if you have a random walk or not. In other words, if you have a free market or not. And the higher the Sharpe's ratio, the greater it is a non-random walk and it is manipulated. So Bernie Madoff came out with something like 78, and the silver market was much greater than that. So I think if I could convince the jury to understand it in layman's terms, what a Sharpe's ratio means, and show the fact on the whiteboard that the manipulation of the Madoff scam was lower than the silver price mechanisms, then I think I could convince everybody and get the word manipulation. You got to remember, on all these cases that we've actually won, Jeff is a very good wordsmith. He uses that to his advantage. You'll never see, if you read them, and I have, any of these rulings use the word manipulation. So he says there's no manipulation, and he's right from a legal eagle perspective that you won't find the word manipulation in the judgment. You'll find spoofing, you'll find, whatever, but you're not going to find the word manipulation in there. So, I mean, this is, getting into the analogy that you gave us. Well, it's technically this or that, or it's all hogwash nonsense crap, but they give this intellectual superiority type of outlook because the word manipulation never got put into the final judgment. So
yeah,
you can have it any way you want. I mean, I know where I stand. Jeff knows where I stand. It's obvious that it is, but if you want to use the correct word, go ahead, choose one. They have taken advantage of the customers or the retail investors or the part of it was from the start. And this goes way back to the Silver Users Association. Remember, Thomson Reuters runs the Silver Institute. I mean, I was invited to speak there. What did I speak about? Money and silver. I was only there a couple times. I've never been invited back. They don't want to hear about silver's money. In fact, I went to a Mexican contingency of maybe about 8 or 9 guys with some silver certificates as kind of a gift of, goodwill toward them. They were scared of me. They didn't want anything to do. Remember, Hugo Cinas Price, my great friend in Mexico, had convinced every governor in the state of Mexico to go along with his idea of putting silver into circulation alongside the peso. But once it got to the banking cartel, what happened?
Yeah, they shut him down. Yeah, that's so interesting. And by the way, I want to remind people too, the manipulation, this is so funny too, because if you imagine where we were in, say, 2006, 2007, that's still the modern world. Okay, there were iPhones, guys. There was an internet. There was an open and free exchange of information before Google became the weaponized asset of the deep state that it is. The Rothschilds and other bankers, but the Rothschilds specifically set the gold price twice daily in the city of London until, I believe, wasn't it 2006, David? And
that's how, about 2006. That's right.
They sold out of their position. They got out of it because I think even they saw the writing on the wall. The criminality, it's just too much paper. It's too obvious. And the reason that they manipulate the precious metals to keep them kneecapped is to keep the plebs from turning their attention to silver and gold, right? Because what drives prices higher more than the retail investors' FOMO, right? That's what we're seeing in Bitcoin. That's what we're seeing right now in Solana. We're seeing that. We've seen it in Ethereum. We see it in the crypto space. We see it in tech stocks, NVIDIA, Apple, Alphabet, right?
Right.
Amazon, same exact thing. So if you can prevent that from happening to silver, see, here's the thing. In 1980, a movie ticket was $2. Gas was $1.25. A single family home was what, 100 grand? There is not one tangible asset on planet Earth right now that trades at less than half of its 1980 high. Not one tangible asset I can think of, with the exception of silver. So why do the bankers do this? Well, I want David's thoughts on this. Final agreement on EU digital identity wallets expands scope of regulations to be found here. How about privacy fears as EU moves forward with digital ID, despite a public outcry against it? This is where we're headed, David. That's why they don't want people on honest money. They want us on their slave plantation, which very well may be a central bank digital currency if they can get away with it.
Exactly.
And what happens to humanity if the people in this country are dumb enough to get suckered into a Federal Reserve central bank digital currency?
Well, not only will a lot get suckered in because they don't know any better, they don't know monetary history, they don't really know what's happening to them, but many will gladly do it because there'll be a universal basic income aligned with it and maybe a bonus. You know, if you're the first, within the first month, you'll get $1,000 of extra CBDC credited to your account. And this is really, I call it the B system. And I really think that's what it is. Again, there will be ways to opt out, but it'll be very difficult. Are you familiar with the book, The Great Taking, that's been kind of hitting around circles recently?
No, what's that about?
Well, it's about the DTCC. And
Oh,
it's basically
Vic
tells
Swear and I
you-
talked about the DTCC. It's very shady.
they own everything at law, all the collateral. So when you talk about the bankers shorting the precious metals and oil, they manipulate the oil market about as bad as the silver market.
Yeah.
But anyway, the DTCC, when you buy stock, they own it. You just have you are the beneficiary of it. So let's say the whole system falls down a week from Tuesday. All the collateral, so all your right on your General Motors and your Boeing and your Shell Oil or whatever, really is owned by the banks. It's not owned by you. It's just like when I did that interview with Stansberry Research a few years back on bail-ins, and I explained to everyone that that is their money. When you make a deposit and you think it's your money, you better think again because it's not true at law. You are an unsecured creditor of the bank. And if there is something that happens, there'll be a bail-in, not a bailout. Now, that didn't happen with Silicon Valley Bank, but you think about who the depositors were that were going to get hurt with bail-in, and they just have way too much money and way too much political power. So they got bailed out. So now the Fed's saying how inconsistent they are. They broke the law basically because they were not allowed to bail out, but they did. And they're supposed to bail in, and they did not. But what does that mean for you out there in the general banking system? You don't know. You might get bailed in, you might get bailed out. You just don't know. And that's why you're seeing one of the reasons you're seeing so much fluctuation in the bond market is the people on Wall Street know this stuff. I mean, very few of them don't, but they're willing because they're such risk takers or know that the Fed will bail them out. So they got to, it's like playing at the crap table and all your losses are always made up for by your rich uncle standing behind you. So you only get to collect when you win, when you hit, Anyway, I'm off on a tangent a bit, but the point is the system is so rigged and it's been so rigged for so long that these people have become so arrogant they can't imagine that the system could get away from them. And I think it could. In fact, let's think about this thought experiment real quickly, Sean. I want your input. Think about a patriot or two that's writing the code for the CBDC. You ever think about that? What about a backdoor to CBDC that some patriot has? I mean, if you watched iRobot, I think it was, one of my daughters turned me on to, or Mr. Robot, I think it was. And that whole sequence on Netflix is all about central bank digital currencies at the end. And these, let's say patriots at the end, basically stole the money back out of the banking system and gave it to the people at large. Pretty fascinating scenario.
Guys, please pardon a brief interruption and a quick word about a sponsor. Dark clouds are gathering. Currencies like the Turkish lira are crumbling. Fear and uncertainty are here. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the U.S. national debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there. Its enduring value guards against loss, like a missile shield against incoming weapons. While paper wealth burns, gold exists and persists. Noble Gold can help you shield your wealth against these looming threats. War, recession, contagion, take control amidst the chaos. Get your hands on gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future as the storm clouds gather. Always do your own due diligence because there are no guarantees in this world, but secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free bullion coin right now. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com, or better yet, call for their expert advice at 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Central bank digital currencies at the end, and these, let's say Patriots at the end, basically stole the money back out of the banking system and gave it to the people at large. Pretty fascinating scenario.
Yeah, I watched that show, Mr. Robot. I believe that starred the guy who starred in the movie about Queen, and he played Freddie Mercury. I know the show you're talking about. It's actually very well done. And by the way, the DTCC, Bix Weir and I did a entire show about that. It was titled something like The Horrible Truth History Channel Doesn't Want You to Know. And it was about the DTCC. And Bix shared all of that frightening information about the DTCC being really the holder of all stocks. And nobody really knows who owns the DTCC. We can speculate. Is it the Rothschilds? Is it pockets bigger than theirs? Is it the Pope? I don't know. Is it the Vatican? But we talked about that. And the fact is that when Bix shared that information in an interview with the History Channel, a sit-down interview, they excluded all of it. They didn't let it get out publicly, David. So I'll have to read that book, The Great Taking. That's what it's called, huh?
Correct.
All right. Okay, let me show you this, and then let's get your thoughts, because we know that Bitcoin has been doing very well for 13 years. Okay, that's an understatement. It's actually the number one performing asset for 13 years. But the countries reporting the largest purchases in the first 2 months of 2023 were, get this, I didn't even know this, Singapore, Turkey, where I believe we're starting to see hyperinflation, China, Russia, and India. Singapore with 51 tons of gold, Turkey with 45.5 tons of gold. You never hear that in the mainstream media, David. You hear about China and Russia hoarding gold, but I didn't know Singapore and Turkey were hoarding gold. What is this all about? Okay, because as Bitcoin becomes more and more publicly accepted and talked about by CNBC and the mainstream media, nation states are hoarding gold. There must still be a role for gold to play in the world that's to come, despite this manipulation, despite the fact that they kneecap it in dollars so that it will not go past that all-time high of what, 2020, 2030, something like that? $2,030?
Yeah, I think it's 2070, but it's right in that range. I'm not going to argue that because I don't know the exact number. But I've said for quite some time, probably a year and a half at least, that the run to gold has begun. And the old adage, there's no fever like gold fever, is true. And the reason that the banks are getting gold is because it's the money of last resort. And if all else fails, they have gold to rebuild on. Now, whether they plan to do it initially or not remains to be determined. And I think it would be their backup to the backup. If they put out their modern money theory with no backing whatsoever and just give you a digit in an electronic blip on a computer, and that doesn't work, then they might have to tie it to gold. But the run to gold starts very stealthily, as you just pointed out. So it starts off, I give the analogy of the run to gold like this, Sean. First of all, you got to be in the know. So the smart money moves into it first when it's not moving in price. So no one's paying attention. That's how you do the stock market. You do the accumulation phase where it goes flat for a number, for months or years. Then you do the markup phase where you shoot it up. And then you do the distribution phase where you keep it at a high price, where you can keep getting top dollar for the asset, but you don't sell very much at any single time, because if you do, you drop the market. So you accumulate, you mark up, and you distribute. So right now, the banks are in the final phases of the accumulation. And it goes like this. You start off in, let's say, slow or crawl, and then you get up and you do a small walk or a slow walk. And then you go to a regular gait, a regular walk. And then you go to a light jog and a heavy jog. And then you start to run. And at the end, you go to a sprint. The public will be in the sprint phase. That will be when gold's pushing, 3,000, 3,500. I don't know the number. I'm just trying to give you the idea. But what people don't know, it's the biggest secret of trading, and it's the biggest secret in stocks, is the best thing you can ever do if you want to get rich in the stock market or get rich in the metals market or get rich in fiat terms, is to buy a new high. Because if Bitcoin's going to 10 million or 1 million, or let's just say, let's be conservative since I am, let's say from the 37,000 or so it is right now, let's say it goes to 200,000 in a year and a half. How many new highs does it have to make? A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of new ones. And this is why the algorithms that set up that really perform well know that, because there's nothing more bullish than a new high. And why is that? Well, if gold was at a new high, Sean, let's say it got to 2,100 next week because of a war problem and a bank failure, or 10 bank failures. All of a sudden, there's this huge run to gold by the public and, of course, institutions as well. Well, who's going to sell? Nobody. It just hit a new high. Everyone's going to hold because they don't know how high is high. Maybe it's going to be 2,200 next week. So any little buying will drive it to 2,200. So how many are going to sell there? Very few. Why? It's a new high. And how high is it going to go? Well, maybe it's going to go to 2,500. I'm holding my gold, and now it goes to 2,500. How many sell? Not very many. So this is what you get. You get this feeding frenzy on the way up. And I think still, and I know I'm biased, but I'm overstudied, and I've learned a lot from my mistakes. Trust me on that statement. But I do believe this will go in the history books, because there is no fever like gold fever. And where are you going to go when the bond market crashes? Are you going to go to commercial real estate? What about residential real estate? How about the stock market? How about a private business? I mean, there's lots of opportunities, even in a depression or a hyperinflation. But you got to be very smart with what you choose to spend money on in order to get in or out, because getting out could be very difficult if everyone wants to sell. Well, there's only sellers and no buyers, which can happen. Now, there are circuit breakers in the system. I mean, the system is so rigged that they've thought out ahead of time. If this happens, what can we do about it? And they could stop the whole system. They could freeze it up. And this is what Jim Rickards refers to as Ice 9 in the Kurt Vonnegut book that talks about this hypothetical ice that freezes everything all at once. At one time, the whole financial system could freeze, or they could turn on the switch and act as if it freezes because they don't want any transactions to take place. Because if they were to occur, they know what the bid asks are on a huge asset like the U.S. Treasuries across the spectrum from bills, notes, and bonds. And they say, if we let this go, it's over. It's done. Finale, fait complete. And unfortunately, I know I sound more radical than ever, but I think we're getting close to that point.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to have this conversation with you, because I do worry about we, the people in the United States, enduring what's happening right now with the Turkish lira, which is hyperinflating. By the way, Bitcoin, an all-time high, priced in Turkish lira. Same with the Argentine peso. And so I want to show people one last thing regarding Bitcoin, and then I'll be quiet about Bitcoin. I don't proselytize about Bitcoin. People know that I don't, but I try to share information. I don't know where Bitcoin is going, but the case I made in 2015, David, is why not hedge a little bit and dip your foot in the pool just in case? And I had a lot of haters, I still do, who think Bitcoin is a tool of the deep state. Okay, whether that's true or not, it has been the number one performing asset for 13 years. And currently, as much as 89% of the Bitcoin supply isn't moving. It's locked up in wallets that refuse to sell it. And there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin, guys. 18.1 million Bitcoin have already been mined. And the last Bitcoin block will be mined, guess what? In the year 2140. So it's a long story, and I just share the information because at $37,000 Bitcoin, you could open a Coinbase account and you can buy $100 a week, $100 a month. You can buy fractions of a fraction, a Satoshi, as they call them. Right. I share that with the audience because I don't know where it's going. I just know that it's salt in the wound for anybody that has just held silver and no Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, just to prove, reiterate a little bit, but that reinforces the point I just made. If 90% aren't selling, then any new buying is going to drive it higher. Markets move, if they're free at least, on buying and selling. And say, well, David, there's so much buying the silver market. Well, that's the physical silver market. There's an infinite supply of paper silver. And that's why you can depress the price.
Yeah, no, that's 100% right. And that was the case I was making for kneecapping via precious metal paper markets, gold and silver. They don't want silver ever hitting an all-time high again because the retail investors would FOMO in quicker than they did to AMC stock in that what was that video game stock? I watched the movie about it just recently. Honey, what's it?
GameStop.
Yes, thank you. And GameStop. Yeah, absolutely. People would FOMO into the silver market faster than they can blink. That's why it's manipulated. So now I want to transition into another topic because I know you know this as well as anybody. And here's a documentary people should watch. I believe this was produced by the great Michael Rivero.
Correct.
All wars are banker wars. All wars are banker wars. And they use their fiat printing presses to get the nation states to fund the wars. They get the bonds, the nation states issue the bonds, they borrow money from the bankers for more war. War after war after war. It's all we've ever known as Americans, David. And now it's coming to our doorstep. A, through inflation and hyperinflation eventually, and B, through a wide open southern border through which military-aged young men by the thousands, the tens of thousands are streaming through. Some of them claim to be UN troops and they're just waiting for orders. But all wars are banker wars, aren't they? Every single war is a banker war, probably including this one now we're seeing in Israel, between Israel and Palestine. By the way, I mentioned Rothschild earlier in the interview. Kind of brings us full circle. House of Rothschild, Israel, Balfour Declaration.
Absolutely. People ask me where you stand on, Israel. And it's hard to say because, the people. I'm pretty world traveled. And anywhere I've ever gone, the people are wonderful. I mean, I've never, in fact, Colombia, where it's all this drug cartel money and everything. I mean, those are the most friendly people I ever met. I haven't done much traveling in the Middle East, so I can't speak from actual experience. The point is that it's the leadership. It's never the people. I mean, people generally get along with each other. But the ballot. So when asked about it, I just used the Balfour Declaration as a, something to think about if people don't know how the state of Israel was created. Going further on that topic, though, we are going to see more and more bankers' wars as they manifest. And this is to obfuscate what's happening in the financial world as much as anything else, certainly for control. And it will get worse, not better, in my view. And it will be an excuse for shortages in, foodstuffs and other items. It will be an excuse for toppling political stances, the very few that are not hooked into the current banking system. Iran, for example. And you will find that they are actually pursuing several goals at the same time, but it's basically resource wars, which means mainly control of the oil supply and control of the banking system at large, however it morphs.
Let me ask you this, and then I want to show some of the new things you're working on, one of which I think the audience will really resonate with. This is an exciting project, but let me ask you about the idea that the deep state, the entrenched deep state, is really in a corner and they are losing the war, and above them, the bankers, right? There's this idea that, there's panic in the city of London. I've had guests on that have talked about this. And then you hear commentary from people like Benjamin Fulford, who can help quantify that to some degree. He lives in Japan. He's an expert on some of these things. Got to take everything he says with a grain of salt. But we now live in a world where the bioweapon has been exposed as that. Okay, it's not a vaccine that's safe and effective. It's a bioweapon. This current administration has been exposed for its treason, be it an open southern border or you name it, right? Taking bribes from China or Russia. We live in a world now, David, where people are waking up to the idea that Zionism, right, and these bankers are behind wars. All wars are bankers' wars. Do you think that they are losing? I'll give you one more example of why that might be true, that they are losing the battle here. Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, also a bloodline to the Rothschild family. He just went to the UN and they made an agreement to fast track United Nations 2030. And essentially now it's United Nations 2025. They're fast tracking all their tyranny. Is that because they know the world is waking up and it's forcing them to be more authoritarian and more tyrannical, which is actually a gift to humanity because it'll wake up more people?
Yes, in my view, absolutely. And let me just give you a couple thoughts. There's a friend of mine that does a show similar to yours. It's called Steel on Steel, John Leffler. I actually used to listen to him before I moved up to the Northwest. Regardless, he had a statement that I've used a couple times. I always give him credit. And he said at the end, meaning where we are now, what Rafi Farber refers to as the end game and many others, that they, okay, the bankers, we'll call them the top of the pyramid, okay, because it is bankers and who knows. Some even think it may be aliens. I don't know, so I won't rule it out. But they, when they get near the finish line, will have to remove their sheep's clothing and run naked to the finish line, which is an analogy for everybody sees what's going on. Oh my God, it's a bioweapon. Oh my God, money's phony. Oh my God, healthcare isn't healthy. Oh my God, the education's there to indoctrinate us and dumb us down. Oh my God, the water supply has been corrupted for so long. You can't drink tap water. Oh my God, the stuff they stick in these cans is actually BHP, which is detrimental to our hormone balance. Oh my God. So I get this wake up that everyone that listens to the SPG report and many other sources, of course, are waking up. And yes, you're right. That's why they're running out of, they've only got so much ammunition left. And they want to get rid of it. They want to use it as quickly as possible to try to win the war. But I do think they've won many battles, but I think they're losing battles, and I think they're going to lose the war. But that's maybe a bit biased on my part, but certainly it's not a one-way street. And that is a certainty. Problem is that they are poor sports, for lack of a better word, and they're very likely to turn over the tables. Just they'll burn to the ground to win. They'll burn themselves out to win. I mean, that's how arrogant they really are. And that would only happen, in my view, with the lack of any humanity at all, which goes back to the more far out thing I've ever said in an interview, and that is, who's really running the show? Are they even human? I mean, you have to ask that question. I'm not saying they are or aren't. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I agree. And, when I've had Nathan Reynolds on, he escaped the Illuminati family, the Reynolds family, when he found out his firstborn offspring, in this case, his daughter, Naomi, was going to be the price he would have to pay to get his inheritance. He fled, he left the family, and they tried to kill him, right? But he's very outspoken, and he says, a radical, intelligent evil is behind all of this. So these families, his family, report to a radical, intelligent evil, for lack of a better name, Lucifer. Now, I think you're absolutely right. So it's not necessarily reptilians, but I think if you embrace that dark power, you become reptilian, at least in brain thinking to some degree. And a shout out, by the way, you mentioned Rafi Farber, Arcadia Economics, Chris Marcus, buddies of mine. I've had him on the show. Great guys. And the good news is people like Rafi, people like you, people like me, people like Jimmy Dore, who used to be a hardcore Democrat. He's now got a huge YouTube channel. He's a comedian, but he sounds like a libertarian now, because he'll point at the emperor wearing no clothes and laugh at these people. Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, the Democrats, the demon rats, the rhinos. And he speaks truth as good as anybody I know out there right now. And by the way, Joe Rogan, the biggest podcaster on planet Earth. Every day he sounds more and more like Alex Jones. And now we have the meme, right? The t-shirt meme, bumper stickers all over the place. Alex Jones was right. So I think to some degree, we are winning the war, David. I really do believe it. So I wanted this interview to be sort of a cup half full interview, right? We stand a chance against these people because we have truth and light and God on our side.
Yeah, that's right.
And they worship Lucifer. I mean, quite literally.
Yeah.
Rant over. Okay. Let's show what you're up to now. I want to talk about this. First of all, I'm going to show David's website, guys. If you want to support a good man who almost lost his life to sepsis, here's how to do it. Sign up for the Morgan Report and get those inside details about the crypto he mentioned. He didn't name specific names. I did. I would say Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana right now. Link has done very well. In those two projects, Link and Solana, seem to have legs and real technology behind them. Solana, just look at the chart. Look what happened to it. It went down some 97% like Ethereum once did. Now it's bouncing back hard. I'm not recommending anything. Do your own due diligence. But if you want to get information like this and silver and gold information, here's the place to go. It's themorganreport.com. My longtime friend, David Morgan. I could not advocate for him any more strongly. He's a good man with a good heart and a good soul. And here's what he's working on right now, Silver Sunrise, silversunrise.tv. Tell us about this, David.
Well, I was thinking about what I wanted to do next, for, let's say, legacy. And it's not my ego, believe me, it's the message, not the messenger. Many men, I would say better than I, took the time to mentor me and school me through direct or indirect through their books or writings or lectures, that type of thing. I think one of the best, of course, is Ed Griffin, as you see there on the silversunrise.tv. But it's a movie, it's a documentary, and it's going to talk about primarily the money problem, but I really want to talk about money solutions and what we can do. And this touches all aspects that I vocalized a moment ago, to change the education system where you learn logic and critical thinking, change the healthcare system where you learn how to cure things, you learn what, to input in your body and not. All those type of things. So how much we'll get in the movie, I don't know. The script is finalized, and we're going out and starting the interviews. Foster Gamble said he would do an interview, the producer of Thrive 1 and Thrive 2. Ed Griffin's already been filmed. We have several more to do. We're trying to get a lot of influencers across the board, not just in the monetary realm, but in the whole internet, basically. So again, health, education, politics, you name it, and get their viewpoints. And we also look a little deeper, like, do we even need money? Taking the Star Trek approach. I've got a film I put out on my Twitter every now and then. I've put it in 2 lectures in Anarchapulco. It's called Teaching Apes to Use Money by a gentleman called Harold Katz-Vella, who is a German scientist. And they did an experiment where they taught apes to use money. And they learned it in about 3 days. And once they started, about 3 weeks into the program, the female apes were prostituting themselves and the boys were cheating each other.
Oh
So
my
the
God.
biologists that ran this experiment went in to get the money back and stop it because they saw a social disorder happening rapidly. So they wanted to stop the social disorder. Well, big mistake. They went into the cages and the apes beat them up for trying to take the money away. So his conclusion was that it's a gaming disorder. It's a gaming addiction. It's a disorder. And this is going to be in the film as well. There's a film called I Am. And in that film, it's a very wealthy director out of Hollywood. And he's got like a second mansion and he's bought his second private jet and he feels very empty. And he starts to explore that. Why do I have everything? I have the monikers of success beyond almost anybody's imagination, yet I don't feel fulfilled. And he goes in and he examines it. When he found out, there's a lot of things, it's in the film, but one of the things that stood out to me was that in the 30s, during the Depression, anyone that had opulent wealth was considered to be mentally ill. So these are things that, I struggle with. I mean, I am libertarian bent. I've always been a free market thinker, but I've always thought outside the box and outside of that box, if you catch my drift. Because, in the last chapter in the Silver Manifesto is Beyond Silver. I asked, what if silver and gold are just a transition to get honesty and faith and trust back into the system, where we have confidence in each other and each other's word, but we can move beyond that? What would that look like? So these are thoughts my whole life has been revolved around freedom more than anything. But a free market and free market money is the only way to achieve it in our current regime or current realm. And that's something that I've worked for, and paid a price for it as well.
Yeah, I know.
Which we talked about off air, and I don't want to voice it here. It's not that important that the public knows, but I do have a heart and a head and my hands, and I'm going to continue this battle to the best of my human ability.
Yeah, I know you're going to, and we're rooting for you. I want to say one last thing about Bitcoin. Boy, I said I was going to shut up about Bitcoin, but one last thing that's really made me come full circle on this asset class. When you think of the demon creatures in Washington, D.C., who are fully on board with this fiat regime, we're $34 trillion in debt. We're now needing to print something like $2 trillion every 6 months or something to keep this whole banana republic afloat. And what do we see? We see people like Elizabeth Warren building an anti-crypto army. She hates Bitcoin. She wants it banned. Now, here's what's interesting about that. My enemy's enemy is my friend. If Bitcoin is Elizabeth Warren's enemy, then Bitcoin's my friend. See, I don't think you have to go a lot farther than that. And I'll add to that by saying China tried to ban Bitcoin and it proved unbannable because the servers are located all over the world in every single country. Okay, I think it's a very, very interesting asset, which leads us to this trailer for your film. What is money? What is money? If Bitcoin's not the answer, and it may not be, at least it's beyond the reach of government issuers. It can't be issued by governments. It can't be hyperinflated away by governments, and it can't be banned by governments. So to me, this is an extraordinary thing to consider. And I was late to the game, right? 2015, I could have bought Bitcoin below 50. I used to have brother John F. talking about it in 2012, 2013. Andy Hoffman was an early adopter, and he and I butted heads over it. Turns out Andy Hoffman was right. Credit to Andy. Wherever you are, I apologize. Andy was right. I was wrong. Let me play this, because what is money? Here's a brief snippet of the trailer from David's new film.
Money, love it or hate it, it's a force that elicits endless emotion, stress, fear, control, but also joy, well-being, and security. But even with joy, well-being, and security, the stress of money is ever present. The fear of going broke. Chapter 11, the constant feeling of never enough. Why is this? Why is the treadmill of never enough? Yet deep down, we know there's always enough. The universe is infinite. Is scarcity artificial? An illusion? If so, the scarcity of money, a form of energy, must also be an illusion.
I'll pause it there. Guys, honestly, y'all know the story at this point. We need to get this information out to those who don't know the story. They've not read The Creature from Jekyll Island, G. Edward Griffin's book. I've had him on my show twice, 3 times. The 1913 implementation of the Federal Reserve, after these banking criminals met on Jekyll Island in 1910 and hatched their conspiracy. See, here's the thing. You got to love that, David. We're told by the mainstream horror media, there's no such thing as conspiracies. There's just crazy conspiracy theorists. But they don't tell you about the 1910 meeting at Jekyll Island between the Rothschild and Rockefeller's bankers to hatch the U.S. Federal Reserve, which now have us living like serfs in the land our forefathers conquered, David. It used to be that people could buy a home and have a car or 2 on 1 income. Now these young people are getting married, 2 incomes, no kids, and they can barely afford their rent. That is the price of inflation in fiat printing presses, David.
You bet.
So suss that out for me. That is the cost. That is the price of their tyranny.
I did a thought experiment again. I love numbers, as you know, and I looked at what would it look like to pay everybody in the United States in silver. So right now, the average wage in the U.S., believe it or not, is around $25 an hour. So that's the same as the price of an ounce of silver. So you can think of 8 hours work as 8 ounces of silver. 8 ounces of silver times 130 million Americans that are working every day. You take that, it's over 1 billion ounces of silver. So we don't have, that would be the total year supply of mined and recycled silver for 1 day would pay 1 American in silver, or every American in silver, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, you go back to when my father worked and he made about $4,000 a year, and we had 2 cars. My mom didn't work, and we both had a pretty good lifestyle, but we were on the silver standard back when I was born. And that amount of silver certainly paid for a lot more than it does now. So if you take that 1 day's wages for all of America would eat up the entire silver supply for a year, and it should last for, let's say, for a day, and it should last for a year or 2, then you can multiply that number by 365 or 720 or whatever. So I'm trying to make the point, that's why silver is a fund. Because if it was, you wouldn't be able to pay it.
We're going to pay it forward here by showing David's site before we part ways. That is themorganreport.com, guys, themorganreport.com. Tell us about the newsletter. Oh, there it is. Join for our free newsletter. That's the e-newsletter.
There's a free letter and there's a paid letter. If you're interested in the paid, you can go to the subscribe tab at the top, and I'll tell you about it. There's a couple services. One is the premium service, and the other is the mastermind service. And they're both doing very well. I actually put in my Twitter feed how well our portfolio has done versus almost anybody else. So people that say that you have to buy gold to outperform, I certainly advocate buying the physical metal first, but one of our top picks is gone up 3-fold from the top of gold at 2070 and 2011. So for gold to keep up with this one stock, which is in the top tier, which I said put up a lot of money into it, would be the equivalent of $6,000 gold a day. So if you know how to pick stocks in this sector, you can actually do quite well, regardless of, let's say, some of my contemporaries have to say that are bullion dealers only.
David, thank you so much for your time today. We'll pray for you and your health. I'm glad that you're still fighting with us and on our side. You're a good man to have on our team. I'll tell you that much.
Thank you, Sean.
All right.
Talk to you later.
You bet. Guys, check him out at themorganreport.com. Our guest has been David Morgan. And I'll remind you guys every single day for free, check us out for free at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those central banking, Rothschild, mainstream media, Mockingbird lies. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right. That was SGT. I got one more for you. Give me a second to get it over here. Give me just a second. There we go.
You know he's holding it down. On the front line, ready for war, boots on the ground. Severe and on the dude controlling the crowd. Red Pill music, hope you're hearing it loud. Shout out to Brief, all the freshest designs. You're now tuned in, it's time to open your mind. Deep diving, you never know what you may find. Patriots fight, now it's finally time.
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. And I just saw a chat in there in the Rumble. And I feel the same way there too. And who I just missed it. Wrangler GA says, missed Space Shot on Saturday. I think I have signs of withdrawal. But I feel like since I missed Saturday there, I really feel like I haven't been live for like a month. So it feels like a homecoming. But hope you guys had a great week and little vacation, maybe an extra long weekend here. But lots and lots of stuff to go on to here. Severe's saying hello to his side of the crowd over here, and he's going to give us the finger when he's ready. And we'll see what's going on. But who do we got over here into the Rumble? We got Wrangler GA. Of course, we got, oh, yep. Let me turn that up. Little wheezy girl in the house over there telling me I'm a little low. Get that a little higher up there. Hold on. There we go. I think he's ready already, so don't want to keep going into all the names there because I will forget some, but nope, he's doing a roll call. Okay. Alrighty, so we'll start from the bottom here. Nexus 6, 5x5, RC Cranium. Josie Ann in the house. Amos Q17, Peter Cottontail, Biblical Smackdown, KPTNKRK, Chris Schaus, Wheezy Girl. Did I say Nexus 6 already? West 13, Ginny Lee, Kate 13, Nick McCormick, Peter Cottontail, I think I said that one. Prairie Gal, Turbo 12, The Truth 13, White Owl Rice, what's up? South VA 757, Quilting Janet, Ginny Lee, I don't know, I'm forgetting if I'm saying some of these. Barbie Backer. I think that's it over there. Let's go see what's going on the Foxhole app. You guys haven't given a follow over there. Definitely give pill.net or the foxhole.app a shot, guys, because they will be, if everybody gets kicked off anywhere, they will be the last resolve, the last place to go for sure. Dacob, DACOB with the 100 gold pills, but hello, thank you. Debbie Roush over here on the Foxhole. Johnny EH, Texas Beer 77, Mech Druid. And then there's not too many people over there showing on the chat in Foxhole, so let's go head over to D Live, shall you? All right. And we got Susie Q, LT Cooker, Debbie Roush is over there. She's all over the place. E High Test 65, Texas Grandson with the 2 lemons. Thank you and welcome. Deuce Volt 1, Lulu Cristo, Liz G. I think this is from the last show, Barbara Rowe and Liz G. I think Severe is ready. What's going on, brother? How you doing? I see you got some new surroundings here. I don't know if you let the folks on. You can let the folks on your side, if you haven't already, and my side, know what the hell's going on over here. What are you doing? Yes.
So yeah, it's been amazing, man. Had a really, really good time down here thus far. The weather has been really, really good until yesterday and into today. They're saying it's probably going to rain every day until I leave. I hope that's not the case. So we'll see what happens, man. But it is the season down here. So we did get lucky, yeah, with a couple of good days of weather beforehand. So definitely enjoyed that, man. But hoping we get a little bit more before it's time to depart, man. Would like to come back with some color, man. Because I like to be a person of color.
Want to be a person of color. And sorry about the audio in the first half of that. Severe said that he's down in Florida and he's basically checking out the house he's most likely going to be moving into down there in about the West Palm area. So I know if you go a little bit more south, Severe, to Miami, I remember working out there one day, picture perfect, 90-degree day, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. We're outside working, and the guy looks at his watch and he goes, "All right, yeah, we better get inside." I'm like, "Why? Lunchtime?" And he's like, "No, we're not taking lunch till maybe like 1." I'm like, "Why are we going inside?" He's like, "'Cause it's about to rain." I'm like, "What? Rain?" I said, "There's not a cloud in the sky." He's like, "Yeah, it rains that every day here at noon." And this is as of 15 years ago. He said it hadn't ever been to 100 degrees that he knew of in Miami, because every day at around noon, it gets so hot and humid that the sun just goes, or the clouds just, lay it out, and it cools it down until the next day where it gets up to right around that temperature again. And then boom, every single day around noon, it rains for 15 minutes or so. Crazy.
Yeah,
huh?
exactly. For like 15 minutes, but it's been nonstop raining since yesterday, on and off. So hopefully it does clear up. Yeah, would definitely like to get some nice weather. I remember the first time I was down here years ago as a kid. Same kind of deal, but it was like 4 o'clock every day. You would see everyone start to pack up all their shit on the beach and kind of go inward to an overhang for like 15-20 minutes, set all their stuff back up. The sun would come out. It's crazy, man. The weather patterns down here are off the chain, man.
Yeah, and I had a lot of good times doing some traveling down there into my place I actually work at now and worked at years ago had a shop in Tampa. So we did a lot of work down in Tampa, West Palm, Tallahassee, a lot of stuff. So I know the area pretty good. So definitely you got a good little area down there. So hopefully you enjoy the switch of atmospheres and whatnot. And I know the weather does get really nice, but it's so damn hot in the summer, dude. You open that door at 6 in the morning, it's gonna be like 80 degrees with like 90% humidity.
Yeah, it's like an oven, dude. For
It
real, man. Thank God for AC.
Yes, you definitely need the AC out there. So what are we missing today? So I don't know if you noticed, but I labeled on my side of the stream, I labeled it I labeled it Fight Club, because just a couple stories we're gonna be dealing with today. So one of my favorite
let's
movies.
have fun with them, please, man.
Yeah.
I could cover this kind of stuff over like normal, traditional politics all day, dude, because it's such a clown show, bro.
Oh yeah, it is funny. And so to this little clip, I put my one of my favorite movies, The Other Guys, just for a little humor to add into the couple fights you guys are gonna see, or the apparent fights. We'll see what we got here.
You want to go? I want to go. Get him, I'll kick his ass.
Jeez, why is it slow motion? I was just gonna be like, what the hell?
Yeah, how do you like that? This is become a death.
This is the worst. I mean, I made this. Come on.
Hurts so good.
Very sorry for your loss, man. It's a lovely hat. I love your shoes.
Everything's running in slow mo. But anyway, so that's the Other Guys. And Beard that had put this one out today. So apparently we had a person giving testimony, and within his testimony, he made some mentions of, these guys up in Senate acting tough, and any day, any time, and da 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 da. So this guy, Senator Mullen, you're a United States senator, act like it. Decided he was gonna chirp back at this guy.
Like he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself, and my wife was.
Dude, what is going on with the internet today?
Because I sure remember working pretty hard, long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution? Every
Hold it. No, no, sit down. Right, Eric, Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing.
Dude, what do you think of the clown
What a-
show? Senate's
What a
become.
shit show. Dude, Mullen would have destroyed this. He's an MMA fighter, right?
Oh, was it? So what the senator here is? This guy is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yup. He
I was
would have
gonna
whooped
say-
that dude's ass. You see him take his wedding band off? Like, yo,
Yeah.
dude, let's go, man. It's go time. Dude, honestly, say what you will about decorum and this and that. And oh my God, it's the Senate. Oh my God. Who cares, dude? No, man. If people are talking shit, they could get it, man. I'd like to see a Republican with set balls, man. It's nice.
Yeah, right. When I was, and I had no idea about the guy's, background being MMA or not, whatever. But I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, this guy's got some mean. He's got a mean streak right here. This dude. So.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Humphrey would have been a
You
good
know what?
one.
Bro, but listen, man, Mullen would have absolutely wiped the floor with the White Ninja Turtle. He would have just destroyed this guy, man. Bro, it would have been game over, man. And this guy's talking tough and saying all this internet gangster shit to him. He's like, yo, listen, man, ain't nothing between us right now but air, bro. You want to do this? Let's go, man. I like it. I like the intensity, man. Truly. Forget decorum, man. With these people, with these demon people, knock them square on their ass, man. Who cares if it's on the Senate floor?
Yeah, I mean, what they could have done, and look at this guy. He's like looking at a star over here, like, what the heck is this? But
Look at the UPS guy in the back, dude. He was laughing that guy right there. He was laughing the whole time, bro. When you see the extended clip of that, it's even funnier, dude. It's insane.
oh my goodness. But yeah, it's just become a crap show. And maybe I wish that maybe they would go fight afterwards or something like that. Hey, go meet in the
Yeah.
parking lot or something. You got my number, like
Let him have it out, man. Seriously, man.
But they are making a mockery out of I guess Senate and Congress are already pretty much mockeries as it is, right? So
Yeah, dude. It's a parody of a parody of a parody, dude.
and so this one, we're gonna have two sides of the story here. You're gonna see, and I'm blocking the screen again. Sorry about that, guys. You're gonna hear an audio between Reps McCarthy, the former speaker, and Burchett. I'll just let this stuff be self-explanatory. You can hear it. It's only audio, though.
Sorry, Kevin. Didn't mean to elbow. Why'd you elbow me in the back, Kevin?
I know. I felt so bad.
Hey, Kevin, you got any guts? Jerk.
Has he done that before?
No.
Huh. That's a
I'm
new
gonna go
move.
talk to him. Hey, Kevin, why'd you walk out and elbow me in the back? You got no guts. You did so. They sat there and the reporter said it right there. What kind of chicken move is that? You're pathetic, man. You are so pathetic.
All right, so he's so pathetic. Now I'm gonna let you hear the response. Now you guys, you tell me, Severe, and then people in the chat also. Let me know what you think. Just on, and I don't even care about the facts alone, but just on the response that you see from Kevin McCarthy here. Do you think he did what the guy said? Do you think he actually elbowed this guy?
Absolutely.
Gauging off just the response, though. Here we go.
A reporter was interviewing Burchett or something. I guess our shoulders hit because Burchett runs up to me after. I didn't know what he was talking about. So reporters asked me. I did not run and hit the guy. I did not kidney punch him. I did not shoot anything like that.
You didn't shove him.
No. We're walking through. You were at HC5, right? You guys line up along the way there. It was Bruce Wester and I walking out. He must have been interviewing someone. I didn't know it was him or something. I guess our elbows hit as I walked by. I didn't punch anybody. I guess it happened because when I was walking back further, I don't say somebody was interviewing me or talking to me, and he comes running up like, why did you hit me or something like that? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't even know something transpired.
But reporters or witnesses said it looked like you. There was plenty of room for you to walk, and that you intentionally hit them.
There is not a place. Show me a reporter who saw that. Call Bruce Westerman. Okay, well, ask Bruce Westerman. No, I did not go up. If I would hit somebody, they would know I hit.
He said he knew you hit him. He said
He did know you hit him.
Come on now.
That's what he said.
Okay. That's far from
Congressman Kinzinger wrote that you pushed him twice while he was in Congress.
Oh gosh.
No.
Kinzinger said he was in the back railing once and you elbowed him and pushed him. And then
Gates.
Kinzinger.
Oh, no, I don't know about Kinzinger.
Congressman Gates, though, is filing or submitting a complaint to the ethics committee over this issue. Do you have any response to Congressman Gates?
No, I think ethics is a good place for Gates to be.
Can I ask you about Burchett said that you're the kind of guy, this is his words, as a kid, would throw a rock and then go hide under his mom's skirt.
Look at his face, dude. He's got the guilty face.
Yup.
Is there bad blood between you and Burchett?
Like, dude, tell me that face right there isn't like.
What's your response?
That's not who I am.
The cat that ate the canary.
Yeah, look at the eyes. You can't even keep your eye. Like when somebody's lying to you, they can't even keep their eyes open.
Yep.
Did you do it? Ready? As soon as he starts the answer. Eyes closed. Eyes closed. Eyes closed.
Is there bad blood?
Every time he said it. As soon as he started to speak, every time his eyes started to close.
What would you just say about the issue of decorum in Congress? I mean, there was the House Oversight hearing where a member was called a Smurf. You have over in the Senate today an oversight.
Who did that?
Yeah,
Jim
Senator
Comer.
You have Senator Mullen who was like about to fight a Teamster witness. I mean, why do you think things are so tense? Sorry. Why do you think things are so tense right now?
So, dude, it turned into a complete shit show out there, apparently.
Literally.
And like he said, Matt Gaetz has filed. Feisty is proud to be a Democrat, it says, in the Little House of MAGA. I didn't bring it up for that, but Ranking Member Wild and Chairman Guest has come to my attention this morning. Following a meeting, McCarthy assaulted Representative Tim Burchett in the hallways of the Capitol complex. This assault was witnessed by numerous people, including Claudia Grizelis of NPR, who's interviewing. And actually, you know what? I had something on her earlier, but I actually dropped it. So Claudia, right there, she actually has a breakdown of it where she actually said she saw it, and she says it looks like she saw him retract his elbow during one part of it. So she did see something happening where it appears that right here, it was pretty stunning, says NPR's Claudia Grizelis, who witnessed the altercation. I felt like I could see an elbow retracting back from McCarthy after, but of course nobody saw the actual, nobody got the shove on camera apparently, right?
Yeah, like how is that possible, dude? They have camera angles of every single thing going on in that place.
Yeah, and so we got a million cameras there. Let's see some footage. You know what I mean? I'd be interested to see it. But let's get to a little bit of fun. I think. So most times you see, we've gone over this before. You see. Actually, should I do the before or after? Let's do the. No, I don't even have the. I don't even have it. Doesn't really matter. But here is President Trump and his motorcade leaving UFC 295. And I'll just keep a reminder to everybody that Obama, when he goes and cruises around, he's got like 3 or 4 trucks with him total. So don't know if it's just, added security for the boss or whatever, but I think what you guys are gonna really like this one too, dude. The only negative I could say about UFC and Dana White was that Bud Light deal that they had a few weeks ago. But if anybody knows anything about UFC, they were already sponsored under Modelo, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the same company, right? Anheuser-Busch is Modelo and is Bud Light. So that's one thing I don't like. But I'm going to show you something I really do like. Ultra MJ Truth had put this out, and I put, my man Dana doesn't give two ishts what anybody thinks about him. And good friend of Trump, and you saw him coming in, and I'll probably show you that in a minute, coming into UFC, and once again gets the loudest cheers of anybody there. But listen to this story, dude. Somebody called Dana White and told him one of his larger supporters or larger advertisers called him and told him to take a personal tweet off of his account. What do you think he said?
Me too. This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my fucking business. But fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't ever fucking call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how fucking crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves and give them the fuck you response. Me too. This happened to me.
How awesome is that, dude? He
Bro,
had
I've been saying
Trump
it forever, man.
Right?
Go ahead.
No, I'm good. It was just saying, what he said. Like, basically, they told him, "Hey, get this off here." He's like, "F off." So I like that. I like his attitude.
Dude, and that really is the way that it is, man. I use the analogy of like the dance floor or the swimming pool or whatever it is when you got a whole crowd of people that are there. Everyone's kind of wallflowers. No one's really, no one wants to be the first one in. But as soon as that first one jumps in, and then another one follows, and then another, and then all of a sudden you're the weirdo if you don't jump in. So you need people to jump in. He's right, man. It gets progressively worse as time goes on if people don't stand up for themselves, because it becomes normalized to have that kind of behavior throughout society, man.
Yeah, and for them to think that they can just, oh, hey, take this down. Like, oh, we advertise with you. He's part of the
they
company.
got the wrong guy.
Yeah, that company's worth billions of dollars. That conglomerate, which by the way, they're like, I don't even know what the relationship is, but them and WWE wrestling, they're all part of like the same thing now. So they're like one huge conglomerate. So they just say, screw you. You don't want to advertise with us and make tons of money? Fine, we'll advertise with anybody else. Plenty of people out there could advertise with them. You know what I mean? And they got lots of views.
Oh, absolutely, dude. And it's going to be, you'll see, man. The new wave is absolutely going to be, and we're seeing it right now, that if you'll be an outsider if you're not pro-Trump by the time we get into full swing of 2024, man. It's already happening, dude. It's happening in the inner city. It's happening in urban areas. You have more and more famous people. Now, who cares about famous people and celebrities, right? But we know better than to give a shit about these people and what they think and whatever. However, that being said, their influence is huge, dude. So whether we idolize these people or not doesn't matter. There are millions of people that do idolize these people. And when it becomes the cool thing to support Trump and not be like, oh my God, the evil orange man, like when that whole thing turns around, which it is happening right now, you're going to see a big swing in the way that things operate, man.
Oh, that's crazy. What is this? NPC had $14,000 school loan debt wiped clean today? Ohio. What is that? Kate 13 NPC. You talking about the news organization? I'll be checking in on that one. Or are you talking about like some Nassara Jassara type of stuff? I'd be interested to hear what that's about. But Yeah, love me some Dana White. Love the UFC. That's my, that's my vice on the weekends is watching half naked men beat the crap out of each other. Sorry, that's my thing. But yeah,
Sorry, that's just my thing.
it's just my deal. It's just how I roll. But yeah, let's get down to the pedo world, shall we? I think a stop down into Pedoville is in order, as lots of stuff unrolling in the last couple of weeks, which we will discuss at pretty length right here. So I put out another disgusting pedo exposed and arrested. Worked with a nonprofit in New York helping inner city kids. Isn't that nice how they always do that? The story in the New York Post here says if convicted, Somer faces minimum mandatory sentences of 10 years in state prison if convicted of dissemination of child pornography and 5 years if convicted of possession of child pornography. Assistant District Attorney Marianne Shelby said this was one of the most egregious cases of its kind that she has come across. Scum of the earth. So, ex-editor Severe of the left-leaning news site The Recount charged with child pornography. Doesn't he just look the part too? He just got that face. I don't know how to describe it, but he's got that face,
Yeah, predatorial, like tucked out soy boy type. Yeah, it's
ding, ding, ding.
disgusting. Bro,
Ding, ding,
seriously, it's so true, man.
It's sad. And and the funny thing is we got a few stories from Liz Crokin here, but before I think we're gonna get to her. I think she actually hits this one as well. But before we get to Liz, we go to Cobra Tate here, Andrew Tate. He says, a story in 3 parts. I speak the truth against the devil. This is why the Matrix attacks me. So here we go. We got Andrew Tate, who made the top G. The Recount. Even in a Romanian jail, Andrew Tate is one of the largest platforms in the world, racking up billions of views with misogynistic advice on how to get rich and get women. The news movement spoke to people closest to Tate to find out how he managed to grow that audience. And then we got next story. The self-described king of toxic masculinity has been banned from basically every major social media platform. But Andrew Tate isn't the problem. This is the Recount, same people here. Oh, and then here we go. Ex-editor of the left-leaning news site Recount charged with child pornography. I mean, they are like the expert projectionists, right? Like they always.
That's literally all they do. They'd be mute otherwise.
I know. This guy takes advantage of women and children. Oh, this guy just got arrested for taking advantage of children. Oh, okay. So we see. And this is like, how many times have we seen a story unfold like this? 10, 15, 20 times in the last 5, 6 years? Where they're always pushing this narrative and then they're the ones that end up being the ones get caught doing it. Over and
all day, every day, man. All day, every day. And all these people do is project and say, yeah, pedophilia is a real problem on the right. And it's like, yeah, these people are out of their minds, man.
Yeah. So here's an interesting one. Liz Crokin. Still waiting for that follow, Liz. I mean, come on, girl. I've been following you. You used to follow me when you used to follow me back. But interesting stuff here because we had some stuff unfold in the last week over the Peter Nygaard story.
We'll set up a show together, man. I'll hit her up and we'll do one of these nights together. I'll have her on, man. You'll definitely get that.
That'll be good. That'll be good for sure.
Yeah,
I know she's got great information always. So
yes, she does, man.
Like this right here, Jeffrey Epstein and Disney. Why would a grown-ass man go to a Disney park alone? And this is Dom. I guess she's responding to Dom Lucre. Says Dom asked a legit question, and I have the answer. Whenever there are children, you will find pedophiles and sex traffickers lurking. That's a fact. Moreover, it's been documented that traffickers have indeed sex trafficked children to pedophiles at Disneyland. In a 2004 New York Times article titled "The Girls Next Door," back when the New York Times actually did some real investigative journalism, it was reported that girls who were trafficked to Disneyland wore yellow dresses so the child sex predator clients could identify them. The color coding was used to make the transaction easier for the traffickers and clients. Geez, shame for the kid who dressed up on yellow on accident that day. It wasn't part of it, huh? Furthermore, it has also been documented that Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, had a relationship with Disney, and she's been photographed at events sponsored by Disney. Also, Disney Cruise Lines offered a snorkeling excursion, remember that, to Epstein's pedophile island, Little St. James. Finally, it's no secret that many Disney workers have been arrested for child sex crimes. Epstein's ties to Disney should concern everyone. Did he recruit, kidnap, and or traffic victims at Disney? I'd say it's highly likely. So it's a little article in here. She explained they would call you out of the basement and you'd get a bath and you'd get a dress. And if your dress was yellow, you were probably going to Disneyland, she said. They use color coding to make transactions safer for the traffickers and the clients. There would be people doing drop-offs and pickup for kids. It's a big open area full of kids and nobody pays attention to nobody. They would kind of quietly say, go over to that person, and you just slip your hands into theirs and say, I was looking for you, Daddy. Then that person would move off with 1 or 2 or 3 of us. And like, my thing is like, how do these, maybe if you're a young kid, you don't know any better, but like if you're a young teen, why wouldn't you just start screaming at the top of your lungs? Like you'd walk up to this person and be like, oh, hey, Daddy, I've been looking for you. Like, no, like, help me. They're taking advantage of me. But
I feel you, man. I think that they're probably so scared that they're probably being told, listen,
you'll get killed,
try any
whatever.
of that kind of, yeah, exactly, man. It's just, that's purely out of fear, man.
Yeah, we'll kill your parents, or we'll, we know where you live. We'll go back and kill your family or something like that. I can definitely see that for sure. Well, it's a disgusting thing. That's, these people need to be rid off the face of the planet. And, we've been reporting on this for years, and, it's finally come to fruition where they're trying to make pedophilia normal, right? Like we said it years ago that, all right, the gay thing they were going to make normal, that's fine, whatever. Then they're going to do transgender stuff, make that normal. And 3-4 years ago, when we were telling people that they're going to try to make pedophilia normal, they were looking at us like we were crazy. Remember that? And here we are.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Wait until they add it as a legit one of the letters of the alphabet mafia, bro. They will absolutely, that's their end game, that's their goal. They won't stop until it's normalized and accepted.
True. These people need to they need a big lead bullet, as far as I'm concerned. And
dude, I'm telling you, when all this is over, me and you will start up our millstone business, bro.
Yeah, no kidding. Millstone for sure. So what else we got? And a little bit more. So we got more Liz. We're gonna do a Liz heavy show today, but it's definitely worth it, and lots of good stuff. And there's a lot of stuff actually breaking this week too. So, and I got some questions about this myself too, because I don't know what's up with the son. I don't know if you've seen anything about Peter Nygaard's son. Apparently, he's helping the victims or whatever. And I'm not gonna throw shade on anybody for sure, because I don't know what the deal is. So I'll get into that in a minute, but I'll let you know my feelings on that. But Liz Crokin, she put this yesterday, 2 days ago. Oh, look at that, Peter Nygaard. Just remember the eccentric looking guy with the crazy hair. Looks like he would be what were those 2 guys that were playing with the Lions there? Sigmund and Freud or whatever.
Wait, did you say Sigmund and Freud?
I did. I just said Sigmund and Freud.
And Roy. Holy shit, Sigmund and Freud. I like that, bro. Was that a Freudian slip? Is that what that was?
That was definitely.
Bro, that is hilarious, dude. He really does. It's like a cross between one of them and like Ric Flair.
Woo! So the Canadian Jeffrey Epstein is found guilty of sexual assault. And this is huge because he is part of this whole big cog, guys. Former Canadian fashion mogul and pedophile Peter Nygaard has been found guilty on 4 counts of sexual assault after 5 women testified he used a private bedroom suite in his company headquarters to assault them. The verdict by a Toronto jury came midday on Sunday after 5 days of deliberation. In one instance, a woman testified that she was only 16 years old when an older man she was dating. So she was dating an older man at 16 already, right? She was brought to Nygaard's headquarters, according to The Guardian. She said Nygaard sexually assaulted her, and when she was leaving the building, a woman, very nice woman, handed her an emergency contraceptive pill. We don't want you getting pregnant, which is weird because a weird statement because of the following paragraph here. This child sex predator was so evil and deranged that he told women he wanted to impregnate them and then abort the baby so he could use the aborted fetus for anti-aging. Okay. He was a friend of George H.W. Bush, and Oprah propped this psychopath up on her show, just like she did with pedophile murderer John of God, who ran a baby breeding farm in, I think that was Brazil or Spain, but I think it was Brazil. The wheels of justice certainly move slow, but all those chickens they sacrificed to Moloch, are coming home to roost. Kaboom,
Boom.
dude. Yeah, and there's some stuff on Kai. Kai is his son, and he goes by a different last name here. Seth Rich was murdered. Yeah, we know about that. Let me see. His last name isn't Nygaard though. He knows Robert De Niro too. Yeah, don't they all know them? If I put in Kai Nygaard, I think it'll come up his other last name. Here we go, Nygaard. But there's a few videos now. So, and this is actually one right here. So, my conspiracy self thinks, okay, did this kid not know anything? Because from what I've read of this and listened to, he says, I think it was 2018 or something, he saw his father touch some girl inappropriately. And then he mentioned something, and then he said people at the business were saying that he was crazy and this, that, and the other. And that's where, for him, it basically came to fruition that he found out his father was like a monster or whatever. So I don't want to, I'm thinking of possible outs. Like, say if he knew about this stuff or he was in on it, even this could be a way to separate himself from the stuff, or he genuinely didn't know anything about it and is trying to, make amends by working with some of the victims here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to put shade on the guy, but I'm saying there are a couple options here. Like, if this guy's got a fortune, it's going to go back to the government per se, or maybe he's going to go to his heir who didn't know anything. He didn't know anything about it, or maybe he did. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Without
Dude.
trying to be too harsh on the guy. Let's listen to a little bit of Liz's video. It's 11 minutes, but we're not going to play the whole thing. But I did want you guys to hear a little bit of this, especially coming from his own son.
And sometimes I'll read comments on some of these articles, and I'll see people say things like, "Oh, how brave whistle in September of 2020." And sometimes I'll read comments on some of these articles, and I'll see people say things like, "Oh, how brave, you came out 30 years later." Well, you don't understand what they're up against. How would you like it if you had a massive lawsuit that they might take away your house or threaten to ruin your life if you came forward? So as Canadians, and I am a Canadian, I'm a dual citizen, we can use this situation to examine what happened and how we can look at the system to make it easier for survivors to come forward of abuse. And I want to give you something, a little scale most of you don't know. The scale of this crime and his actions, when you look at the civil suit, you look at accusers who weren't in the civil suit, former employees who wanted to come forward and don't want anything to do with money, just want to have justice. He has more formal accusations than Epstein, Weinstein, and Cosby combined. Okay, now I know we have a lawyer here, Mr. Greenspan. It's a very talented lawyer, and he's getting paid very well, and he's using his efforts here to try to get Peter Nygaard back on the streets of Toronto. But also understand that there are many others, talented lawyers, civil attorneys like Greg Gutso and Lisa Hava, who play a critical role in this, who are working for justice. So understand that you're not alone. This is a victory for all of those in Winnipeg who came forward, who were denied justice. I'm thinking about Serena Hicks. I'm thinking about Casey Allen, April Tellick, who does have a day in court. Acknowledging Shannon Maroney for her work that she's done behind the scenes, tirelessly working behind the scenes to help survivors. And all of those who care about justice and are open to the idea of stopping predators from abusing and targeting children, using drugs to abuse women, and using tactics like jurisdiction loopholes or threats of lawsuit to silence their victims.
Given everything that you just laid out, do you ever think you'd ever sit in a courtroom and see?
So you can't really hear the questions too good, but yeah, that's a really tough situation. So Liz wrote, Peter Nygaard's son, Kai Bickle, worked to help the victims his father sexually assaulted. I couldn't imagine how difficult it must be to him to find out his father was a monster. Good on him for doing the right thing. Yeah, just imagine that though. And you know, maybe being the monster, you know, he only sexually abused women, and you know, obviously he doesn't go after his own kid. I don't know if he has any daughters. Not this guy. I don't know if Peter Nygaard himself had any daughters or not, but that would be a tough situation for sure.
Oh, it is. But at the same time, dude, anyone with the soul, anyone with the conscience, man, couldn't let that ride, man. Father or not, family member or not, friend or not. You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's a certain line that can't be crossed, man.
This is a short one. I think this is different. Is this different than this one? Let me see if, because there's one part I wanted you guys to hear if I can get it.
It was that 2019 dinner,
Right. Yeah. So this is where he talks about where he figured it out, or I don't know if this was the first time, but it seems like he's talking about this is the first time. And I don't know what it is, but if I go on full screen here, it keeps patching up. So I'll just keep it like this for now.
It was that 2019 dinner where I saw him inappropriately touch a child. And I said something then. And I was attacked for that internally within the company and silenced, told that I was crazy. That was the last time I saw him. And since then, it's been a massive effort to seek justice. And I saw him when he first took the stand, and I locked eyes again with him here after he was found guilty. And for me, it was emotional. But again, I'd like to stress, there are so many survivors out there who this is their day. It was that 2019 dinner where I.
So 2019 dinner, he said, when he first noticed, or he saw his father touch a young girl inappropriately. And you could see how something like that would happen too, Severe, right? Like his father is the big, you know, millionaire, billionaire, and he's running the business, and his son is the apparent heir, right? And you know how like bosses' sons are and whatnot. But if you're going to go up against this guy and you're going to say something, of course the whole company is going to come down on you, right? We see this all the time in movies, right? Like it's like a tailor-made movie. You start saying something about your father, they're going to call you crazy. They're going to start, you know, trying to get rid of you.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Sorry, I was muted, man. Yeah, absolutely, man. No question about it, dude.
I couldn't imagine having to go through something like that. I mean, and I'm just glad that some of the women are going to get some. And, you know, it's never going to take away what these monsters did to them, but at least to see that these guys will probably be going to jail for the rest of their lives, it will be some consolation prize. You know what I mean? Obviously, they're not going to be all over the moon and happy about it. You know, it's not like this great joyous day, but at least it's probably some relief for them to know that this guy is going to be going away for quite some time. Deserving.
And it's nice to see the people that we know need to be punished are actually being punished, and it's not just completely 9,000,000% one-sided, man, with the two-tier justice system.
Yeah, and interesting timing too. If I kind of went back, if I went back into Liz's timeline here, we were talking about last week. You heard about the and I don't want to give people seizures at home there. You've heard about the little brothel thing they got going on in DC now. So this is quite the little find in the last couple of weeks here. You know, Nygaard arrested, and then we got this apparent brothel being exposed out here. So I'm liking the way we're trending, anyways. Here, you know what I mean? Looking good.
Absolutely.
So switching gears a little bit here. Yeah, so many so many more things to talk about. Jack Smith apparently doesn't want things to be live streamed over at the trial there for Trump. If you plan on putting a leading presidential contender in jail, the people should be able to watch the trial. DOJ fights to prevent this, compares Trump to mass murderers. So there's a little audio clip of Julie Kelly talking about the situation here about Jack Smith and not wanting things to be public. You know, I think this is one of the things that needs to be the most public.
Jack Smith just filed another motion that sounds more like a temper tantrum, again, opposing a lawsuit that was filed by what's called the Press Coalition. And this is about 15 of the largest major news organizations. And they have filed similar motions in other high-profile January 6th trials, only to be turned down. But they are asking Judge Tanya Chutkin, who is overseeing the January 6th case, to allow at least one pool camera in the courtroom so they can broadcast live the proceedings. If that's not allowed, and typically that is prohibited in federal criminal trials, they have asked for at least an audio feed, which ironically, the DC appellate court allows. They have a YouTube channel, so you can hear the proceedings live. Jack Smith, the special counsel, is opposed to any measure that would allow the American people to hear or see unfiltered by the corporate media the proceedings of this very important, obviously unprecedented criminal trial against a former president and the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. And so he filed again today, and get this, and of course the DOJ makes this comparison all the time. They compared his trial to that of Timothy McVeigh, of the Sarnoff brothers, and Zacarias Moussaoui, also considered the 20th hijacker for 9/11. You have yet again this Department of Justice comparing Donald Trump to murderous terrorists responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans, including children. And they cited those cases as justification to keep cameras and even audio recording devices out of Tanya Chutkan's courtroom.
Can you believe that, dude? Trying to call him like a terrorist. And, you know, what they want everybody to think is what she just said, essentially, right? They want everybody to think like he's the worst thing since Hitler, right? Because let's be honest, if you close the door on history right now and you went 100 years in the future, right? What are they going to say about Trump? Oh, he was that guy who tried to overthrow his own government, and he was a terrorist, and you know what I mean? So they're doing the whole I think you muted too, brother. I see your lips moving, but I didn't hear anything.
All it was, of course. I mean, it's true, though. We already know how history will treat Trump and how it's going to be written if we allow them to. They will absolutely make him Hitler, the remix.
Exactamundo. So we need to definitely make sure we band together here. And we say it all the time too, and I don't know what it's going to take finally for the Republicans to get together like the Democrats do, but they work in lockstep. They always work in lockstep. They always have, and that's why they're winning. You know,
they're the Borg, dude.
Essentially,
they're literally the Borg, man. And it doesn't matter whether they're right, wrong. It's indifferent to them. It doesn't matter. They move in lockstep. That's why they win. It is the biggest Achilles heel of the right, fact that everyone wants to play crab in the bucket and everyone wants to be top dog and king of the hill and all this other bullshit. And it's like, no, dude, enough, man. That shit, that cancer, that AIDS is why we don't have further progress than we do where, you know, to the point where we are right now, where we should be.
Yeah. And well, I can show you one I think is a little ridiculous. And we sent me this one a little while ago. I thought this was interesting. Let's see, pop this one on. Ron Filipkowski. He's like, is that dude a Republican or Democrat? He's like a Democrat, isn't he? Or I don't know who this guy is, but he says Michael Flynn's brother is out. Joseph Flynn says, never-ending effing clown show. Honestly, it's why I want nothing to do with the MAGA cult anymore. I love my brother and I love Roger, but I can't take the whole circus seriously anymore. And I gotta say, I kind of agree with him. It is a little bit of it's getting a little out of control out there with people fighting each other.
It's pretty bad, dude. Yeah, it's gross, dude. And that is exactly why it stunts our progression every single time. It's like clockwork, man. You see them moving as the Borg to just absolutely destroy society and crushing anything that's in their path. And you got people on the right all doing Mexican standoff shit with each other. While we watch the left run roughshod over the Constitution, over humanity, over morality, over anything good and anything of substance. It's gross, dude. It's disgusting. And I've been calling this out for a while, but especially recently, I've really ramped it up, dude. Enough is enough, man. These people are gross and they're disgusting. You have a couple of co-leaders within the movement and gatekeepers that are absolutely destroying our progression in our mission to try to counter everything that's going on right now, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, you couldn't say it better myself, buddy. And I will do a little bit of gloating, but the gloating really didn't get me anything, guys. So to be honest with you. And actually, before we go into that,
dude, you better gloat. If it's what I think you're gonna pull up, you better gloat, man. Dude, it's kind of epic. Not for nothing, man.
It got me nothing though, I'll tell you that. But let me show you guys this one first here. President Trump arriving to UFC 295 in Madison Square Garden the other day, and when they do from time to time, they'll pan into the crowd, and they'll show like, oh, the ex heavyweight champion or the former middleweight champion. It's like, rah! And then when it gets to Trump, every time it's like booming, like so much louder than even legends in the sport, former champions. He gets by far the loudest cheer of anybody. And then here he comes in with Kid Rock, and Tucker Carlson took in his first UFC the other day. Hey. Think he's got enough cameras on him in there or what? They're all over him, dude. That's hilarious.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts.
Yeah, there's Tucker. Somebody's talking in the Secret Service thing over there, saying something. What was he saying here? He say, "See this guy? This guy right here. Hey, yeah, I can't hear crap. It's so damn loud in here. What's going on?" But yeah, he's beloved through the crowd, and he's got. I'll tell you what, dude. He rolls thick with security, dude. Wherever he goes, and
he has to, dude.
Yeah, but he has to be.
But he has to be.
He does roll deep, but he has to. Okay, so here's my gloating moment of my fame. So I said, I think, and this is after I did Spaces, which I've dropped in the link before many times, guys. Give, Send, Go for Matt Couch. He had his leg amputated. We did a little roast the other day. And actually, I'll tell you one of my puns that I stole from One Leg Patriot sent me over, because he also has one leg as well. So he sent me over a little amputee joke book or whatever. And one of them was talking about somebody being, born with like, say, half an arm or whatever. And that person was stubborn. So I said, obviously we can rule out the fact now that Matt's stubborn. Get it? So he wasn't born with the stub. He's now not stubborn. Yeah, if I have to explain,
I got you. I was slow to take, man. Yeah, gotcha.
So we did that Spaces, and I was able to speak in there, but there's a lot of spaces I jump into, and they're very cliquey, and you don't get to speak a lot. Somebody that's quote huge, or big, they don't let people talk. And people that are in the spaces just kind of, all you get to do is hit the plus or the heart or the whatever symbols, but you don't get to chat. So I tagged Elon. I said, hey, I think @Elon Musk should consider adding a live chat to the side of Spaces. I think it's a fantastic idea. Even Jerry Seinfeld agrees. And Elon actually responded and says, yeah, live video and audio should be the same software stack and have same features. I said, who's this guy? Can I get a few thousand follows? And I think, it didn't really help me, dude. It didn't give me a damn follower out of all that. And he got 54,000 views on that in his response. And my main post got 41,000 views. So,
hey, bro, not bad though. That's pretty freaking epic, man. You got eyes on.
Yeah, so hopefully he does that though, because I think and honestly, I do think it would be a good idea. So that way we can have, more people can enjoy the chats. I think the spaces people enjoy.
Absolutely.
And so we want to do some funnies here. Let's see if I can do this in full screen without it glitching out anymore. Here is, and always give credit. This is L. I think it's L @TalkGirl on Twitter. So let's take a little funny. And here we go.
You have 1 minute. We must reverse our country's decline, and that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits. I will take the arrows. I will take the barbs, because it's not about me. It's about you. It's not about the past. It's about your future. What's going on, you guys? Why is my Bluetooth boot lifter malfunctioning? This country's revival. As a veteran of the Iraq War and in the Navy, I will always put service above self as president. Oh man, Casey is
Bruh.
gonna beat me again when this is over. Actually, it's kind of nice down here. As the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my shit. You can trust me to deliver for you as the president of the United States. I am asking for your votes. Dagnabbit, I'm being hacked. Now, what was I saying? I will be a leader you can be proud of, and as your president, I will not let you down. Christina, help me get out of these. You have 1 minute.
Holy shit, that's good, dude.
Now,
Bro,
I don't know
the
who
Dilly
made
Bean
that.
team's killing it, man.
Yeah, so that's Dilly's team there. That's hilarious. So yeah, always give credit. So it looked like Dilly Mean team made that, and L at Talk Girl had posted that. So I didn't know.
Oh, holy shit, dude.
I love that stuff, dude.
It's epic.
And the dude is clearly wearing some sort of and actually I got a really funny, and I'm gonna have to put the sound down because it is so loud and just, oh my goodness. I don't know if have you seen this dude? The Democrat Georgia County Commissioner Felicia Franklin was found wasted and passed out in the street according to police body cam footage. Have you seen this dude?
I have not.
Dude, I've never heard a woman scream like this woman. I have to put the volume down. Like it is so, like I literally have to.
Hey guys, all right. I need to cut this short. The individual who went to get gas for me rolled the vehicle over. I've got to get on the horn and try and get somebody to get out to him. And I don't know how long it's going to take. We will finish this tomorrow. But keep your so I've got to run. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure today, I should say. Is it today or is it tomorrow? No, it's tomorrow. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure what time, but we'll finish this up tomorrow. And I will we'll go from there. Boy, last thing I needed tonight. All right, I will I'll talk with you guys tomorrow. All right, have a good night. God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you, and we will pick this up where we leave off tomorrow. All right, peace.